Well, good morning. The applause is for the players coming onto the field, Kent's fielders, the umpires as well. Spitfire Ground, said Lawrence. If you've accidentally tuned into this, I suppose I ought to set this up for you. It's Kent against Surrey. It's the final day. I'm Matt Cole. Alongside me is Mark Church. It's been, I use the word absorbing too much when I'm talking about sporting contests, but this one it's been pretty good, Mark, isn't it?
Riveting,
I would say
is another word. It's been a terrific game of cricket, this, and sort of we arrived this morning with one result that we can't have is a draw.
Yeah.
Unless we have a massive thunderstorm, which isn't forecast. So one of these two sides is going to win. Surrey started yesterday needing 501 to win 10 minutes before lunch. They start this morning needing 238 more at 263 for 3, thanks to a remarkable innings yesterday from Jamie Smith, one of the best innings I've ever seen in a match situation. And there is a new ball available in 6 overs time as well, which is going to be the absolutely key time today. Pitch isn't doing anything and wasn't yesterday. Kent needs 7 wickets. They just need 7 good deliveries. But we were saying that yesterday, 10 minutes before lunch, and Surrey have got through 2 sessions since then. So it's all set up for what could be an amazing day of cricket.
It's on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, on the picture stream from Kent Cricket Club as well. Denley bowls the first ball of the day to Dom Sibley. We might see a bit of this today. He's defended that into the onside and there's no run. He's been absolutely, he's been Dom Sibley about this, isn't he? 61 from 213 balls, played an absolutely brilliant anchor role. We've just levered that past Ben Compton, who did have a great day in the field yesterday, to be fair, dropping a couple of catches. I won't say that one's his fault, because that's grubbed off one of the other cut strips and it's gone through for a single, but Kent won't be pleased to have conceded their first run so early. Perhaps 264 for 3. So Matt Cole and Mark Church with you for the duration. As long as it goes today, we could be here 5-6 o'clock, looking at a very tight finish.
You'd expect Kadri to open up, or Everson from this pavilion, and we are just getting through to the new ball. That's why Denley's bowling at the moment.
Denley bowls now and chopped into the ground by Ben Folkes. He's trying to cut that away. Wouldn't be surprised if they want to make as much as they can of this before the new ball comes, but they've got plenty of time. We were saying that, since lunch yesterday, when they started this run chase, given more air by Denley, driven through the offside by Folkes for a single. Tawanda fields on the offside boundary. Just one slip in, Jack leaning. Keeper up the stumps, of course, Jordan Cox. There's a slightly backward point. Ben Compton, then boundary right on the offside. Full toss is just thumped back at Denley by Sibley. He's not so in his shell. He won't take advantage of one like that. A buffet ball. He's driven that past the stumps for 4 runs.
Yep. And, this is not what Kent want. I know what they're doing. Surrey know what they're doing. But they cannot afford that this morning. They can't let these two get a start.
Sibley defends this next delivery. It's the last one of the 75th over, so as Mark says, by the dint of that, 5 until the new ball's available. They'll take it as soon as it is. 23 for Folkes, 66 for Sibley. But yesterday, we don't want to look too much into the past, obviously, because we're talking about what's happening in front of us, but what's the popular phrase used so often in the media? Game changer. Well, Jamie Smith's innings yesterday, it looks like it's tilted the balance towards her.
I just think in a match situation, to walk out and do what he did at that point and put all the pressure back on Kent was remarkable, really. And it just shows how clear his thinking is. And the other thing with it was a pure innings. There was no slogging. They were just gorgeous cricket shots. And it was just a beautiful innings. In the match situation as well, he read the situation, and as is the modern way, rather than soaking up pressure, he put pressure back on Kent. It will be Kadri from the pavilion end to get us started this morning. That one keeps a little bit low on Ben Folkes, and he tucks that one neatly and tidily into the leg side. So, move on to 269 for 3. As forward goes Folkes, plays this one down into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. Ben Compton in there under a helmet, doing the fielding. Kadri in once more. Folkes is forward, pushes away into the offside. Round comes Kadri to do the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Folkes came out and played very nicely last night as well. 23 off 39 deliveries now. And Sibley doing what Sibley does. As forward goes Folkes to Kadri. Just pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Spoke to Jordan Clark last night. He said that Smith's innings was possibly the best one he's ever seen live. As this one's turned into the leg side by the right-handed Folkes, which is, you know, sort of put it in context really. There's a guy who's probably into his 8th, 9th year of first-class cricket.
So ball's just checked into the offside for a single. 270 for 3 then. 76 overs gone. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners for our first one, a scene set, one might say. Well, good morning. Fantastic game of cricket, this one. It's the final day. It's going to be over so soon. Well, maybe not for Surrey, because they can bat towards 501, a record total it would be certainly on this ground, and very just a run short of the record total of a county championship chase against Kent. Kent hoping they can take 7 wickets and as quickly as possible today to win themselves against the county championship leaders. 270 for 3 Surrey. They batted really well yesterday, particularly Jamie Smith, a superb innings of 114. Really changed the balance of this game. 501 is an almost unthinkable total for a team to chase, but if any side can do this, I was saying this yesterday and I'm afraid I'm still saying it today, it's this Surrey side. They look perfectly balanced, fantastic batting. Kent have to find a way to take wickets. The new ball is available in 3.5 overs. Kent will assuredly take it and hope their seam bowlers can get some life out of this flat looking pitch to take these wickets. It's all set up, it's a beautiful day, sunshine and cloudless as far as we can see here at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and out with regular radio reports, of course. It's basically the new ball. It's harder. The seam is more raised on it. It'll move around more. So the seam bowlers, the fast bowlers, can bowl a little bit quicker with it. It'll move around. It'll deviate more for them as well with their expertise, and hoping that will mean more wickets for Kent. It'll be a crucial period, Jules. In the next hour, we could well see which way this game is going to end up. Though this is cricket, and it does go topsy-turvy from time to time. Kent dominated the first 2 days of this match, probably the first 2 days and the first session. Surrey took it away from them yesterday, so it's in the balance now. Mark Church and I are very, very excited by this. It's an extraordinary game of cricket. Kent in the bottom 2 of the county championship as well. If they could take those wickets with the new ball, they've got a real chance of beating the championship leaders and reigning champions of the county scene as well. So looking forward to that. 272 for 3 Surrey at the moment, and yep, that commentary will be available all day, but we will of course bring you radio reports every half hour as well.
Well, there we are. Singled off the last ball of the over. Excellent there from you, Matt Cole, for the question.
Well, the question was, what does the new ball? Which is a
very good question.
Again, what I like about Julia George as a presenter.
Absolutely. As quicker delivery as Sibley pushes this one down into the legs. Of course, I would have enjoyed it if you'd said,
need to put it into context, don't you?
It's a ball that is new. That's what it is. As in over the wicket is Kadri, tosses this one up. Forward goes the right-handed Sibley, plays this one down into the leg side. So 272 for 3, Surrey. As in comes Kadri, forward goes Sibley. Pushes this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. So it's another 229 runs from here for Surrey. 7 wickets for Kent, as this is clipped neatly and tidily by Dominic Sibley out towards deep mid-wicket. There is Miyeye to do the fielding, and they'll pick up one more. So this is just a sort of the calm before the storm when the new ball arrives. As Kadri goes in and Folkes is turning leg side, won't get a run on this occasion. Got to keep concentrating though, Messrs Folkes and Sibley. They need to be there when that new ball arrives, and then we'll probably see Quinn and Agar. I wonder if they would, Kent, as this one's punched off the back foot by Folkes and picks up a single. Ben Folkes. We've seen Quinn and Agar with the new ball. I wonder whether Single off that last ball of the over, 274 for 3. Whether they would give Arshdeep Singh a go with the new ball.
Yeah, we were looking at that yesterday, weren't we? And he's getting even with the old ball, he's getting a lot of bounce, wasn't he?
Now,
Just,
it might be.
just
It
wonder
might
whether
be that he doesn't want to take the new ball.
Yeah.
But you just think, he's your overseas signing.
Yeah.
I know Agar is as well, but he has bowled very nicely in this game, and he's capable of doing something with that new ball. So I wonder whether they would think about it. But then Quinn will keep it very, very tight. And he's picked up his wickets, and Agar's looked good in this game as well. So it'll be fascinating. It's going to be fascinating to see how Jack Leaning goes about this today as well as captain.
As Denley bowls this one, again, I think he's taken on the full by Folkes, and he's just nudged that into the offside for a single, 275 for 3. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted there, but the vagaries of the Wi-Fi here. My opening day tweet, which I sent
Oh no!
half an
It's
hour
only
ago,
just gone out.
it's only just gone out.
Oh no!
So yeah, there we are. So
Oh dear.
feels like I think it might have been on dial-up modem this morning.
Yeah,
that
well,
might be the thing.
that's
So
never great.
it's all flat delivery from Denley. Quicker one as well, but Sibley expertly pads that away.
Do you remember the early days of the interweb where you used to have to plug your laptop into your telephone socket and then sit there while it... And then,
That's one for the youngsters then.
And then that noise, and then as Crick Info loaded up.
I mean, it sounds vaguely ridiculous, I'm sure, to those that were born after all that, but and it was probably, when you think about it. This one, again, is nudged into the onside by Sibley. He likes to farm into the onside, doesn't he, does Dominic Sibley? Even though, ostensibly, the leg spinner, Denley, is taking the ball away from him. Driven straight back at Denley. Fields well off his own bowling. We expect that from Denley, as the Matt Walker... Should say commemorative, but we always like to remember Matt Walker. Is down the leg side from Denley. It's a wide on the leg side.
I reckon these would sell quite well in the club shop.
Yeah,
it's a laptop shade, just
so
Matt
yeah,
Walker.
we've got a picture of him on a piece of card.
Yeah,
Very
quite.
concentrated, giving some catches to his team. Is Denley once more. Full length delivery again, and that is the... Well, the scoreboard has that as the end of the 79th over.
We did have a wide, didn't we, in this over?
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, they've included the wide. I think
Dear.
we've got too many dots
Maybe
in there
they've lost
somewhere.
count.
One of us has. Well, Sibley just saying, I wonder if they were doing a recount there, but no, this will be the last ball of the over, and Sibley engineers it into the onside, thinks about a run. I think it's a pretty sharp no from Ben Folkes, he's not going anywhere. End of that over then, 6 more deliveries, well, legitimate deliveries to come before the new ball is available. Looking for any signs of who's warming up, but the players have been through an extensive warm-up, I suppose, half an hour before the day, so the bowlers aren't necessarily going to be giving you any indications. Joey Everson is out there doing some hamstring stretches. I doubt very much it'll be him.
Yeah, and I think it's an obvious thing to say, but in this heat as well, if you've had a run around before the start of play, and then you're out there for 6 overs, you're going to be pretty warm as it is. As Kadri, this will be the last over before the quicks come on. And that's turned by Ben Folkes in there to mid-wicket. Compton wants something. He's waving away to the dressing room as Kadri is in. And Folkes turns this one down into the leg side. I tell you what, just checked. Kadri's shirt's taking a while to dry. It's still up.
You're right, it
there
is.
on the balcony. As in over the wicket comes Kadri. And this is driven by Folkes out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. Because we spotted this yesterday afternoon, that after he batted, he hung his shirt up to dry. Well, it's still there. It's been there overnight. And yet it's still on the hanger. As forward goes Folkes and pushes Kadri straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I expect Paul's given it a good wash by now.
Surely by now it's dried. As in comes Kadri once again. And forward goes Folkes, because he's not going to get another bat in this game if that's his batting shirt. Mr. Kadri, well, they got his 77 yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Here he comes again, Kadri. 2 Folkes, and Folkes whips it leg side, and that is the last over with the old ball. So we would expect to see a very tall figure marching towards the Nackington Road end. It looks as if it's Mr. Quinn. Well, they're not going to take it straight away. They're going to continue with Denley. That's interesting. I thought they'd go with it straight away here, Ken. But they're not taking the new ball immediately. Now that is interesting. Wasn't expecting that at all.
That is a surprise. You're absolutely right.
You surely want as many overs as you can get with the new ball.
Slipping a leg slip in for Sibley. Just squeezes down that one, long stride forward.
Well, that is a surprise, I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Around the wicket comes Denley. Quicker delivery to Sibley, that one.
Well, if Denley takes a wicket in this over, it's a stroke of genius from
say,
Jack Lean.
Yeah,
it really is.
Captaincy easy from the commentary box, but it seems straightforward. The leg slip now. Ben Compton's gone into a pretty short leg. Forward short leg, very forward. As Sibley just knocks that one up to mid-on, and there's no run. Not almost. I mean, if you're going to do this, you might as well have the spinners use the new ball. But Denley to Sibley just knocks it behind square and single taken.
That would be very Ben Stokes. If you've got the new ball available and you don't use on a pitch that hasn't turned yet, you throw it to Denley and Cadbury.
I'm reaching for
I'm surprised by this.
avant-garde solutions, thinking, well, perhaps you might just get a bit more bounce out of it. But yeah, it would be quite extraordinary. Here's Denley again, tosses it up. It's knocked straight at Arshdeep Singh, who's at mid wicket, and he fields that. He's been mirrored on the other side at cover by Joey Everson. Miye's at a point now. Denley to Folkes. He finds the pads of Ben Compton. He can't really avoid him. He's that far forward on the leg side. For a moment, Compton doesn't know where it is, or perhaps they're just deciding which end they want to start, because Compton has just bowled the ball underarm off the pitch. So, I mean, that's the only sense I can see in it.
The other reason for that would be that, which end did Quinn start from? Nackington Road? So Quinn's going to take the new ball now.
But from the pavilion end.
From the pavilion end.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't have stopped Wes Agar taking the new ball from the Nackington Road end. But there we go. It was 1 over with the old ball for Joe Denley, and it was a marvellous over. It really was. And I think it was a maiden. So there we are. That's good for Mr. Denley. It's good for his figures. But now they do take the new ball. And it will be Matt Quinn from the pavilion end of the ground. So this is where it now gets interesting. At 277 for 3, with another 224 to win for Surrey and 7 wickets for Kent. This is Kent's best chance of winning this game of cricket. Yeah. Use this new ball and use it well. Quinn then from the pavilion end is coming in over the wicket to Dom Sibley, and the first delivery, Sibley's forward and pushes it straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. I quite liked it because on the scoreboard they'd put that Denley had taken that new ball, but now they've gone back to 0.1 for Quinn.
But the scoreboard at the moment says that Hamid Kadri is bowling. I know assuredly it is not.
Yes, no, it's not. Turning below us is Quinn. He comes in over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley is forward. That's the length from Quinn. Studiously played by the right-handed Sibley, straight back up the pitch. Bell Drummond does the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side. So Surrey, the wickets that have gone so far for Surrey. Rory Burns was out second ball of the innings, caught by leaning at slip off Agar for 4. Tom Latham made 58 until he was caught by Bell Drummond off Kadri, and then that Jamie Smith 114 as Quinn is in. Sibley is forward, pushing this one out towards extra cover. 114 from 77 balls, 18 fours, 4 sixes. He put on 139 with Dom Sibley, of which Jamie Smith got 114, and he got to his 50 ahead of Sibley, who was about 40 not out when he walked out there to bat.
And in more than 100 balls fewer.
No, it was a marvellous innings. Of course, he got a 70-odd ball 100 against Sri Lanka for the England Lions during the winter, so he's got previous of that. As in over the wicket goes Quinn to Sibley, lets this one go outside his off stump.
And it was, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember a chance.
No.
There were players at the other end. There were chances for Kent. There were drop catches. There were half chances for them yesterday. But Jamie Smith, I mean, even when he was going aerial, was hitting the ball so hard that he really wasn't offering anything at all. It was a brilliant innings.
It was a terrific innings. It really was. As turning once again is Quinn, down below us. He comes in over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley is forward. Plays this one down into the leg side. And there is no run. Sibley comes down to do a touch of gardening. Outside is off stump. But the pitch not doing a huge amount. That's the thing here. Kent are going to have to bend their backs on this to get something to happen. And their best chance of that is with this new ball. Everybody in complete agreement that this has to work for Kent with this new ball. As Quinn is in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley is forward and pushes the final ball of the over straight back up the ground. So it's a maiden first up from Quinn. And Surrey 277 for 3. Kadri's been given that maiden over as well on the on the score. His figures are going to be magnificent by the end of this. And 277 for 3 with Sibley on 60 and Folks on 27.
Yeah, I mean, Kadri's not going to mention that to anyone. He's just going to keep his head down. Yeah, no, put on my figures. Andrew, good morning to you on at BBC Kent Sport and at Back and Across. Our two Twitter addresses. Andrew from Japan, who joins us regularly. Yesterday, he says, Venerable Sage, Mark Church, that's I think absolutely right, fancied Surrey's chances if they only lost 3 wickets before the close. Do we Kent fans have any grounds for optimism today? Wicket turning, variable bounce, cloudburst, he says. It is Agar, and it's driven or checked back past him by Folks. Not really any aggression on that, up to mid-off, and there's no run. 2 slips in, Compton and Leaning for Kent. Denley is quite close on the onside as well, at a mid-wicket position. There's a mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover. Long leg. And a very deep backward point as well for Kent as Agar comes down from the Luckington Road end. Yeah, he's getting some zip off that through to the wicket keeper. Good carry, but Folks isn't bothering playing that. He's on 27. Sibley has 69. Perhaps we should take these in order from Andrew. Any grounds for optimism? Yes, certainly with the new ball. I would say, sorry, Mark. The Venerable Sage is beside me, Andrew, so I should let him answer these questions.
No, let's do it in stereo.
Wicket turning?
No.
Variable bounce?
Little bit.
Really. Nothing dangerous, I would say, necessarily we've seen. Cloudburst, that's a definite no.
No.
Well, there aren't any
clouds
at the moment, so that's going to probably rule that out, Andrew. So it's Wes Agar to Folks, just a little bit on the walk, on the front foot, drives it up to mid-off. He's looking to get more aggressive here, as perhaps he gets more confident, Folks, with the ball's not going to beat him from Wes Agar. The Australian obviously trying to do the very opposite and make sure and fool Folks.
Yeah, look, Ken, but we said this at the start of the Surrey innings yesterday. 10 good balls. They're now down to 7. You've got to hang on to them. They dropped chances yesterday.
Yeah. That's Agar bowls to Folks, defended back at the bowler.
I would say that's a key for Kent today. If you get an opportunity, you have to take it. But we saw at least 4 go down yesterday. They cannot afford for that to happen today. They have to be absolutely watertight.
And here's my thing with that is even, you might argue Latham was dropped twice, once on 46, one on 54. He was eventually out for 56. But momentum shifts. Even if he's made 12 runs fewer, I say you need to be doing that. Secure catches, just putting the thought in the Surrey players' minds. They liked that one, but Folks was pretty solidly behind it, out towards the offside, and there's no run. So even those, I would say, you just have to. If you take a great catch, it changes the atmosphere, the mood of it, the momentum. Even if Latham only then went on to make another 12 or 14 runs after that, is my feeling. It's just keeping that thought in the Surrey players' minds, just in the dim recesses, the back of their minds. Things are going against us. Momentum's with the bowling side. But they changed that round yesterday. Jamie Smith and Dom Sibley, that partnership has changed things. Latham, excellent too. Agar bowls to Folkes. It's a tester. It's a better ball from Agar. Right on the money. I say a better ball. He's pretty much on the money through that hole over. It's another maiden. Surrey survive it. 277 for 3. Folkes has 27. Sibley has 69.
Yeah, and that's a good delivery from Agar. Remember the ball he got Will Jacks with in the first innings? It's absolute perler. Knocked out Will Jacks' stumps. That's what he's looking for again, Agar, from down that slope. So Quinn will continue from the pavilion end. We had 25 minutes of play this morning. So he started the day 263 for 3. They're 277 for 3. So they've added 14. And Quinn Tallman, of course, is coming over the wicket to Dominic Sibley. And Sibley lets this one go. Outside his off stump, taken by Jordan Cox. It's been an extraordinary game of cricket, this. It really has. Because Surrey have basically been behind it since Kent were 41 for 5 on the first morning. And yet somehow they've manoeuvred themselves. Well, thank you to Dominic Sibley, they'll be saying, for the anchor role he played yesterday. And just one of the best innings you could ever wish to see from Jamie with a shot selection. I watched a bit of the highlights last night and it was just basically you and me going, ooh, ooh, that's gorgeous. As in over the wicket comes Quinn, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley. Because he walked out ball 1, didn't he, against Cadbury, took him out the inside. He walked out there, and as I say, it's the modern way. He put all the pressure straight back on Kent. And it was a wonderful innings, it really was. He's a very fine young player, that young man. 2 slips in there for Quinn. Yes, but as I say, most of the highlights were just you and me going, oh, shot. As in over the wicket comes Quinn, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley. So we haven't had a run as yet off the new ball. In fact, we've had 3 consecutive maidens now, because of course Denley's
yes,
was a maiden as well. So just building up a little bit of pressure in terms of no runs. What a day it is, though. It's a most beautiful day again here in Canterbury.
I was saying that to exchanging good mornings with a few Kent members this morning and saying whatever happens, and we know they want Kent to win, but
Quinn goes wider of the crease here to Sibley, lets that one go, again watches it all the way into the gloves of Jordan Cox.
We are watching a fantastic game of cricket. It's been amazing for 3 days. The weather is brilliant. It's proper cricket weather. Everyone's out enjoying it. And a gentleman said to me, and there are hanging baskets in the Underwood Knot stand. I'm like, well, that puts the lid on it, doesn't it?
I do love a hanging basket.
He was enjoying the...
Leicestershire, they have some beautiful hanging baskets at Grace Road. I like watering a hanging basket. I like the cascade that comes down after watering. As in over the wicket comes Quinn. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Well, you know who I would say would be the winner? Whatever happens, whatever the result.
Who would that be, Mark?
The venerable game of cricket, I would say, would be the winner there. Yeah, get that out there now. That'll be somewhere, won't it?
Wise words well said, I think.
By 6 o'clock tonight, there'll be someone saying cricket was the winner. As way to go over his bat once more. Here's the right-handed Sibley. 2 slips in there as over the wicket comes Quinn. And first runs off the new ball. Sibley just pushing a little away from his body, but safely played. Down towards third man. Dom Sibley moves on to 70 now. That's the end of the Quinn over. 278 for 3 Surrey. Needing a further 223 to win the game. Kent needs 7 wickets.
They do indeed. Conference between Dominic Sibley and Ben Folkes in the middle. I always want to call Dom Sibley Dominic Sibley for some reason. I don't want to call Ben Folkes Benjamin Folkes.
No, I like saying Dominic. It sort of rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
With all the hard eyes in it. I've got like anyway. Enough of that. Cricket. Agar from the Nackington Road end to that man Sibley gets in line with that. Into the outside part of the bat as he defended that back. just a hint that they might be doing a tiny smidgen.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Agar, where he's been really good on this pitch is when it's held its line. That's what happened to Will Jacks. It came in and then just held its line. And that's what he's looking for. He knows there's a spot there. He's just trying to find it. It's off a good length, and with the pronounced seam, he may find it. So Sibley will be aware of that as well.
Here's Agar, second ball of this over then to Sibley. Defends that, engineers it into the onside again. Denley runs across the pitch to pick the ball up.
Sibley and folks will also be thinking, if we can soften this up on this surface with what's to come, Jacks, Clark, Abbott, they don't really want those three coming out against the new ball. Now, they're all perfectly capable of playing it. I'm just thinking from what they'd ideally like them to do is walk out a bit later on with the ball a bit softer on this pitch. That would be the thinking, I think.
And so far, all these Surrey batters have done their job extraordinarily well. Here's Agar to Sibley, bouncer. Sibley just sways away from that one through to wicket-keeper Jordan Cox, and there's no run. If you look at the part they've all played, I mean, Roy Burns obviously got a good one from Agar to start. But Tom Latham and Sibley, as we were saying yesterday, tailor-made for that situation. What do you need to do, lads, is stay there for a long time.
But that's what
wear the bowlers out, take the shine off the ball.
That's what I loved about Jamie Smith's innings, though, was,
well, exactly
even
when he came in,
even with his talent, was sort of sitting there going, well, look, here at the moment it's key, just still, and he just went out and went, right, I'll take this on.
Agar to Sibley, and plays that low on the back at the bowler. Good delivery.
Good start this from Agar and Quinn.
Just probing at the moment, making it difficult for both batters, hurrying them a little bit.
Just to say, I had to break out the emergency pink check shirt this morning.
You're looking very good in it, I have to say.
I don't know.
Put
a bit of timber on. I noticed it seems a little bit tighter than when it came out this time last year.
They shrink in the wash, these things. I think
I don't think it's had a wash since this time last year, if I'm honest. I haven't done a cadry.
Well, I don't want to go into that. Is Agar then to Sibley, leaves it and through to the wicket keeper. That was, and I don't think there's any kidology going on there. Wes Agar immediately hands to head. It was a leave. It was coming back at the right-hander, and that was very close to the off-timber.
And that's what the new ball does, doesn't it? Pronounced seam, hit that spot, just jag back at Sibley. Arshdeep Singh and Ben Folkes are having a nice old natter up there at the moment.
Very, very pleased with Arshdeep's reaction yesterday after he got Jamie Smith out immediately after celebrating. Almost chased after him to pat him on the back and have a word of congratulation, which is fair. And Agar to Sibley, leaves that one, can do that on length. He's got some bounce as well. That's a good over from Wes Agar. No breakthrough for Kent. 2-7-8 for 3. It's yet another maiden. But considering Arshdeep had 20 taken off him by Smith in a single over, finally got him. And obviously he was exultant at that point, but there's still a place for being a proper human about it, isn't there?
Well, I noticed that every Surrey player clapped Jordan Cox when he got to his 100 in the first innings. And I think it was just because of the match situation as much as anything.
Yeah, I mean, that was
another
very brave knock.
But you go back to that 41 for 5.
Yeah.
Kent.
Yeah, they shouldn't be in this. Probably shouldn't be playing today from the start they had.
As Quinn from the pavilion end is coming into Ben Folkes, and Folkes forward, covers up, plays this one back up the pitch to that gentleman, Mr. Arshdeep Singh. Saw him meeting some friends last night when I drove out the car park. I hope I've parked my car in the right place, because I can see. Well, no, the gentleman told me to park up by the seats behind the electronic scoreboard. And the only seats I could see were the dugouts.
Yeah.
So I've reversed it up against the dugout.
Oh, is that you there?
That's the orange, orange Crusader.
Very fine car.
There it is, glinting, glinting in the sun. As Folkes is forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Now mine has a salubrious slot between the burger van and the Portaloos.
Oh, are you there? That's you there, is it? Under the tree?
I'm not sure I was supposed to be there, but the area you're in was pretty much parked up at the time.
Well, what I quite like is I think the Orange Crusader, it looks like Something you might see on a catalogue. The sun glinting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Got some lovely features.
Showing it in a very good
It's
light
got
this
some
morning.
lovely features. Quinn.
Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. Quinn bowls. And defended into the offside by Ben Folkes. And there is no run. There's a beautiful tension about this morning, Jules, with Kent having taken the new ball, which should aid their faster bowlers, and two of them are working in tandem at the moment. Wesley Agar, the Australian, and Matt Quinn, a naturalised New Zealander. He is bowling now to Ben Folkes, former England wicketkeeper. That gets to rise off the pitch there. He takes his bottom hand off it. Now, Kent have bowled really well so far with the new ball. It's now 6 overs old. It looks like it is helping these bowlers, and they're using their expertise to try and get the Surrey batters out, but they haven't taken a breakthrough as yet. 278 for 3 Surrey. They're chasing an almost record, run short of the county championship record, which has stood for almost 100 years, of a 501 target. They need 223 more. They're capable of doing it. The pitch isn't giving very much to the bowlers, and yesterday Surrey were absolutely superb as they started this chase. So Kent hoping they can make those breakthroughs sooner rather than later and win this match against the reigning county champions. Still a lot of chances to do that. It's absorbing. As I said, it's tense as well in the sunshine here, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. 27 for Folkes, 70 for Sibley. And Quinn back to his mark. Getting a bit of... Here's Quinn to Folkes. That's a lovely shot. Into the offside. That's the first run for the best part of 5 overs. Is that right? They come back for 2, in fact. Nicely played by Ben Folkes, and that's the 50 partnership up. 29 Folkes has got of those, and 17 from Sibley. 270 for 3. And the end of the over from Matt Quinn. And so...
Is this right on
to you?
time?
It is, yes.
It's right on time.
Black box, is
Yeah,
that right?
yeah,
Yes,
in my
yeah.
headphones. It's a cracking tune. I'd forgotten this tune.
It's a bit more T20 than County Championship.
It is.
New ball tension,
yeah,
isn't it?
I'd say so.
Yes,
But it's
yeah.
I've forgotten what a good song this is in
Yeah.
our headphones. So, here comes Wes Agar from the Nackington Road end. And as he runs in, all I can hear is walk right in, walk right in. But he's over the wicket, and that's left alone by Sibley outside his off. I think I've got... Of all the previews of the previews of the previews for the Ashes, there is a great one that's come out today that Moeen Ali is going to miss training because he's got to be at his OBE presentation.
Oh,
Isn't that magnificent?
of all
And
excuses.
there's a quote here. I spoke to Baz and he said it's fine to go. I've bought a 3-piece suite. It's going...
A suit even.
Suit. Or maybe a
He may
suite.
have bought a suite, who knows?
It's going to be boiling. As in comes Agar, and forward goes Sibley, plays this one out into the offside of this door. So Moeen's going to miss training because he's off to get his OBE. But I think that's one of my favourite quotes for it. I spoke to Baz, and he said it's fine to go. I brought a 3-piece suit. It's going to be boiling. Very good from Moeen, that. So yes, well, congratulations to him picking up his OBE.
It'll be hot under the collar, literally, today.
Get to walk 3-piece suit today. Oh, that would be warm, wouldn't it? As Agar comes in over the wicket to Sibley, Yorker. Sibley gets bat on it, digs it out into the leg side. They'll take a single. That'll be one more to Dom Sibley. He moves on to 71. 281 for 3, another 220 required by Surrey. 7 wickets needed by Kent. I always feel for people when I've been to a few weddings in sort of hot conditions, and those that decide to do it all formally. It's a warm old day, that.
Yeah.
In the old tails. Ooh, and those little grey trousers that come with those suits.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they don't half
Yeah.
chafe. As in over the wicket comes Agar. Oh, and folks, had a little fence at this one that climbed on him. It's outside edge, but just the 2 slips, and that's going to whistle away down to the third man boundary rope for 4, and we can see the gold lettering of that new ball glinting in the sun below us as Ben Compton comes to get the ball. So a little moral victory there for Wes Agar, but it costs him 4 runs. And just the 2 slips, of course, at the moment, because Kent is so aware of runs as well as wickets. It's sort of that balancing act at the moment for Kent. And Folkes moves on to 33, and Surrey move on to 285 for 3.
Indeed so. Dom Sibley has asked for something. He's done the.
He likes to have a wash.
Is it the wash?
As in over the wicket comes Agar. That's got to be close. Big shout for LBW. It's nipped back, kept a bit low on Folkes. Must have been very tight. Just the shape of the delivery and how Folkes ended up. That must have been very, very tight. And they'd like to see a bit more of that. Little bit of variable bounce, because remember the ball before lifted on Folkes. That one just kept a touch lower on him. Oh, it's a good shout, that. Seen those given.
Yeah.
As Folkes settles himself down over his bat once more. Where's Agar? Didn't look best pleased with that. Comes in over the wicket too, Folkes, and then nips that one back as well. He's found a spot now as Agar. That was a bit quicker as well. I think it's a bit cross. And that hit Folkes on the back thigh. And it's a leg bye. So, Dom Sibley's getting gloves. And I'm not sure it's going to be a full facial wash. We saw a couple of those from Sibley yesterday.
Yeah, he just makes that gesture across his forehead as if to... Yeah.
Towel, bottle of water. You see, he'll give the towel off the face and the hair. And then have a drink. But yesterday, there was almost a full facial from... Dominic Sibley yesterday.
Maybe?
Well,
could be. There was a calming gesture from the umpire after that big appeal from Wes
angry,
Agar. I think you're absolutely right.
I think if you asked Wes Agar now, he thought that was out.
Do you think he'd still think it was out?
I think he still does now. And I think the next ball was an angry delivery.
Yeah.
It did seem a bit quicker. But he's found a spot now, as Agar. Bit of encouragement there for him.
I think Jack Leaning here is certainly with Quinn, and he took 3 for 22 in the first innings, didn't he? And as you say, he'll keep the runs down, he'll keep it tight, and while he can do that for Jack Leaning, as he bowls now to Folkes, just drops that into the offside. It's a play and run. Good single taken, Denley Fields. But I do wonder, do you as a captain here go for, well, if it's not working at one end or even both ends, you put quicker bowlers on for short spells, bring them back, rotate things, don't let the batters settle. But at the moment, I think that's the first run scored off Matt Quinn so far. Or was there? Oh no, there was a 2, wasn't there, at the end of the last over from Folkes. But here's to Sibley, defends that, and that ends up with Denley, and there's no run.
It's been interesting, this, because Kent have bowled well with this new ball but haven't taken a wicket yet, and Sibley and Folkes have played this new ball pretty well, but what Kent don't want is in 20 overs time one of these two is still there, because that ball will be getting soft.
They are well set. Folkes 34 from 71, Sibley a mammoth 255 balls for his 71. So Quinn bowls. Again, Sibley just sees that one off. Dead bats it more or less into the onside. There's no run. 287 for 3. Welcome wherever you're listening. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London on the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every county game throughout the season. Online, regular radio reports on BBC Radio Kent as well, on the Kent stream. Lots of ways to find it. And what should be, well, it is already an exciting game, this one. It's Quinn to Sibley, defended back up the pitch. It's the live tech service, I should say, as well.
I know there's a couple of greats tuned in this morning. One of them being a very fine England cricketer, the other being my mum. So there you are. One of them has a few more wickets and runs than the other one.
Okay.
But one of them's baked a lot more Victoria sponges. Yeah.
Big fan of Victoria sponge.
Oh, I love a Victoria sponge, yes.
It's Quinn bowls to Sibley once more. Doesn't appear to be troubling Dom Sibley here, but keeping him pinned in the crease. He again defends this up to Daniel Drummond this time at mid-on. So there's 2 slips in. And going anti-clockwise. Deep backward point on the boundary. Joe Denley at extra cover. Shortish. Mid-on. Oh, sorry, mid-off, mid-on, I should say. Tawanda Aa is mirroring Joe Denley. He's at mid-wicket and then a long leg as well. Quinn then from the pavilion end to Sibley. And Dean defends that one. End of the over, just the one from it. 28743. But you look at the board, and obligingly, this scoreboard has the run rate required, and it's 2.6. That shows you how much this is within Surrey's arc. But as you say, 7 good deliveries, and Kent can win this one. Well, we know this with cricket. They could win this one quickly, but
well,
at the moment, it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Surrey are going along at the moment at 3.3, and there were 82, a minimum of overs left in the day. Well, that's 240 of them at this rate. So here's Agar from the Nackington Road end, and up on his toes goes Folks. Punches up to the left of Bale Drummond at mid-off. Will take a single. And that's 1 more to the total, 288 for 3. And Folks has moved on to 35. Sibley comes back onto strike on 71. I must thank you met him this morning, nice gentleman, Kent member, who helped me up the stairs with my drinks.
Yeah.
Because I'd had a bit of a spill. I had our granola slices I purchased for us. 2 cans of pop and a cup of coffee. And he very kindly carried one of the cans of pop. As in over the wicket is Agar, and that's left alone by Sibley. Outside his off stump and taken low down to his right by Jordan Cox.
I thought you were old friends, so it's
No, it's very kind of him. I was really struggling. I'd spilt quite a bit of my can of pop down myself, and I think he saw that and took pity on me and said, "Can I help?" And I said, "Would you mind carrying a can of pop?" And brought him up the stairs and brought him in here. And he met you.
He did.
Yeah, we offered him
Poor
a
chap.
granola slice.
He did
He turned that down. And so the wicket comes. Where's Agar to Sibley? He's just taken a little step forward there. Just took a pace out the crease, did Sibley. And that's to negate that nip back. He's turned this one into the leg side. Sibley's on to 72 from 261 deliveries. Magnificent from Dominic Sibley. Proper vigil this.
Yeah.
From Sibley. 212 more needed by Surrey.
Has allowed his teammates to... There's stability there, has been all the way through this innings.
Laying the foundations. In over the wicket once again comes Agar, and that's left alone by Folks outside his off stump.
I was listening to a football podcast this morning, and a player was describing how he used to be... Now, bear with me. He used to be... My role was the little man in the 4-4-2. Big man, little man, up front.
I see what you're saying.
The striker.
Yeah,
he says, but that role doesn't exist anymore, so I've had to adapt. And I feel a bit like that with Dominic Sibley. He's either the big man or the little man in the 4-4-2 up front.
Hang on.
But...
How's he adapted, though? Because he's not going to grow.
No, he plays sort of attacking midfield.
Oh, I see
role
what
now,
you
so
mean.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Agar, and forward goes Folks, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
But my thought was how sport moves in. It's almost like fashion. It's not fashion because you're adapting to the conditions of the teams you play against, isn't it? And trying to outthink them. Dominic Sibley is almost playing one of those roles, isn't he? Almost plays one of those roles. It feels with Mr. McCullum and Mr. Key and Mr. Stokes a little bit old-fashioned maybe for an England team, but is it working for Surrey in this match? It absolutely is.
In comes Agar, and Folks plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. 289 for 3. Folks 35. Sibley 72. It's another 212 required. Very nice. Lovely to hear from Mr. Cameron Steele, who's obviously been in the squad for the first 3 days, but he's having a little listen, I think, today. Getting himself ready for T20 action.
Oh, yeah.
T20 action on Friday.
Friday? what are Surrey up to on Friday?
They're going to Taunton.
Oh, of course.
Yes. Nice little short journey.
Yeah.
I'm there for a Friday night. Yeah.
Cauldron.
The cauldron that is.
289 for 3. Quinn bowls to Sibley. And defends that up to mid-on. There's no run. Did he play a little bit late? For sure there. Certainly trying to encourage Matt Quinn, the Slipson wicketkeeper. But having used a rather clumsy analogy, I much prefer your idea that a player that used to be a little striker would reinvent himself as someone slightly taller. Which
that's what I thought you were getting at. The little man becomes the big man. Well, how's that going to happen? Well, he's grown 5 foot during pre-season.
As Quinn bowls to Sibley, again outside the off stump, very solid.
You're going to wear long studs, is he, to make that happen?
Slightly platformed soles. No, I'm just thinking those traditional,
yes, no,
traditional roles
exactly
in sport anyway. But yeah, I mean, these things will come back.
Oh, look, for
it's
me,
cyclical.
Baz ball, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Or whatever, great. It's lovely. I love it. It's all good fun. There is still a place for this.
Yeah,
and there is still a massive place for this. What Sibley's doing here. This is a real skill, what he's doing at the moment.
Quinn then trying to make the breakthrough. Bouncer sways away from it, does Sibley. Similarly, this is what Matt Quinn does, is that he's not spectacular. It's his job to almost niggle these batters out.
Well, I think the thing with Sibley as well is I said this to you, he just loves batting.
Yeah.
He just loves batting.
And given the opportunity, as he is in this match, well, I mean, it's his job.
Yeah, well,
be there in 5 sessions.
There are players that just love batting. They just love to bat, and he's one of them.
Quinn will bowl now to Sibley. Makes a slight adjustment, Sibley, towards the offside as Quinn comes in. Just not even a quarter step, just a movement of the feet. Defends that to Joe Denley, and there's no run. They've got Ben Compton now trying to crowd Sibley on the drive at a, do you say a very silly mid-on, is that right? Or
yeah, he's just sort of in the eye line
very
there,
straight.
isn't he?
Yeah.
And of course we know that Sibley is strong in that area. So they're just trying to give Sibley something to think about. If a ball just stops on him or something like that, he's got 2 catching in there on the leg side.
Here's
Quinn.
Lord. What's he done with that one? That's a drag by Quinn. It's a wide. It must have pitched on the pitch because it's not a no ball.
It wasn't far off, not it.
But because of how consistent Matt Quinn was, that yeah.
I wonder if that was. I think it might have been a slower ball that went slightly wrong.
Yes,
slightly awry. That slower ball from Mr. Quinn.
It's not worked very well. So I just saw a signal from Jack leaning to Wes Agar, which is almost a substitution signal. I wonder if he's going to come on, change ends. Maybe there'll be someone new at the pavilion end, but this one's defending away into the onside.
Oh, I wonder if he's thinking Arshdeep come on from the Nackington Road because he wants to come down the hill
and
switch Wes Agar
left arm up
from his pavilion end. That might be what the signal was, because Quinn's bowled a few now from this pavilion. It's been very, very tight, but I think the problem for Kent is Surrey won't mind at the moment because all it's doing is taking the hardness out of this new ball.
And
they need wickets.
Nearly 9
with this new ball.
Yeah,
they need wickets.
Because we saw yesterday, both when Kent batted in the morning actually, and when Surrey batted in the afternoon, that there's not much in this pitch. As Quinn bowls outside the off stump, it dies a little bit on Jordan Cox, but takes it low, end of the over. No alarms or surprises really for Surrey in that over, and that's the worry for Kent. 35 for folks, and 72 for Sibley. I beg your pardon.
May I leave you for just one? I'm going to be perfectly upfront with everybody, as I always am. My cans of pop have caused me to need a call of nature.
Oh, okay.
I do apologise. I will be back as quick as I can. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to concentrate.
I think everyone completely understands that. It's a long day. There's 2 of us. We can share the strain. Having said that Arshdeep might be coming on, whereas Agar is actually still coming down from the Nackington Road end, so I'm not sure what that signal meant from Jack Leaning. Perhaps this was his last one before a change, but let's leave it into the offside by folks for a single off the first ball from the Australian. 291 for 3. Pleasure to have your company. I hope you're enjoying the cricket. I'd imagine Kent fans are a good deal more tense than Surrey fans this morning. You can get in touch with us, of course, the normal ways. I said the normal ways. If you're just joining us, you won't know what those are. At BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, or at Back and Across, spelled out, no ampersands in that, for Mark Church, or kentcricket@gmail.com. For sort of both sides. Agar to Sibley. Again, very correct forward defensive head over the ball. Mayeye fields at cover, and there's no run. And Kevin and Peter have both been in touch this morning on the emails. Kevin says, hi both, don't forget we can also have a tie. Yeah, very good points, very good. I'm not sure anyone's nerves are going to take that, Kevin, but good luck with the thought of that. But yeah, quite possibly. Still a lot of runs to win. It looks like Surrey are more than capable, obviously if they stay in, of scoring at 2.6 and over. But Agar to Sibley slightly squared him up there. Back up to mid-off. Mark Church rejoins us. So Kevin's saying, don't forget we can also have a tie. And I said,
yes, of course, yes, we could.
I do think the nerves might just be slightly.
Yes, we could. We could
jangled
have
by
one
that.
of those.
I think if Surrey get close enough to that they will probably win this. But he says, why is there only one camera at one end? Pass, Kevin. And I'm going to have to plead. I should have this on repeat. I should have written down somewhere. If I were in charge of the pictures, that would be a very sad thing, I'd have to say.
Yes.
So,
Cameras.
yes. Audio I could just about handle. Here's Agar. He's coming with some vim still, is Agar, left outside the off stump by Dom Sibley, and there's no run.
Thank you for that. I apologise.
Well,
I apologise. I got to that age now, I think. Reminded me of a moment that happened to me a few years ago now, where I had the same thing, and went down and did what I needed to do. There was a gentleman in there, and he looked at me. He gave me a very quizzical look, and then said to me, I'm listening to you at the moment. And of course there's a delay on the stream, isn't there? So to speak.
yes, good point. Oh, very good.
Yes.
Sorry, no, you didn't mean that.
Yes.
Here's Agar to Sibley through the wicket. I was going to say I'm getting to that age as well.
Yes. But no, because of the delay on the stream, he was still hearing me. Yes.
Yeah.
That gave him a surprise, I think.
Yes.
But thank you for that. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
Too much pop. Cans of pop to keep
Well,
us going this morning. It's a
also
very warm day.
We need to keep hydrated.
We do.
My wife would be very much saying that. It doesn't matter. You have to get up and go for a comfort break.
It sort of does.
I mean, it does.
Live ball by ball.
Yeah, we can't both go.
No.
I think that.
Yes.
I mean, the pictures may speak for themselves, certainly, but for those of us on the audio stream, as Agar bowls to Sibley now, no ball, and slightly rising delivery played into the offside by Sibley, and they'll take one from that no ball. I don't think Kent will mind that too much, but Agar is certainly putting as much effort as he can into this. Kentish man on the emails. Great to hear from you. He says, came down yesterday and loved the tough battle between the two teams with some real quality. Kent's attack suddenly looks like a serious force. He says, however, I thought Wes Agar bowled too short and needed to change tactics. I also think Joe Denley into the rough from the Nackington end might give him a bit more help. This is a flat pitch, but Jamie Smith was impressive. Is he England material? The new ball will be critical, says the Kentish man. Agar, we're into that now as, again, effort ball. It's defended by folks. Whatever the result, he says, you can see why top players still want to come and play in the county championship for less money than franchise cricket. They can really extend themselves against some top players, including many of international quality. Kentish man, thank you for that. You're completely preaching to the converted in that respect, because look at these two teams, these two attacks. These two batting lineups, there are quality players, internationals, former internationals, playing what many would say is the purest form of the game.
The purest form of the game, without a doubt. Now this is interesting. Arshdeep Singh is going to. This is the first time he's bowled from the pavilion end, I think. So it's our first look at Arshdeep Singh from behind the arm. So that's exciting. Kent need him to do something here with this ball. So Arshdeep Singh is coming left arm over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley is forward to the first one, just pushes it out into the offside, takes a single. So 295 for 3 now. Sibley moves on to 74. That was his 273rd delivery. Brilliant. 2 Jamie Smith innings so far from Dom Sibley. Fantastic.
He'd happily go for a net at lunch if he didn't have to eat, I'd expect.
As I said, there are players that just love batting. As Arshdeep Singh is into Folkes, that's over pitched and driven handsomely by Ben Folkes out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. He'll get a couple. Looking for some swing. There wasn't any there for Arshdeep Singh. And Folkes moves on to 38. Surrey move on to 297 for 3. There was a Surrey player once, and he shall remain nameless, that they were wondering whether he was going to take all that, when Surrey travelled on the coach, whether he's going to take all the seats out the back of the coach so he could have a net on the way to the game. Because he just spent his entire time, it seemed, batting. A bit like Steve Smith, he loves the bat, doesn't he? As over the wicket again comes Arshdeep Singh, and that's left alone by Folkes outside his off stump.
Martin van Jaarsveld, very similar.
Yes.
One that really stands out to me. He would net at any time.
God, what a good cricketer he was, wasn't he? Absolutely brilliant cricketer.
During the lockdown, we did a couple of episodes on our. We picked an overseas 11 for Kent of overseas players that played for them, and Van Jaarsveld was front and centre. Many of our correspondents obviously were just remembering.
Bowled his offies as well.
Yeah,
Bowled offies.
Great slip fielder.
Against Surrey in a game, if I remember, against Surrey, as in comes Arshdeep Singh and forward goes Folkes, gets a single, plays this one out into the offside. I think he may have got 110 wickets in the game with his off spin. It's something along those lines. It may have been 105, but he did something along those lines against Surrey back in South London once, Mr. Van Jaarsveld.
But he was a player you didn't want to let him get in.
No,
because he would bat all day and all night and take throwdowns.
He stood very straight at the crease, didn't he? Very upright stance, big man as well, big tall batter. As Arshdeep Singh is into Sibley's, letting this one go across him. Outside his off stump. That's taken by Jordan Cox.
There's a word from Thomas here on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Really loving the commentary. He says, thank you for that, Thomas. It's a great pleasure to be here. A different situation, he says, but this match has a similar vibe to Surrey's win at Scarborough against Yorkshire last summer.
Yes, well, that was Folkes, and Aaron Hardy got them over the line. Aaron Hardy, he only played that game in terms of championship cricket for Surrey, but he is a mighty fine young Australian cricketer. Left arm over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. Cool, that one hasn't really bounced on Sibley as he lets it go outside his off stump. But yeah, they did it all in the last hour, those two, and got Surrey over the line in dramatic fashion at Scarborough last year. I think we're going to have a drinks break.
Can't blame them. It
is very warm today. We've had an hour of cricket as well, so I think Surrey will be pretty pleased with that hour. Starting the day at 263, they've got themselves up to 298. They've seen off, is that 11 overs now with this new ball, so they're taking 11 overs out of this new ball. So I think Surrey will be pretty pleased with how Sibley and Folkes have gone about that first over. 203 more required. Kent would have been hoping for 1 or 2 by now. Now, Ben Folkes needs something from the dressing room. I think he's sort of shouting at. I think he needs his stud tightener again. Does Ben Folkes? Of course, he got clonked on the crash helmet last night. Did Ben Folkes? Sibley's toweling himself down again. Out there in the middle. It's warm work today. Folkes is having a drink and he's walking back to the pavilion. As usual, Ben Folkes, it's hot day, yes. Very, very hot day. Sweating away, I'm sure, while batting. Takes off his helmet, hair immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. I remember when he got that 100 at Old Trafford last year, and most people take off their helmet, don't they? And they look, their hair looks a bit of a mess, and they look a bit tired. They look happy, but they're tired. Well, he looked like he just walked down the Milan catwalk. So now he's doing his stud tightening exercises. Oh dear, I wouldn't want to do that. That looks quite painful. He sort of knelt down and he's behind himself, tightening the studs. Very agile, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like legs and going completely the wrong direction, that would cause me some concern, I think.
I
But it would be
wouldn't-
for me. I wouldn't get up from that, I don't think.
Well, I wouldn't know. I'd need somebody behind me doing that job for me, and then they would have to help me up. But he's a one-man stud tightening machine. Here's Ben Folks. That's James Taylor out there doing the 12th man duties.
He feels like a very dashing figure, Ben Folks, doesn't he?
He is a dashing
yeah,
figure. He's a very dashing
fabulous cricketer.
Yes, yes.
Handsome fella. He could probably play every sport. I mean, every ounce of my being wants me to dislike
Lovely
him for
lad
that.
as well.
But
Lovely chap.
it just turns out he's just a nice human being.
He is lovely man. Lovely man.
It's sickening, isn't it? Okay, to update BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. 298 for 3. I'm going to update Julia George on her programme right now. Joey Everson is replacing Wes Agar at the Nackington Road end. So needing 203 more to win. It would be more exciting for Kent fans if they could take a wicket. They are trying everything within their power to do that at the moment, Jules. They do have this new ball, which is harder and should help the seam bowlers, but it's 11 overs old now, and Surrey have coped pretty well with the Kent attack. They've tried all 4 seam bowlers, their quicker bowlers so far, whereas Agar has just come out of the attack, the Australian. He had a massive LBW appeal, turned down by the umpire. Looked pretty close on the replay, but the umpire obviously knows their stuff. That was turned down against Ben Folks, who now gets himself a single into the offside. 299 for 3 Surrey. 2 former England players at the crease. Folks on 40, Sibley on 74, and Kent, you feel, really do need to take wickets in the next hour of this game, or it looks like Surrey may chase down a run shy of the county championship record run chase of 501 to win this game. 202 they need from this point in a pitch that's not helping the bowlers very much. Kent will need everything. They'll need guile, they'll need talent, and maybe even a bit of luck to win this one from here. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports. So Everson from the far end. Wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps. They've done this to Dominic Sibley. For Dominic Sibley, I should say. Done this to him. As this is driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. And say big credit to Julia George, one of our presenters, and they all do. They all engage with the cricket, but she's very, very curious about things. Wants for her audience for us to sum it up in a way that they'll understand it as well.
Quite right too.
Just embracing this wonderful game. 299 for 3. Everson to Sibley, drives attractively. It bounces off Miaye's shins and ends up with Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on. Meanwhile, Sibley takes a single. That is the 300 up. Psychological barrier, I don't know. I think they're just going well, sorry, here at this point. And the real worry for Kent is 11 overs gone. Yeah. No breakthroughs with the new ball.
Yeah, that'll be their concern. As I say, runs sort of at the moment aren't really the feature of this. It's just getting some overs out of that new ball.
Everson too. Folks punch back at him. It hits the stumps at the far end. No touch from Everson. So I think Sibley would have regained his ground anyway. 300 for 3.
Yeah, so they've added 37 this morning. But as I say, runs at the moment, they can catch that up later when the ball goes soft. So Folks and Sibley doing a terrific job here for Surrey. It's nearly under the 200 now, runs required. 201 more needed by Surrey.
So Everson only a lively medium pace to Folks. Just does a cut that away, but ends up with Ben Compton. 2 runs off the over, 300 for 3. Great to hear from you, Simon, and thank you for your comments on the commentary. Get in touch on at BBC Kent Sport and at Back and Across. Enjoy the coverage with the varied voices. I'm a Middlesex fan, so I have no skin in the game, he says. I hope it goes down to the wire. Cricket is the winner, quoting you earlier, Mark. And indeed, this is, whichever side you support, Surrey or Kent here. I mean, there will be, obviously, there are Kent supporters will be thinking, we really need to win a game. We need to win a game of Championship cricket. We need to get out of the bottom two. Surrey fans thinking, we win this one from this position. The morale, the momentum that you take through the rest of the campaign, perhaps in the Championship as well, looking for back-to-back county championships. So there is tension in that, but I think mostly cricket fans can just watch this game and see it's a beautiful thing.
Arshdeep Singh is in from the pavilion end, and this is I'm almost in tears. He's left alone by Sibley outside his off stump. Beautifully put there, Mr. Cole.
Thought I might have gone a bit burgundy at the end there.
I think you did. I think
it's
you did.
It's a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful. Well, I obviously with a bit of jazz flute earlier in the piece went slightly burgundy. No, they're 300 up for Surrey. So as I say, they've almost got those runs required now under 200. As Arshdeep Singh is in, left arm over the wicket. And that one again doesn't really bounce wide outside the off stump. And taken by Cox. I fully understand why there isn't a band here. It's the last day and all that, but God, I'm not half missing it.
Yeah.
Of course, we had Sibley and Burns walk out yesterday to the jazz quartet.
We did indeed.
To bat. That was lovely.
Now I gather, got a message earlier on actually, that which was from a couple of days ago, that Simon Story, the Kent Chief Executive, may have been
part of
playing the ukulele band. The ukulele band.
In over the wicket once again.
Is that
comes Arshdeep Singh, and solidly in behind this is Dominic Sibley. Is that one of the requirements?
Was there a ukulele band on
there
Monday?
Was on day 2.
Yeah.
Is that one of the requirements of chief executive jobs now in county cricket? You need to be able to play a musical instrument.
I think it's I hope it's true because it's a beautiful story.
It is.
I'm going beautiful again.
Well, I have to say the ukulele band were excellent. I hate to say this though, that the jazz flute was my personal favourite.
As 5 Live Sports Extra join us. Welcome to this game. We were just extolling the virtues of county cricket and how this is a fantastic example of the wonders of it. Surrey 300 for 3. Need another 201 to win.
Arshdeep Singh, left arm over the wicket to Dominic Sibley. Lets this one go outside his off stump. Yeah, story of today so far. Surrey arrived this morning needing another 238 to pull off a run chase of 501. And started the day at 263 for 3. They're now up to 300 for 3. Folkes has 40, Sibley has 75, and key passage of play with 13 overs into the new ball. And Kent haven't taken a wicket as yet with it. As left arm over the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh, and Sibley again just happy to allow this one to pass, as he has done on numerous occasions during this 283 ball stay so far at the crease. But all this is about is Surrey trying to take some hardness out of this new ball because the pitch isn't doing anything. And Surrey still have Will Jacks, Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott to come. We saw a magnificent century yesterday from Jamie Smith. He just walked out there, put all the pressure back on Kent and took an awful lot of these runs out the equation yesterday. Arshdeep Singh is in, and that's beaten the edge of Sibley's bat. There you go. That's the first one. And it's very well bowled by Arshdeep Singh. And it's a maiden over. So Surrey attempting. It would be the second highest ever run chase. Runs in the last innings. And in the county championship. 1925 is the best at the moment. Middlesex against Nottinghamshire in 1925 is the best. Middlesex 502 for 6.
That was a 3-day game, someone was telling me. Here's Everson to Folkes, defends it off the middle stump. I'll call the scorecard up in a bit, but Kent will hope to that we don't be talking about that in half an hour's time by taking wickets here.
The best in first class cricket in this country was Cambridge against the MCC in 1896. That was 507 for 7.
Not bad. Everson to Folkes, driving up towards mid-on, and there's no run as Daniel Bell Drummond fields. It's Matt Cole and Mark Church with you here on BBC Radio London, on BBC Radio Kent. And 5 Live Sports Extra listeners joining us, you are very welcome. It's beautiful sunshine. One of our listeners, Andrew, asking earlier, any chance of a cloudburst for Kent to get a draw out of this if things don't go well for them? We said there are no clouds at the moment, Andrew, so we think hopes are slight. As Everson bowls to Folks getting on the front foot, chops that into the ground, the offside, and fielded by Kent captain Jack Leaning, replacing Sam Bennings for this game. He'll have a lot of thinking to do at the moment. 300 for 3, no breakthroughs for Kent in an hour and a quarter of this morning. It has been, well, all the way through, wasn't it, for the first 2 days, but it ebbed and flowed, as county cricket can do so wonderfully. Let's see, getting on the front foot again, folks, going on the drive. He's trying to attack Everson here. He's trying to break the shackles a little bit.
Everson's doing the old trick of cocks up to the stumps, short mid-wicket, short extra cover, and bowl straight. Now, of course, Cox did this yesterday, but dropped a chance.
And
Very
sharp it was.
It was, but he'd sort of locked the batter in the crease.
Here's Everson then, full-length delivery. That was Yorker length, wasn't it? He's trying to work that one away. Very mobile, folks.
Look at Denley. Look at Denley at short mid-wicket. He's just pretending he was going to catch that. That stopped on Ben, folks. He was nearly through that a little bit early. That's what they're looking for. They're just looking for either a chip to mid-wicket or a little leading edge that loops to extra cover.
This has been an interesting over from Everson. Bowls to Folks. Oh, just once again on the leg stump. He has deflected that away. He's played round his pad. And latish too. Excitement from the Kent fielders, but no breakthrough. 301 for 3. Exactly 200 to win for Surrey now. Before you joined us on 5 Live Sports Extra, we were talking about a story that I'd heard about Simon Story, the Chief Executive Officer of Kent, playing with the ukulele band that was here on Monday. And yes, he was. I've had that confirmed by a reputable source and by Alex Hode as well. I'm joking, Alex. We don't think you're reputable at all.
That's magnificent.
Yeah.
Is that a prerequisite now of being a county chief executive? You have to play a musical instrument.
All part of the
atmosphere. Part of the interview process.
May well have been.
In over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. Short ball up on his toes goes Folks. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I like the thought of that in the interview process. Your ideas are great. Your ideas are brilliant for first class cricket. We love the way you're thinking of making money for the county. We like your thoughts on an overseas. We like your thoughts on developing young players coming through. But the big question is, can you play a musical instrument? And if so, play it for us now. I quite like the thought of that as part of the interview process. As in over the wicket once again comes Arshdeep Singh, and forward goes Folks. Plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I would love to think that chief executive level that you would put things on your CV like that, like actors do. And you hear these interviews with actors and they say, never ridden a horse before. Of course, I had it on my CV that I could, so I had to brave it out. I'd love to think that, Simon Story, he got extra points for that because he said, I can play the ukulele. Other people may have said they could as well. They bring one out. Other CEO candidates failing terribly by having lied about it. Simon Story.
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go.
Yes. Oh, that's a good one from Arshdeep Singh again. That's the length from Arshdeep Singh. Pushing forward was Folks. Need a few more of those. That just went past the outside edge and taken by Cox. But well done to Mr. Story, because the ukulele band were terrific. The jazz bands have been magnificent.
Playing before, after, and in the intervals yesterday.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And I think I'll always remember Messrs. Sibley and Burns walking out to a bit of jazz trumpet yesterday before lunch, as in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and that's the tempter, which Folks isn't tempted with. Just pushed it a little bit wider outside that off stump, and Folks was leant forward on his front foot and then just pulled the bat up in the air. But good stuff from Arshdeep Singh. He's been impressive in this game. 18.4 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 52. Only his 8th first class game. Yes, for Arshdeep Singh. He's played so much one day and T20 cricket, but only his 8th first class game. But he certainly put it in on his debut for Kent. He's in again here to Folks, who's watchfully just allowing this one to pass outside his off stump. Got the I think that's yesterday that was the sort of Kent supporters club tent, I think, where they're marquee, but I think that's being used for other things today, mainly chair storage from the looks of it, because there aren't as many in today. It's the last day, of course.
Few people who want to get out of the sun,
yes,
understandably.
And then
a bit of shade for them there.
There's the little stage where the bands were. That there's nobody on that today, though. As Arshdeep Singh is in over the wicket to Folks, lets this one go outside his off stump, and then all the cars parked down there at the Nackington Road end. Maiden over from Arshdeep Singh. But as I say, the thing here from a Surrey point of view is they're actually, sounds a strange thing to say when you're trying to get to 501. They're not that worried about runs at the moment. All this is about is taking the hardness out of the new ball, because the pitch is doing nothing. And also what's in the back of Surrey's mind is what's still to come on that scorecard. Jacks, Clark, Abbott, Worrell, of course, Atkinson. With a soft ball on a good surface, they can... Well, Surrey, the required rate is 2.7.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, of course. They had so much time here.
Everson to continue from the Nackington Road end. Tree-lined at the far end behind the sight screens. It's turned down to his first delivery, down to long leg, fielded by Matt Quinn, and there will be a single there. Yes, you talk about Arshdeep, but just checking out his stats. So he's played 3 one-day internationals for India, 26 T20 internationals, 91 T20s in total, 20 List A games, so one-day games we would call them perhaps, but just the 7 first-class matches before this. As Everson went outside of the bat, Folks once again, he's moving around the crease. I like what Everson's doing here. Folks is looking to be busy here, isn't he? He's looking to get past the field on the offside.
Again, the problem he's got is Cox right in his ear hole behind him at the moment. Probably chattering away at points, but he can't get out to Everson here. And by that I mean he can't get out the crease to Everson.
St Bolstrom again, a drive which ends up with Tawanda Mayeye at shortish extra cover.
Would you like some other scores from around the country?
Indeed so.
Matthew Cole?
Yes, that's a great idea.
Yes, thank you. I have them now and again. Well, Lancashire have already beaten Hampshire. There we go. So Lancashire 142 for 4. They have beaten Hampshire for their first win of this season. It was all draws for Lancashire, but their first win of the season by 6 wickets.
As Everson bowls, full again, clip past the man at mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot by Ben Folks. Going full again, Everson, but that is just all timing from Folks. It goes past the sprawling Denley. It's shot past him along the ground. 4 runs through mid-wicket, and Surrey on to 306 for 3, 195 to win.
And we've had a result in the second division. Yorkshire won their first game in 17 championship matches. So there you go. So well done to them at Chesterfield. And they've beaten Derbyshire by 3 wickets. So tense old morning there. Well, hour. 215 for 7. They finished Yorkshire, so well done to Yorkshire.
So again, a tester from Everson to Folks.
That's the length. Folks can't quite get fully out there to that. That's very well bowled. That's very, very well bowled.
Yeah. Everson's a real test for Folks here. One over the bowler as well. So much need a breakthrough. A ball shy of 16 overs old now. This new ball. Oh, it's a Yorker and dug out really well from Folks. That's a great finish to the over from Joey Everson. 306 for 3. But I'll say it again. Still no breakthroughs for Kent. An hour and 20 minutes into the first session of the final day. 195 now to win. Seems extraordinary we'd be saying this about a game of cricket, but it looks very doable from here for Surrey with what they're doing at the moment. Kent need to strike and strike quickly.
In the game between Essex and Somerset at Chelmsford, Somerset are 231 for 6. They've just lost 2 wickets in 2 balls. Tom Abel going for 83 to Cook, and then Casey Aldridge out first ball as Arshdeep Singh with a bouncer, starting a new over from the pavilion end, and that just looped over Dom Sibley into the gloves of Cox.
Could never guess how many runs Somerset need to win that.
501. Is it?
It is.
Is it really? Sorry, I haven't kept an eye on that at all. There you go. So I think it's probably fair to say that Surrey are in a better position.
Yes.
At the moment.
Yes, especially given those 2 quick wickets.
Yes. There you go. What are the chances of that in 2 games? Both sides needing a Brian Lara, as Arshdeep Singh comes left arm over the wicket and edged by Sibley, and it doesn't carry to first. I don't think that's a chance. I think the disappointment is it's hit Ben Compton on the half volley. I'm not sure that got to him. I think the disappointment here is it didn't quite carry to him. That's the disappointment. Leaning sort of down on his knees. He wouldn't be like that if Compton had dropped it. Staying on his knees like that. He's basically on his knees thinking, how on earth has that not carried to first slip? And the problem is now for Compton, in the back of his mind, it's, well, where am I standing? But Sibley pushed at it. Well, there we are. Bit of encouragement for Arshdeep Singh. Sibley remains on 76. Arshdeep Singh is in. Sibley's letting this one go outside his off. That was a lovely line from Arshdeep Singh. But I think the disappointment, they're all looking at the ground in front of Ben Compton. A la a golfer before they line up a putt. But everyone's just looking down at the ground in front of Compton, just trying to work out how it didn't carry to him. So there you go. The edge is found, but it did not carry. 306 for 3. And this is a ball that's in its 17th over, so it still should be still fairly solid. As Arshdeep Singh is in again in bright sunshine. Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump. 306 for 3, Surrey. Target 501. So Somerset, after that total of 501, a Brian Lara, as it was described yesterday, 232 for 6. So elsewhere, Nottinghamshire 314 for 5 in their second innings, trailing by 102. As Arshdeep Singh comes in over the wicket and forward solidly goes the right-handed Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Durham and Glamorgan. Durham made 630 all out. Glamorgan 390 all out, and in their second innings 213 for 5, so still trailing Durham by 27. Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Gloucestershire leading Leicestershire in the second innings by 103. In their second innings, they're 85 for 2. That looks like that might be a draw, I think, at Bristol. As over the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh to Sibley. Lets this one go outside his off stump. So a moral victory in that over for Arshdeep Singh. He did find the edge of Sibley's bat, but it didn't carry to Ben Compton.
You don't
maiden over.
Don't get any bonus points for moral victories.
You don't.
Of course, that would be a complicated scoring system, wouldn't it, I suppose, but...
and Sussex against Worcestershire. Sussex declared at 447 for 7. And Worcestershire 19 without loss, requiring a further 367 runs to win. And those are all your scores from around the country.
I'll say hello to Caroline, who got in touch with our Facebook page at BBC Radio Kent. So this is a bit ago, but I hope you're still listening, from Midgell in Shetland. 3 grandkids attending the Simon Langton Grammar School, which is, as Everson Bowles, again a full-length delivery to Ben Folks. I feel like I'm doing a teaser there. It's not really much of a teaser because we can more or less see it through the trees at the Nackington Road end, so it's just the other side of the Nackington Road. She says, I'd like to give a shout out. It's come via John, I beg your pardon, it's not Caroline. Says, I'd like to give a shout out for eldest Alfie Marsh, 16 years old, who made his first 50 with the bat yesterday for Faversham in a friendly. Congratulations, Alfie.
Played Alfie.
Hope you'll be out in the middle here before long. At the moment, Kent, a little bit of a fielding change as Matt Quinn is brought in at mid-on. They're crowding folks on the onside. Everson Bowles' term is just clips that off the pad down towards long leg. Arshdeep Singh fields, and he'll take a single. 306 for 3. I beg your pardon, I've got the wrong name there. That is John. I do apologise.
Where was that from? Shetland?
Shetland. Midgell?
Is that the place in Shetland?
I believe it is,
oh,
yes.
That's not another person who's...
Oh, no. Or they,
no, sorry, I'm getting muddled up.
Or they were Midgell, I'm not sure. But there we go, yes.
Ah, right.
Actually, it's two... Is it 2 words? Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. It's on the B9081, of course. Here's Everson bowling to Sibley, drops it into the onside, and they take a quick run.
One of my favourite B roads.
Absolutely. Never been to Shetland.
Oh,
It's a list.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got a cricket team up there, are they, in Shetland?
I don't
Do you
know, no.
think? I'm sure there is.
Well, inform us, our listeners. I'm sure they will.
I'm
if
sure
they
that,
know
I
that.
bet you there is a Shetland
Yeah.
cricket club.
KentCricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport, at Back and Across. Everson bowling to Folks. It's changed his shot in mid-shot there, it felt like. In midstream.
this
Into
is
the offside, no
when,
run.
when you're batting against this, it does feel claustrophobic. And you know what Everson's trying to do here. He's trying to knock off Folks' front pad or get one that nips back and bowls him. And he's got Joe Denley right in his eye line with his big white floppy sun hat on, with his arms folded and his sunglasses.
Everson to Folks, drives again up to mid-off. There's no relief from that shot, up to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run.
On a flat pitch, you will see this all round the country. Keeper up to the stumps. Everson, he's probably cut his pace a touch here, I would have thought. He's just going to hit a line, hit a length, try and nip it back. And as I say, either knock off the front pad, bowl Folks, or get one to hold its line and get a nick.
That's Everson now. Last ball this over to Folks. Straightens him up a little bit, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. And in terms of psychological warfare, they've got Jordan Cox, who likes a chat right behind Ben Folks, and they've got Joe Denley, who's very much drier. And I wonder if that combination of approaches, the psychological warfare, is what Jack Leaning's looking for here between the two. They want something to get a wicket. 308 for 3, 193. The victory target now. I mean, again, it sounds bizarre to say it. That's almost academic, because if Surrey is still batting in the final session, they will be close enough to take the victory.
As I say, the runs at the moment, academic. All these two are trying to do is knock the hardness out of that ball, and they're doing it very, very well at the moment. Just blunting that ball as Arshdeep Singh comes in left arm over the wicket to Sibley. Won't play a shot at this, Sibley. Lets it go outside his off stump, because the runs required, the run rate on those runs required is 2.7. That's all it is. And I think the only thing at 5:01 that played into Surrey's hands was there were basically 5 sessions left in the game. 100 runs a session, and well, young Mr. Smith almost... Well, he did. He took 114 of them out himself yesterday afternoon as Arshdeep Singh is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. But nothing's happening at the moment. This pitch has been baked at gas mark 5 and is just flat at the moment. And again, it's what's coming. Jacks, Clark, Abbott, Worrell, Atkinson. With a soft ball on a pitch that's not doing anything in these conditions. That will be the game plan from Surrey. Arshdeep Singh coming in, left arm over the wicket to Sibley.
Ooh.
Better length. Beats the edge.
Updating our BBC Radio Kent listeners now. It's fascinating stuff. But still no breakthroughs for Kent. Well, close but no cigar so far for Kent. 18 overs into this new ball, but Surrey still going. 308 for 3. They need another 193 to win in this mammoth run chase. 501 to win in total. They've had little glimmers of hope. A massive LBW appeal from Wes Agar on Ben Folks, the former England wicketkeeper, and then Dom Sibley edging the ball just short of first slip off the bowling of Arshdeep Singh, the Indian, making his debut for Kent. But what Kent fans want and the tension increasing here at Canterbury is wickets. The rest of the Surrey batting lineup looks absolutely superb. They're the championship leaders. Kent need wickets soon, you would think, and probably before lunch, to have a real chance of keeping the hope alive that they'll take the remaining 7 wickets to win this game. All in the balance still, but Surrey very much favourites here at Canterbury in the sunshine at the moment. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So Arshdeep 2, Folkes drives up to mid-off. No run, as Matt Quinn stops that one. I think a bit of men at work, bit of men down under. Well, that's quite topical. Well, it's a lot more topical than right on time, I think. But yeah,
we can have this for 2 months, are we?
Oh, we might do.
The Ashes.
Yeah, I don't think this is BBC Radio Kent falling into the Ashes.
This is the BBC Radio Kent Ashes preview show.
Yeah, they may have done it already.
Everybody else is doing one. So there we are.
Yeah. The land down under in our headphones at the moment.
Indeed so. Arshdeep seeing the final ball of this over, throw 9 for 3.
Shot.
And that is a good shot. Well timed. No backlift through to the offside. Hamid Kadri hairs after it. Cuts it off for 2. 3-11 for 3. Thank you, Philip Bailey from Cricket Archive. Telling actually Somerset need 466 to win, not 501. I would say we took that from a reliable source, Philip, and we won't embarrass them by telling you when. But anyway, thank you very much, Philip, indeed. Other emails coming in, if I may, Mark, between overs here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London and 5 Live Sports Extra. Gentlemen, Andy says, I'm not sure this can be for us. Ho ho. I'm emailing from Norfolk. He says, enjoying the commentary. Bless you, Andy. Thank you very much. Enjoying bringing it, of course. Please say hello to my colleague Neil, who's working from home in Southborough, while also listening to you. I know Southborough very well, indeed. Just between Tunbridge Wells and Tunbridge. Sounds like Kent should have had an LBW earlier. Pretty annoying, as it would have made things even more interesting.
Everson's in, and this is punched off the back foot by Sibley, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Right, they'll pick up a single.
Always keep your eye on the action. 1 more to the total.
I'm just listening to Men at Work. Just heard about a Vegemite sandwich.
Indeed
312 for 3. It's actually, I'd forgotten this is quite a catchy little number, isn't it?
Yeah.
Once.
Summer classic.
Once. As settling himself down is Ben Folkes, as Everson is into him. And again, he's just drifting onto the pads of Ben Folkes, who's turning this one into the leg side. Off go Men at Work. 313 for 3. And Folkes moves on to 49. Sibley comes back onto strike on 79 from 297 deliveries.
Thank you for that, Andy. Stephen also saying that LBW decision in brackets, don't tell me to calm down, umpire. That's out, says Stephen.
It looked, look, the only way I would put it, Stephen, is I've seen those given.
Yes.
As over the wicket comes Everson to Sibley, who's had a drive at one. Outside his off stump. It's the first time he's gone after one, Sibley, and it beats the edge, and it's taken by Cox. And Sibley walks off towards square leg. Just had a bit of width on it. Sibley thought, hang on, here we go. I can get after this one. And look, Sibley immediately goes back to rehearsing forward defence. As Everson coming down the slope and over the wicket to Dominic Sibley. And Sibley, there you go, forward straight away again. Blocks it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, Steve's email certainly has a tense note to it, but he says, how long until we need to break the glass and give the ball to Daniel Bell-Drummond? That's a good question. Could try him out. In inverted commas, what a good game of cricket won't save us from relegation. Well, that's true enough. We try and enjoy the fair even so, Steve, but I take your point as a Kent supporter.
Everson in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley opens the face, guiding this one down towards the man. The chase is on for Compton. It's going to pick up speed across the net area. Compton does well, slides, gets it back inside the rope, but off his 300th delivery. Is that Sibley? No, 299 now. He moves on to 82, his highest championship score of the summer, this for Dominic Sibley, and it brings Ben Folkes back onto strike on 49. Started the day, Surrey, at 263 for 3. It moved on to 316 for 3. Another 185 runs required by Surrey. Time not an issue. Everson Over the wicket he comes. 2 Folks, who's up on his toes to a straight delivery, just whips this into the leg side. There's his 50. It's been a very good innings this from Ben Folks. 50 from 110 deliveries with 7 fours, gets a warm round of applause. As always with Ben Folks, he knows where the Surrey supporters are. There's not too many of them in the crowd, but he just raises his bat to them as well. He's been out there, according to the scoreboard, for 1,097 minutes. So it's been a long old knock this. Hasn't faced many balls in that time. I think that might be the overnight minutes as well for Ben Folks. I think those might have been put in there as well from last night. 317 for 3. Another 184 for Surrey to win.
I like the idea of him there with with a torch maybe, just in case Kent tried to sneak in some deliveries overnight. Well, he stood out there.
I have to say, in that amount of time, he didn't face many balls though, did he?
No.
He was up the non-strikers end a lot.
As Arshdeep bowls now outside the off stump, left by Folks. It's a teasing line he's bowling though, Arshdeep, to these right-handers. But to paraphrase our good friend Steve on the emails, a teasing line is not going to win you games of cricket necessarily. Mike on the emails saying, I'm nervous. He says, Mike from Soho Square, great to hear from you. He says, I'm nervous. If Kent lose a match where they have set 500 to win, I fear for the remainder of the season. We now need 2 quick wickets, but it doesn't seem likely given how things have gone with the new ball. Mike, their bouncer from Archie actually took Folks by surprise slightly, because he's been so consistent just outside the off stump, hasn't he? And just stuck that one in short. Bit of variation.
Just to say, Jack, thank you to Jack. He's had a little look.
Yeah.
And there isn't much information about cricket in Shetland, but the most relevant post he saw was a blog about indoor cricket. I suppose that would make sense in Shetland, wouldn't it? Thank you, Jack, for doing that research for us. Quite like a bit of research being done for you. That's rather nice, isn't it?
Arshdeep Singh then over the wicket to Folks, leaves that comfortable leave in the end near the grunt as Arshdeep Singh put some extra effort into that one. Another dot ball. Well, that's what I love about our listenership is there's just a depth of education, insight,
knowledge,
just good hard general knowledge, absolutely.
Which is handy because I know nothing.
Well,
really.
I mean,
I have
it kind of left that, didn't it?
My general knowledge is absolutely abysmal. Unless it's about the 1985 Ashes series, of course, then it's not too bad. But anything else,
your specialist subject on Mastermind.
Absolute rubbish.
Arshdeep round the wicket then to Folks. Bouncer. Folks gets out of the way of that one. Not quite as accurate as the previous short ball in this over so far. 317 for 3, Surrey. 184 to win. 20 minutes until lunch. I think it's at 1 o'clock today. I'm only joking. Oh, I didn't want to set you off. I do apologise, listeners.
I've been in such a good mood this morning till you mentioned that.
I do apologise, listeners. I feel like I've
Sorry, everyone.
I feel like I've set him off.
No.
370 for 3. Yes, it was
not 7 minutes past 1 today.
There was
1 minute past 1.
There were some vagaries around timings in the previous 3 days, but I think we're on track now. It's pretty much set in stone, isn't it, on the final day? Here's Arshdeep to Folks. Little nudge into the offside. Good footwork from Denley to stop it, but they do get through for a single. And sport the maiden for Arshdeep. But never mind that. They need a wicket, Kent really do. Yeah. Otherwise, this Surrey side, which, I mean, from the outside, Judge, here, Surrey have had a lot of great teams on paper. Right now, this generation, this team, is doing the stuff on the pitch, putting it all together, and this, as I said, looks like a very fine side.
Oh, they're a top-class championship side, and they haven't played very well in this game, but they're still giving themselves a chance of winning it, which I think sort of sums it up, really, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Arshdeep to Sibley coming round the wicket, into the onside to Miyeye, end of the over, 318 for 3. I go back to what we said yesterday, the fact that, not me, because I wouldn't count myself in this category, but proper cricket brains are saying 501, it's doable on this pitch with this batting lineup. It is absolutely doable. This is not most other teams, most other matchups, this chase would be too much scoreboard pressure beyond the pale.
I think just going back to what I just said there, Surrey haven't been at their best in this game. They put their hands up and say that. From 41 for 5, however well Cox batted alongside Everson. Here is Everson over the wicket from the Nackington Road end to Folkes, who pushes this one off the front foot into the offside, and there's no run. Surrey would have been disappointed with that. And then Kent were great with the ball. Surrey would have been disappointed to get knocked over in their first innings, and then they got themselves back into this game, I think, on the second evening, when Jordan Clark, Dan Worrell, Sean Abbott and Gus Atkinson just bent their backs as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ben Folkes, and picked up Mayeye, picked up Bell Drummond, picked up Denley, picked up Leaning and picked up Cox. I think that's when Surrey got themselves back in the game. Then there were the quick runs yesterday, and you would have thought then Kent came off and all the momentum was with Kent. Then Burns went, but Surrey have got themselves into a position to win the game, and I think that Kent might still pick up 7 wickets here. It's doable, but I think even now you're seeing why this is such a good Surrey Championship side. That even when they're not at their best, and the other side have played really well, they still get themselves into a position to win. As Everson is in and Folkes drives straight back down the pitch, and that hits the stumps. Hit it 2 straight there, Ben Folkes, and there is no run.
Meanwhile, Essex are bowling themselves into a very healthy position to beat Somerset, who need 4-6-6 to win. Another wicket fall. Simon Harmer getting rid of James Rue via the slip catching of Alistair Cook. Heard about him last night as I was driving home, and some runs he may have scored in a series in Australia. But their live text page bringing us that one.
As Folkes will get runs here, he tucks this off his hip in front of square. Arshdeep Singh gets round to do the fielding. Folkes will get back for 2. Sibley will get back for 2. It's good running again. 320 for 3. Bowling Simon Harmer.
Yeah, 232 for 7 then Somerset. They are way off, obviously, that target of 4-6-6. So Essex closing in on a win at Chelmsford.
Yeah, the reason I've said that, I mentioned this the other day, Surrey were under the pump a bit at Chelmsford, and Jamie Smith played really well against Simon Harmer. They men all round the bat. It's chipped in the air by Folkes, but it's just away from the right hand of Mayeye in there at short mid-wicket. That's what they've been looking for. But it's whistled away for 4 runs. Apologies, it's Kadri in there. And that's exactly what we were talking about. Yeah. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover, stumps to stump. And it was up-ish, but it's away for 4. And Folkes moves on to 57. Surrey moving on to 324 for 3. There's 2 extra covers in there now as well. That one keeps a little bit low, and it's straight and it's well played. You don't want that when you start your innings. You need to be in to play that. And Ben Folkes is in now. He's faced 121 deliveries. Sibley's faced 300 now. And Surrey are 324 for 3.
Frustration there from Kadri. Is that half a chance?
No, I don't think so. I think
just frustrated it didn't go close enough to him.
Absolutely. And look, Kadri's not the tallest of men either, so his arms aren't as long as somebody else's. Does that make sense? Then he's probably got longer arms than Kadri, and that's just got away from him. Now this is a victory for Surrey in a way, in that Kadri's back into the attack. So they've got, unless this is a change of ends or something like that, I don't think it is. They've had to go back to spin, Kent. So Surrey will be pleased with that. Kadri might get one to go square, but I think sort of from a psychological point of view, Surrey will think, yeah, we've done that pretty well actually. We've got the spinner back in. The reason I said bowling Simon Harmer was, in that game, loads of men round the bat and all sorts of rubbish being spoken by the Essex players, as always with cricketers. Come on, Harmy, and 1 brings 2, Harmy, 1's going to go in a minute, all that rubbish. And then he bowled it and put it in. And all you heard from Kirk, stood with his arms folded, was, bowling, Simon Harmer. That was it. That's all you. That's all you heard. Well bowled, Simon Harmer. And now he's taking a catch off Simon Harmer.
Yeah, those two have combined indeed. So spin, off spin from the pavilion end. Hamid Kadri, who starred with the bat yesterday, 72 he scored in a flurry. Now charged with taking wickets. Sibley prepares just on the back foot, nudges it back to the bowler on the run.
Shirt still dry.
Kadri fields. It's a gentle knock back to him. And the wicket comes again. Kadri's quicker delivery, slightly played to the onside. Mayeye is there. There's a slip in. Jack leaning. Short leg is Ben Compton on the helmet. On the drive mid wicket is Mayeye. Opposite side, Everson is there. Extra cover into the right hander, and with the spin, past the man at short leg goes Sibley out to leg side boundary. Again, it's gone gently, so just for a single, an easily taken single. Dom Sibley has passed the 300 ball mark and the 400 minute mark, I'm told, at the crease. There we go. He's on to 83, folks, on 57 facing now. And Kent trying everything they can for a breakthrough here. Here is Kadri. Goes Fuller. Quick run taken by Folkes. Scrambling through. Or scampering through, I should say. Scrambling suggests some panic there, but actually he pretty much threw the run before it got to Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-on. Nice batting, nice running. 3-2-6 for 3. Kadri with the ball, 22 overs old. He has 1 for 39 so far from his 11.4 overs. 2 to come mind into that from this over. To Sibley, turns it mouth toss the man at forward short leg. Past the toes perhaps of Compton. I don't think that's a chance, but just close enough to him to cause some excitement, Mark Church.
Just Kadri bowling his office. He's going with the turn. What he's looking for is, if there is any turn, Kadri's just looking for it just to go straight on in that situation. There's nothing out there for him at the moment in terms of turn.
It's Kadri once more. Maybe just shot a little bit off the pitch, that one, but yeah, dealt with really well. Cut away deftly by Folkes for a single. And that's the end of the over. 4 singles at the end of it, suggesting that not an enormous amount of pressure from it. 10 minutes to go until lunch. Surrey 3-2-8 for 3 have batted unbeaten this pair. 59 for Folkes, 84 for Sibley. They resumed at 2-6-3 for 3 this morning. Sibley had 62 at that point, Folkes 22. It's not been all straightforward, but the chances Kent have had have been, well, a big LBW shout, certainly from Wes Agar, but those get given or they don't get given, and it wasn't given. An edge which fell short, one that flashed past Kadri, not really in his arc, a couple of overs ago, but otherwise, Surrey are seeing the new ball off, and 173 now to win.
Yep, and Wes Agar back into the attack from the Nackington Road end. Coming in over the wicket to the sound of the Seagulls, as this is Folkes pushing forward, just opening the face, guiding this one off out to Mayeye. And Folkes will pick up a single. So this partnership now worth 99. Came together yesterday with the fall of Jamie Smith, which was an extraordinary innings. Ooh, Somerset lost another one. 241 for 8. Harmer again. Simon Harmer. Well bowled, Simon Harmer. That will be what Mr. Cook is saying again at first slip. So 8 down now. And the target 466. 241 for 8. Somerset as Wes Agar is in over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump. Said that a few times in this innings so far. Very, very good knock this from Dominic Sibley. He's 84 not out from 305 deliveries. Surrey have got it down to another 172 runs for victory on this beautiful sun-baked day in Canterbury. Ground looking a picture. Seagulls are lively today in the heat, as In over the wicket goes Agar once more to Sibley. Sibley lets this one go. Outside is off stump, so we're into the 24th over now with this new ball. As Folks comes down to do some gardening. There's going to be a change of positions for Messrs Everson and Denley. Denley swapping with Everson, so Denley is going out towards shortest extra cover, and Everson is going into a short mid-wicket. Lots of encouragement from Jack leaning there. Stood in a fourth slip position is the captain as Agar's in, and that's a lovely length delivery. It's well bowled, but very well played again by Dominic Sibley. Gets himself fully forward to that. Bit of bounce on that one as well. He's a tall man, Sibley. Gentleman in a tangerine coloured t-shirt. Just got up from his chair and he's going for a stroll. Either that or off to the Portaloos. Oh no, he's gone to the bin. Now he's going to wander back to his position to watch from. Oh, he's stretching his legs now as well. He's going to stand. So there's a gentleman in a bright tangerine orange t-shirt there, as in over the wicket goes. There you go, that's left alone by Sibley outside his off stump. And now he'll sit himself down again. He's put himself, it's a very good position that to watch from. Sort of right on the edge of the advertising hoarding at that Nackington Road end. Good view from there, I would have thought. You've got access to all the facilities as well at the Nackington Road end there. It's well positioned, that gentleman.
Yeah, if you can sneak into the real ale tent as well.
Experience.
A libation.
I would say he's an experienced watcher of cricket, that gentleman.
It's not his first rodeo.
It's certainly not. Although walking the way he did, it might be his second, as this one's pushed up towards short mid-wicket. And there is no run. End of the over, 3:29 for 3 then Surrey. We are approaching lunch, 5 minutes till lunch. So Surrey haven't lost a wicket this morning. And they have added 37.66 this morning and got the runs required down to 172.
Very doable. Indeed.
I think Moeen Ali's picked up his OBE yet in his three-piece suit.
He's not too hot.
I do like that. He's missed training to go and pick up his OBE.
Over the wicket comes Kadri then. Gives it some air. Driven by Folks though. And the 100 partnership comes up. Sibley 31 of those, Folks 61 of those. Applause around the ground for it too. They came together when Jamie Smith was bowled by Arshdeep Singh last night at the end of a blistering knock of 114.
Been together for 1,115 minutes according to the scoreboard.
So Kadri bowls to Sibley driving to the onside, followed by Mayeye quite close in on mid-wickets on the forward short leg, and a slip in as well. You know, I can't do the maths of that in my head.
I'm going to do it.
It feels like a lot. Here's Kadri then to Sibley into the offside. I think those computer scoring systems.
I think they keep going overnight.
Well, I was going to say there must be some button that you press that says we've stopped for the day, and maybe that hasn't been pressed as Kadri bowls to Sibley, straight back at the bowler. Actually, for a moment, just shines them on the inside of his shirt. Rubbed his hand on the ground, just trying to keep the hand dry.
18.5 hours.
That's a great knock from Dom Sibley. That is.
That's good.
That's a pair of them, is it?
Yeah.
Here's Kadri to Sibley. The onside gently again. Spin takes it into the right-hander.
Well, there is the expression batting in your sleep, isn't there?
I think Dom Sibley probably could do that, couldn't he?
I think he'd like to.
84 from 313 balls and whips this away through Mayeye. That's hit really, really hard and has stung the end of Miye's fingers on his right hand. And they get a single, but what cost to young Tawanda, that will really sting. A single anyway. End of the over, 3-3-1 for 3 Surrey. 3 minutes until lunch. And what Kent craved were wickets this morning, and especially with a new ball. And it has not happened to them this vigil. It may not be 18 hours long, but it has been stubborn and occasionally stylish. Folks on 61 from 125 balls, Sibley 85 from 314 balls, Surrey 3-3-1 for 3.
Yeah, and it'll be Wes Agar with the final over before lunch from that Nackington Road end, thick outside edge. There of Sibley's bat as he pushes forward. And that rolls out towards Matt Quinn. And they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. So 332 for 3. Another 169 runs required by Surrey. That target 501. Settling himself down over his bat once more is Ben Folkes. Here comes Wes Agar over the wicket to him, and he's forward as Ben Folkes just pushes this one off a goodish length out there towards Mieye. Add extra cover, and there is no run. You can hear the Kent players just trying to keep Wes Agar going, but even if they got a wicket now, Kent, it's not been the morning they were looking for, and nothing's really happened. We're in the 26th over with this new ball as Agar is in to Folkes. Folkes forward, pushes away into the offside, will get a single. Folkes moves on to 62. It's all the threes on the board now. 333 for 3, Surrey. So, all the threes. Still on that board. Minimum overs left in the day, 63.3. So the runs required, the rate, 2.7 and over. So that's never really been any sort of issue. As Wes Agar is into Sibley, short one that hits Sibley, I think, on the chest actually. Or was it just on his hip? What's the signal going to be? Leg by. So leg by is the signal. 3-3-4 for 3. So he started today 263 for 3. So they've had a pretty good morning. There is one ball, two balls to go until lunch. Ben Folkes comes back on to strike. He's got two slips. Ben Compton at first, and then the captain Jack Leaning at a fourth slip. Wes Agar is in, short, cut firmly by Folkes out towards Quinn, who sweeps on that cover point boundary rope. Folkes will pick up another single. He moves on to 63. Sibley comes back onto strike on 86. And I think, again, you look ahead with what's to come. From a batting point of view for Surrey, Jacks, Abbott, Clark, Atkinson, Worrell, Moriarty. And some of this hardness has come out the ball now, and the pitch isn't doing anything. As Agar, he's over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's forward. And he's got through the morning, Dominic Sibley, as has Ben Folkes. That's been a very good morning for Surrey. And they are now needing 166 more for victory. They started needing 238 more. Sibley is 86 not out of 317 balls. Folkes is 63 not out of 128. These have added 115 now, and they have done that very, very well this morning.
72 in the opening session of the day, unbeaten. Kent striving for wickets, not able to take them here. So 3-3-5 for 3 at lunch on the final day. Surrey need another 166 to win. Kent, of course, need those 7 wickets for a victory of their own. On 5 Live Sports Extra now, we return you to Kevin Howes. Here on everybody, to final day, session 2 at Canterbury, the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Surrey 3-3-5 for 3, lost no wickets in the first session, no wickets gained by Kent towards their aim of taking the 7 remaining to win this game in the sunshine at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Surrey need 166 to win with those 7 wickets in reserve. Ben Folkes 63, Dom Sibley 86. Big partnership between the two of them. They batted unbeaten for 72 runs this morning, and but for a couple of alarms, have dealt with this very well indeed on what's fair to say it's a pretty flat pitch, not that much variable bounce. Hamid Kadri, crikey, jumping on the spot there, get up really high, just limbering his limbs up, and the bowls now to Folkes, clipped into the onside, immediately will get runs. Matt Quinn, who is ploughing a lone furrow, he's the one boundary fielder on the whole of the leg side, goes round to field, and they take a single off the first ball after lunch. 3-3-6 for 3, and Matt Cole alongside me, Mark Church, and Surrey are, well, it's gone from beyond making a good fist of this to making this look very doable.
Well, the other thing is they've taken 26.1 overs out of this new ball as well. That's the key thing this morning.
Kadri then bowling to Sibley, who's helping this into the onside and up to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on, and there's no run. He's been out there for 319 balls now, was it 318? But ever since the innings started, of course, just before lunch yesterday, Kadri to Sibley, drive straight back at the bowler. Wasn't a chance. It already hit the ground. It was scorching past him. I think it may have hurt the fingers of Hamid Kadri, that's for sure. But they'll come through for a single. And a safe one at that. 3-3-7 for 3. Kent fans may wonder where on earth a wicket is going to come from here. They just have to be as consistent, I guess, as possible. Drop the ball on a length. Ask some questions.
Got to keep believing as well. That's the other thing. They've got to keep believing that it's just 7 balls.
It's Kadri over the wicket to Folkes. It's on the back foot. Punches it back at the bowler. And there's no run. Because, well, we've seen it many times. Funny things can happen when wickets start to fall. Maybe just they need that one foothold. At the moment, it's not coming for them. And clipped into the onside very pleasantly by Ben Folkes, and that'll race away through mid-wicket. No chance for Matt Quinn, who, as I said, is patrolling the whole of the leg side boundary. Welcome to listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra. Surrey move on to 341 for 3. Hamid Kadri's first over has gone for 6 so far, that first after lunch. Surrey lost no wickets in the opening session of the final day at 341 for 3, with Folkes on 68 and Sibley on 87. They are 160 away now from a big victory, an almost record victory in the county championship. 1 run shy of the 502 in the game between Middlesex and Nottinghamshire back in 1925. And keeps a little bit low from Kadri, but Folkes saw that off without much trouble. End of the over, 3-4-1 for 3. We've just been saying to listeners on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London, Mark Church, that they cope with this really well, this Surrey pair. A couple of alarms, big LBW appeal from Wes Agar, but on Ben Folkes, but not given by the umpire. An edge to first slip, which fell short of the bowling of Arshdeep Singh for Dom Sibley, but otherwise they batted really well, these two, on a pitch offering very little to the seamers. And as you were saying, they've seen off probably the best overs of the new ball as well.
Yeah, they have, and I think again, I know I'm boring, I bore myself, as Wes Agar from the Nackington Road end is coming into Dominic Sibley, who's allowing this one to go outside his off stump. It's what's still to come in Jacks, Clark, Abbott, Atkinson, Worrell and Moriarty, and with a softer ball on a good pitch, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Surrey could do this quite quickly. As Sibley just adjusts his collar. He's still got his little towel there at the moment, in the back of his trousers.
He's had a couple of face washes this morning.
He's had a couple of facials.
Just tries to keep
bit
himself
of cleansing.
Yeah, keep yourself feeling fresh.
Why not? Maybe need to do a photo later. In over the wicket comes Agar. That's left alone. Outside the off stump by Agar. Someone might ask him for a selfie as he's leaving the ground tonight. You want to look at your best, don't you? You want to look at your best. Arshdeep Singh is down there. Almost dancing, Arshdeep Singh, down there at long leg. But it's the most lovely day. I wandered round to my car, which is parked in the dugouts behind the electronic scoreboard.
More or less.
Well, I'm not far away from actually entering the dugout with my boot. But to get my cable for the phone.
Yeah.
It was lovely out
Charger.
there. I walked round the outfield. It was lovely. As in comes Agar down the slope and over the wicket to Sibley. He's letting this one go on a goodish length. Outside his off stump. Ball number 322 for Dominic Sibley. He is 87 not out. It's his highest championship score of the summer. For Surrey at t'other end, Ben Folkes 68 not out of 132 deliveries. Yesterday, of course, that extraordinary innings by Jamie Smith where he knocked a big lump out of this 501 with 114 off 77 balls. Yesterday, put on 139 with Dom Sibley. As Agar is into Sibley, forward he comes, he'll get a single. Just pushes this one out into the offside.
In terms of pace, Sibley's been out there now for just over, is it right? Just over 7 hours.
Yeah, it would be because
28 minutes.
if
Yeah.
you think he went in 10 minutes before lunch yesterday with Rory Burns and then batted the 2 sessions yesterday and he's batted the whole session this morning. Proper vigil this from Dominic Sibley. So Folkes comes back on to strike. It's down to 159 required by Surrey. 342 for 3 they are as Agar is in to Folkes. Short ball. Folkes just helps it away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's Quinn out there. They'll get another single. One more to the total. But yeah, it was lovely. Wandered around, quite a few people out there. Michael Hogan was having a bit of a bowl. So there were quite a few people out there. One gentleman attempted to, I think he was daydreaming, but he was trying to get to the beer tent, he said, so he was he was halfway across the square in his flip-flops when he was kindly asked to move off the square, sir, if you don't mind. He said he was trying to shortcut.
There's a man on a mission.
Shortcut. As over the wicket again comes Agar. That's left alone by Sibley. It's nipped back. It wasn't too far away from that off stump. Leaning ends up with his hands on his head in the gully. That's the end of the over. And the other thing to point out here is overs remaining today, minimum of. On the board it's saying 78. So, yeah, the rate there, the required rate 2.6. And with what's to come for Surrey,
That's not
actually
right.
Not right. Absolutely.
No.
I was about to say, have we added overs on?
I was going to say
today?
it was 63 at lunch.
We've added on 15 overs. Maybe those were the 15 we could have played on day 2.
I'm very confused, but then that is, as I like to say, it's my default position anyway.
Have we added 15 overs on during the lunch break?
I don't
know.
think that's the normal operation.
No,
Normally, the last day there's no overs added.
61 left. 61 left.
Oh, the AIM scoreboard has it right.
Yeah,
There we are.
61
The old
left.
manual scoreboard, you see.
Yeah, you go with the manual.
The trickery of the electronics. He's caddied round the wicket then to Folkes, who little punch into the onside. It beats Tawanda Mayeye at the shortest mid wicket, but whereas Agar is, backing up, he's almost directly behind him at not the wicket position from our view. Looks like he is just exactly on the same angle, and I'm sure they are slightly askew from each other. Kadri then, this one again is a clip through the onside, but not past Agar. Once more goes past Mayeye, slipping a leg slip in.
And it's an obvious thing to say, but the other thing is these players these days are so used to chasing totals down. And we often say, the great thing about Championship is there's no field restrictions or anything like that. Well, Kent, they've lost the game if they're sticking everybody on the boundary. They need wickets.
3-4-3 for 3. Haven't taken one today, and not since. As it's again pushed into the mid wicket. This time Mayeye fields. Not since Jamie Smith in the 65th over that was, and we are in the 110th right now. It's been a desert for Kent as they bring in another man in on the drive on the leg side. It's almost a leg trap at forward of square at this point. Joey Everson comes slightly squarer than the other two mid-wickets, and obligingly, you might say, Ben Folkes helps the ball to Wando Mieye, who's one of the three forward of square on the leg side. Drummond's been brought into that position that Agar was in at a more orthodox mid-wicket, and he's gone to mid-on, has Agar. This one finds Mieye again. Repeat that last delivery, really. Exact same thing. Encouraging folks to try and play against the spin, into out, into the offside perhaps. So he tries to pierce the onside field. Really good stop by Joey Everson down to his left there, but there aren't many angles that folks could get there on forward of square where he might beat the field. It's a maiden over for Hamid Kadri, 1 for 49 from his 15 overs and 4 maidens. He's taken 1, Agar's taken 1, Arshdeep's taken 1, but all those were very much yesterday. Today has belonged to Surrey so far. 158 to win on 3-4-3 for 3.
Yes, indeed. And Dominic Sibley will be on strike on 88 to Wes Agar. He's got Compton at first slip, leaning at a fourth slip. Sweeper on the cover point boundary rope as Agar as he's in here to Sibley, and Sibley gets a short ball, and that'll be an easy single straight out to Matt Quinn. Sweeping on that cover point boundary rope, so that moves Sibley on to 89. Great powers of concentration this from Dominic Sibley into his 7th hour of batting. I remember Alistair Cook saying he could switch on and off because you can't really concentrate on anything fully for 7 hours, can you? Very, very difficult. I don't think you could. I can't think of anything that you could really concentrate fully on for 7 hours without having a bit of a break. You'd need a bit of a break, wouldn't you? So it's that whole thing of being able to switch on and switch off between deliveries. Where's Agar? Comes in over the wicket to Folkes. He's up on his toes, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. There's some players that might have a song in their head that day that they heard on the radio on the way in, or don't know, they might wander off and think about what they're getting for their weekly shop.
I think an earworm going on for 7 hours.
Well, yes,
yeah.
David Warner was talking about that actually. Another moment of Ashley's preview that he had. I think it was called The Wiggles, which I think is a kid's show because his kids watched The Wiggles. He said he had The Wiggles in his head for quite a bit.
The Yips or something. The Wiggles, but yeah.
As in over the wicket once again comes Agar, and forward goes Folkes. Good looking shot, just drives up to mid off, takes the single on. Bell Drummond's across to do the fielding. They'll pick up one more. Another 156 required by Surrey. 345 for 3 Surrey. Now, here in 2002, they made 410 for 8 in the final innings to win that game.
Kent would like to get them 410 for 8, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a certain I. Ward, 168 not out, helped over the line by Jay Ormond with a bit of a contribution from S. Mushtaq. As in over the wicket once more comes Agar, and this is clipped neatly into the leg side by Sibley to take him to 90. So he's into the 90s. Dominic Sibley on to 90 he goes. 346 for 3 Surrey. Another 155 required. I remember being here for that. It was late on the last day. Surrey got themselves over the line in 2002. He then had to drive off somewhere else for a one-day game, I seem to remember. Waiting over his bat once more is Ben Folkes. Agar is into him, and Folkes clips off his hip into the leg side. Will want 2. He's got it in front of square. Will get 2. Then he gets round to do the fielding. Sibley's quickly back for the second. 2 more to the total. 348 for 3. Folkes has moved on to 72 here. Used to be the way though, didn't it? Well, it is with 2020 now, but you sort of end a championship game, all jump in the car, the players, and head off for a one-day game somewhere else in the country. Remember Rampcash after his 100th 100 had to drive to Sheffield for a game at Chesterfield. As in over the wicket comes Agar, and Folkes is forward, will get a single, has pushed it into the leg side, and they scramble a single Bit of frustration here for Kent now. And it's just 152 more needed by Surrey. They're 343 for 9. But yeah, Ramikesh got the 100th 100 at Headingley on the Saturday night. And there weren't any press there either, because England were playing South Africa at Edgbaston, and it was the game where Michael Vaughan resigned. So all the press were there. Got the 100th 100. Did a little bit of press that were there. And then had to drive to Sheffield to get ready for a game at Chesterfield. And I remember him walking into the hotel bar area, and he got a round of applause, and I was thinking, wow, people do know their cricket. This is fantastic. But obviously, he had won Strictly Come Dancing previous, so that was what the round of applause was for. Nobody had any idea he'd just made cricketing history. They were all applauding his performances on Strictly Come Dancing.
He was very good. Round the wicket comes Kadri. Attacking this is Folkes, coming dancing down the pitch, but propels it as far as mid-off. He's very careful not to step on the line of the pitch there, wasn't he, Ben Folkes? He wouldn't have been quite so worried if they were going to bowl again, sorry, I don't think. But has he got him? Edged. Umpire is not giving that. He was trying to cut that away.
Oh, Jack Leaning careful.
Jordan Cox has taken that. There are expressions of disbelief, but as you say, they don't want to go too far. They can.
Jack Leaning.
Some frustration.
Careful, careful, careful.
Leaning is walking away at this point. I wonder if he might still be chuntering down the pitch at the umpire. He's certainly looking at the umpire at this end. Not given. Excitement, if not celebration there.
All I'll say is Sibley will be standing at the non-strikers end thinking, Mother Cricket, Mother Cricket. Kadri's got to be careful here.
Umpire is
I'm
talking very sternly to Hamid Kadri
Absolutely.
here. He turned around once and a second time for a good 20 seconds there. The umpire at this end talking to Hamid Kadri. Folkes works that away. It's a lovely shot from Ben Folkes. Well, let go for 4 it will. Very fine indeed. The engineer that. Hamid Kadri just looks at the ground. Disconsolate figure, but that's 350 up for Surrey. The Surrey fans in fine voice here, and well they might be. 353 for 3, closing in seemingly inexorably now towards victory here at Canterbury. 148 more to win. A lot can go wrong in 148 runs time, but at the moment it's working out very well indeed. Folkes to face once more. Defends that off the leg stump. 2 to come.
Obviously disappointed, Kent there, but you've got to be careful. Got to be careful.
Well, it was a chance. Seemed like a chance in what's been a pretty poor season so far to beat Surrey, and at the moment they must sense that slipping away as it's defended back at Hamid Kadri.
As I say, Mr. Cole, Mother Cricket, she can be a cruel mistress at times, Mother Cricket. She doesn't tend to forget, though. That's the thing.
Last ball of this over from Kadri. Whip of the wrists from Folkes, but can't get it past Mayeye at mid-wicket. No further conversations between the umpire and Hamid Kadri. Jack Leaning, face like thunder.
Thing is, in all of this,
is talking to the umpire. He's walking past him, actually. The umpire is trying to talk to Jack Leaning, who's a shrugging motion. And the umpire, again, is having a long word with Jack Leaning, who's taking issue, obviously.
He doesn't need to be doing this, Jack Leaning. Just get out of there. You do not need to be... Jack Leaning, you do not need to be having this conversation with the umpire at the moment. He's made his decision. However disappointed you are, do not get involved in this.
Yeah, there's a point at which...
Just walk away and go back to your fielding position. That's all you need to do. You do not want to get involved in any of this at the moment. Wes Agar from the Nackington Road end is coming down the slope to Dom Sibley. It's a bouncer. It's a no ball from Agar. And look, the problem that Kent have here is with that frustration, this could unravel very quickly. So Leaning's job here is to get his side back focused on the job in hand, not to be chatting to an umpire. You see, the umpire's still talking. Kent have got to button it. They have got to button it. They really have. I'd be saying this for any side out there at the moment. Folks might not have hit it. That's the other thing. But they have got to get back on the job in hand here. As Wes Agar is over the wicket to Sibley, who allows this one to go outside his off stump. Surrey will be sat on that dressing room watching this thinking, great. They're off the game here.
The one thing Kent will need here is discipline if they're going to win this. As you say, going to need absolute focus on the game, but clear frustration there.
I think a couple of them might be going up to see the umpires at the end of the day's play.
I think
unfortunately,
the length of chat that the umpires just had with Jack Leaning would suggest that
absolutely.
they will be having.
And
you
don't need to be getting involved in that.
No. But it's it's sport, competitive figures.
As Agar is in, and short ball tucked into the leg side. It rolls out there towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 356 for 3. Another 145 for Surrey to win this game. Chasing that total of 501. Ben Folkes comes back onto stroke. Stroke onto strike. As in over the wicket again goes Wes Agar to him, and it's clipped almost to the man at short mid-wicket. But there is Everson moving round to his right-hand side to do the fielding. Folkes wanders off towards square leg. Back goes Wes Agar to the top of his mark. Livened the crowd up anyway, isn't it?
Did?
Yep, because it's a warm old day at the moment. There may be a couple that have nodded off.
I was going to say after lunch as well.
Yes, as Wes Agar comes in over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes is forward and pushes this one out into the offside.
A couple of scores, perhaps?
Yes, indeed. I was about to say much the same thing.
Okay.
Well, it's your turn, I believe, to give out the scores.
You've been manfully doing it.
Thank you very much.
So Lancashire have completed victory against Hampshire by 6 wickets. Their chase of 142 for 4 they made. Essex have beaten Somerset at Chelmsford. That was at Southport, by the way, the Lancashire win. Essex have beaten Somerset at Chelmsford by 196 runs, bowling Somerset out today for 269.
Wes Agar comes in over the wicket to Ben Folkes. Folkes digs him out. There's the one they're looking for. It just gets a bit low, but Folkes has been out there for 152 deliveries now. Now, one of those to a new batter would be deadly, but Folkes has been out there a while now and got the toe end of his bat on it, and there's no run.
Nottinghamshire 354 for 5. They're still trailing Warwickshire by 62 runs at Trent Bridge. So chance for Warwickshire to win that one. Notts trying to stonewall their way out for a draw. They're following on against Warwickshire's 571 for 9 declared there.
Agar comes in over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes off his hip clips this one in towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Good over again from Wes Agar. Tight over from Wes Agar. End of it. And Surrey needing another 145 to win. 356 for 3.
Into Division 2, and Durham need 3 more wickets to beat Glamorgan. Glamorgan 274 for 7. Are still 34 short of making Durham bat again. That's at Chester Street at Bristol. Gloucestershire 157 for 5 in their second innings lead by 175, as Mark was saying earlier. That looks like it's going to a draw there. And Bristol, it tends to get flatter as you go through the 4 days, doesn't it? So we would update coming for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. Yorkshire have beaten Derbyshire by 3 wickets earlier today as Cadry is coming in. Their chase at 215 for 7, completing that. And Worcestershire need 303 at 83 for 1 against Sussex at Hove. They're unlikely to make that in the final session, but Sussex will be hoping for 9 wickets. Here's Cadry to bowl to Sibley as that update comes for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Dot ball pushed into the onside. Well, Kent needed quick wickets to really force the issue here against Surrey and try and stop Surrey, the county championship leaders, from chasing down 501 to win, which is 1 run short of the county championship record set in 1925. They've taken no wickets, though, so far today, Kent, and none in the opening session. None with a new ball, most pointedly, which was available to them 6 overs into this morning. They've not really managed to create many scares either for the pair out there at the moment. Dom Sibley on a 91 from a mammoth 331 balls, and Ben Folkes on 77 from 153 balls. A couple of overs ago, there was a mighty appeal for a caught behind. Both bowler Hamid Kadri and captain Jack Leaning for Kent had to be talked to at some length by the umpire for the ferociousness perhaps of their appealing, and perhaps the chuntering afterwards as well. They don't need that, Kent. What they need is quick wickets, otherwise Surrey are going to cruise to this with 145 more needed at 356 for 3 in the sunshine here at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app, and also regular radio reports, of course. That's Kadri bowls to Sibley.
I have to say, it was a lovely use from you there of chuntering.
Well, I think it's
an excellent term.
It almost feels onomatopoeic, doesn't it, chuntering? But yes. A ball to come of Kadri's over. No breakthroughs this one either. Sibley comes down the pitch, but thumps it straight to mid-on. End of the over. It's a maiden from Kadri. The applause, I noticed from the Kent fans, is getting a little bit more procedural for the maidens. They know that they need wickets, and Kent know that all too well as well.
Yeah, and Sibley in that over, they basically just packed the leg side to him. He's trying to work every single ball into the leg side, but they've absolutely packed it with a 7-2 there for Kadri. Wes Agar it will be to continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground. Yeah, you saying that about Bristol. Some of those pitches are so good that the last day I start my journey to the M4 off them. As in over the wicket is Agar. That's hitting the shoulder of Ben Folkes, and it's taken by Cox. It was a short ball. Ducking there was Ben Folkes, and just off his shoulder, and taken by Cox away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, I think the first time I was at Bristol, that been with dear old Bob Hunt, and him telling me in between sessions, very very quietly, don't expect anything on the final day. Obviously, obviously you don't sort of thing you say on air.
Was
nothing's
that the toss? Was it for Bob?
Not quite.
I was waiting.
I think that was for the third day, and I was saying, "Oh, could be set up for a good, exciting final day." No, says Bob.
There he goes in, and this is clipped by Folkes uppishly, but past that short mid wicket, Leaning's fallen over in frustration in there in the gully. But it's 2 more to Ben Folkes. He moves on to 79 now, and Surrey move on to 358 for 3.
I don't think there's any criticism of Joey Everson there. It's flashed past his right hand, hasn't it?
Absolutely no chance.
And I say past his right hand, it's not close to his right hand.
I see they've swapped it though, so they again, it sounds a strange thing to say here, but they had Kadri in there, but Everson's got longer arms because he's taller, so he's more likely to get close to it. As in over the wicket comes Wes Agar to Folkes, who's forward again, pushing this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So,
although he's slightly further away from the ground, one might say, but
oh yes, yeah, but interesting from you there.
That's the physics of
Mr.
it.
Cole. Yes. Off goes Ben Folkes as a wander towards square leg. When do they go with Arshdeep Singh again? He's down there at the moment on the hook shot, that deep backward square with all the drinks bottles next to him. Wes Agar charges in again to Folkes. What's that hit? Bat leg, and it's gone over the top of his stumps. It's a good bit of bowling from Agar. Just got it to nip back at Folkes. Hit his bat leg. That could have easily ricocheted straight back onto the stumps, but as it is, it's one bounce into the gloves of Cox, and there are some very frustrated Kent players out there at the moment, which is perfectly understandable. But again, it's a nice bit of bowling from Wes Agar. It really is. 358 for 3, sorry. Wes Agar Coming over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes drives nicely, but straight into Mayeye, who's in there at extra cover. So this ball now into its 34th over. Just trying to work it out. How many have we got left today? 56. Well, if we did get deep into this, which I'm not sure we're going to, Kent could have an option of a third new ball. But I'm not sure we'll get to that.
I was going to say,
either way.
Yeah.
As Folkes waits once again. Wes Agar is over the wicket to Folkes, and he plays a solid defensive shot at Wes Agar. That rolls back up the pitch towards mid-on. Good over again from Wes Agar. But they need wickets, Kent. Runs at the moment. I know they are important because Surrey are on the chase, but from a Kent point of view, Surrey are in no rush here. There's still so much time in the game. They need wickets. 3:58 for 3, and I think Kadri will go with his 7-2 leg side field again here to the right-handed Sibley from round the wicket, with Sibley on 91.
A flurry of fabulous emails on kentcricket@gmail.com, so I'm eager to get to them, and I shall indeed. So thank you all. As Kadri bowls to Sibley's on 91. Clips that to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Andy, dear both, Jock Tate, born November 1886 on Shetland. We were asking about cricket on Shetland. A cricketer. There we are. Flicked off his pads again by Sibley, this time square of the wicket, fielded by Matt Quinn, and there is no run. He played cricket for Glamorgan. He was nearly the first Glamorgan cricketer to score 100 for the county in a county championship match. He was 96 not out overnight against Sussex, bowled early the next morning by Maurice Tate without adding to his 96. Kadri round the wicket, defended by
Technical
Sibley
question for me there. I take it he moved from Shetland to Wales, otherwise that's a long old commute.
Oh, it is a good, and particularly at that time in the in history, I would say, because that would be in the early 1900s.
Would have
been a tricky one by pony and by small boat. As this is turned into the onside again by Sibley, this time at Mayeye Fields. Julian, great to hear from you on kentcricket@gmail.com as well. Says hello. I think it's hello chaps. He says hello chaos, but that's probably about right. Darned autocorrect. As Sibley comes a long way down the pitch and has actually just flicked that behind square for 4 runs. That's a beautifully disguised shot. Very nicely done indeed by Dom Sibley. I need to get to this stat as well because he's on 95, Mark. Philip Bailey says Sibley, slowest 100 in the county championship by balls, looks to be, records of balls faced only routinely available though for the past 25 years, 331 balls by Andrew Umead for Warwickshire against Lancashire in 2017. So this could be the slowest recorded 100 by balls for Sibley. He's on 95 now. Kadri bowls to him. He comes dancing down the pitch. Not the nervous 90s. He's got the strictly come dancing 90s. Out towards the offside, and there is a dot ball. I thought I'd say this before.
Yes,
it happened.
Quite right.
By minutes batted is Jason Gallion for Lancashire against Derbyshire, Blackpool in 1994. He faced a mere 353 balls for that one. 494 for his complete innings. For his complete innings. Probably quicker to 100 balls than Umead. Sibley at lunch showing 425 minutes, 317 balls for his 86. So we could be looking at the slowest recorded by balls. There we are. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so.
And sorry, Julian, just to finish your email. Hello, chaps. Really enjoying the commentary. Thank you. We're enjoying doing it. Here in Gdansk, if Surrey knock off the 501 no jinx intended, will they get sponsored by a famous jeans company? Keep up the great work.
Oh, yes, all Brian Lara.
Like that tie-in, indeed.
So, it's going to be Arshdeep Singh down there from the Nackington Road end of the ground. He's going to come left arm round the wicket to Ben Folkes. Folkes will get a single, just pushes this one out into the offside. One more to the total.
Question for you, Churchy, before Sibley comes to face here. Nigel from the Wirral. Now that you're back on 5 Live Sports Extra and I'm able to listen again, was there any resolution to Mark's thoughts on how to identify umpires? He was mooting the other day.
Yeah, well, I just think it's a brilliant idea. I not that I'm, saying I have brilliant ideas, but I still think it's a brilliant idea. And I personally would like to have A and B on the back of their shirts. That's what I would like on the scorecard. But somebody mentioned different coloured bands on their hats, which I think is quite nice as well.
Like the referee's assistants in football.
Oh, we had this with Ben Watts. We had this with Ben. No, that's fine. Arshdeep Singh comes left arm round the wicket to Sibley on 95. He's driving up towards mid-off and there's no run. My strongly worded letter has been penned to ECB headquarters with my thoughts on umpire identification. So the players have got names and numbers on their back.
Yeah,
but the two arguably the two most important men out there with the decision makers, as Jack Leaning will be thinking at the moment, are the two umpires. But they're sometimes difficult to identify, aren't they, for the crowd? Sibley waits once more. Arshdeep Singh is round the wicket to him. Yorker. Sibley just digs it out. Straight back up the pitch it goes. And there is no run. And just say, Sibley, that boundary off Kadri, that was a very good shot. To get it through a 7-2 leg side field is great placement. It really is, yeah. A very good bit of batting that from Dominic Sibley.
Email from Nigel here. Great to hear from you. Bought us donuts, I remember, at...
yes, he did. Yes.
Yeah.
Very kind.
I think I'm right in saying it's the same Nigel.
As left arm round the wicket is Arshdeep Singh. And this one's pushed out into the offside and there's no run.
Not that we accept briberies to read people's emails out.
Well, I was more thinking.
But do try it.
How many other Nigels bring you donuts, Matt Cole, during a week? That's what I was thinking.
Sadly, very few. I'm just saying, if, and it's a big if, sorry, pull this off, have you both ever known such a comeback in cricket? Apart from, say, Botham's Ashes, it's got to be one of the greatest team performances. From 145 all out to chase down 501. It's a very reasonable point.
Arshdeep Singh left arm over the wicket. He comes to Sibley. Sibley is forward and pushes this one out into the offside. Migeye gets round to do the fielding. Well, they still need 138, sorry, but what they've done so well today is just taken the new ball and battered it. And they haven't battered it to the boundary, but they battered it by getting 36 overs into it. So it's softening up. It's a flat pitch. And there are Jackson, Abbott and Clark still to come. Arshdeep Singh comes over the wicket to Sibley. Letting this one go is Dom Sibley as it goes across him. Outside is off stump. So the end of Arshdeep Singh's over. Sorry, 363 for 3. Another 138 runs required. There's a minimum of 53 overs left. So the required break's never been a problem in the fact that they started yesterday 10 minutes before lunch. So it's virtually been 5 sessions that they had at their disposal to try and get 501. And they're now 138 runs away from that target.
Obviously, feel free to regale us with tales of great cricketing comebacks. Your favourite ones, perhaps, on kentcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport, at Back and Across. Here's Kadri round the wicket to Oakes. A bit of a false shot there, just on the outside part of the bat, but it goes off on the ground, out towards point. There are not many fielders on the offside, so he might even got a run for that, miss-hitting it, but it's a dot ball nonetheless. But thanks for that, Nigel. It's got the grey matter going. Here's Kadri round the wicket to Folkes, and he's playing that same shot with the spin, just trying to flick it past one of what seems like a forest of players on the onside. Doesn't manage to pierce the field, but not any danger either, heading it into the ground, and it's a short fielder, sort of backward square leg. Ben Compton there. It's a little bit more uppish from Folkes, but not enough to get the fielders excited. Jack Leaning, hands on hips, is at slip. 363 for 3. And Mike on the emails from Soho Square saying if Kent lose this one, he says what seems inevitable now, how do they pick themselves up? What are the repercussions? How do they do that after losing this, Kent? He says it looks as a fan that Division 2 is welcoming us back. And worries about membership renewals. Well, not quite done here yet. 363 for 3. There's a silly mid on now. That's Compton. Folkes has to defend this one. Hurries him a little bit, but nothing untoward. 80 for him from 164 balls. Sibley has 95 off 346 deliveries so far. Kadri bowls once more. Quicker delivery. Propelled once again to the leg side. Everson fields and there's no run. And one to come here from Kadri, but no sign of a breakthrough for Kent. As he bowls to Folkes, comes down the wicket and just drives it up to mid-on. Good use of the feet, and they'll take a single. One more to the total, 3-6-4 for 3. 137 to win off a minimum of 52 overs now here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London and 5 Sports Extra. It's a beautiful day here. We've had an absorbing 4 days cricket. It now feels, I would say, Mike is probably about right. It feels inexorable, this move towards the win here. Still 137 to make, but with the batting to come. Even if a wicket or two were to fall, certainly if Surrey were in any hurry, they've got batters there can finish this off very quickly. At the moment, they're doing very well indeed, having not lost a wicket since the start of the day.
Yeah, and these two have now added 134 for the 4th wicket. And it's going to be Arshdeep Singh coming in left arm over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is forward and playing this one up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-off to the sound of the seagulls again, going across the ground. Yeah, and I'm just wondering what Leaning must be thinking here. Someone mentioned Daniel Bell-Drummond. It may be just throw the ball to Bell-Drummond and get him to bowl his medium paces and just see if something happens.
It's
really
not a ridiculous thing. Bell-Drummond has on a number of occasions taken partnership breaking wickets for that very reason. He's slightly deceptive, but yeah, you've got to try something. At the moment it's Arshdeep though.
Left arm around the wicket he comes to Folkes, who drives nicely away through extra cover. Quinn's on the chase here, but he's not going to get to that. It's lent right over the top of that as Ben Folkes, and driven it firmly away through extra cover for 4. Folkes moves on to 85. Surrey move on to 368 for 3, needing another 133 to win.
Again, beautifully timed.
He's a very elegant player, isn't he, Ben Folkes? They're going to move Everson now out from short mid-wicket and then get him across to that extra cover region. So that opens up the mid-wicket area for Ben Folkes. Then he's been pulled up from deep backward square to sort of drop into a deepish mid-wicket. There's Arshdeep Singh. Left arm round the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes forward. Plays this one back up the pitch. That rolls up to Kadri. Stood up there at mid-on. And there is no run. Lots of people sat on the... Well, lots of people. Few people sat up on the grassy bank away to our right-hand side. People dotted around in the white seats. Cars down there at the Nackington Road end that are parked up with their windscreens towards the ground, and the pitch have covered them up with towels due to sun reflection, which has happened a few times, hasn't it? As left arm round the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh, and forward goes Folkes and plays this one out to cover point, and there's no run. It's been a few times over the years.
When the reflection has caused a stoppage in play.
I think the Orange Crusader is all right down there, beyond the scoreboard.
It's like
parked in the dugout.
It's slightly more red from this angle.
I think it's the sun.
Yeah.
I think it's lit it up. There's Compton.
Economical climate, is it getting?
Seems to be. Yeah, we didn't go above 60, so that helps. As Compton comes in to a silly mid-off position, catching. So it's really a silly point for Arshdeep Singh. He's just hoping that one just holds or pops on Folkes, I think, when he pushes forward. Leaning's the solitary slip in there now. As round the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and forward goes Ben Folkes. Nicely played, just pushes this one out towards Quinn, sweeping on the cover boundary rope, brings Dom Sibley back onto strike on 95. From 346 deliveries, he's in his 7th hour of batting. Dominic Sibley. Compton's going to stay in there at short leg, and they get a short mid-wicket in. So 6-3 leg side field for Arshdeep Singh. Coming down the slope. Left arm round the wicket to Sibley, bouncer. Sibley's just ducking underneath. This has nothing whatsoever to do with that. It's taken by Cox. It's the end of the over. Folkes has 86. Sibley's on 95 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London on this final day as Surrey are moving towards 501 to win the game. They need another 132.
Conference between Tawanda Yeye and Joey Everson out there. The umpires are coming together too.
Look at the ball.
Look at the ball, yes.
I suppose wouldn't mind do, but this one's not doing anything.
It's worth a try.
Here we go.
Oh, goodness.
Now, this is A, exciting because Kent might get another ball, and B, we will see the suitcase of balls down below us, which we think sort of looks like something the US president would carry around with codes in.
Yeah. Now, do they both have to put their thumbprint on either side of the box? Is that right? And then there's a combination of handles they have to turn.
Yeah.
Or is it?
Let's see.
It's been picked up now.
Umpire Middlebrook there.
Yeah, there's two. Oh, there's two catches on it.
It could be one. The eye thing where
he's
you
got
look
it
at
open.
a scanner.
Yeah,
and it opens.
I think
for the balls.
Reason of national security, we can't tell you what happens now or exactly what's in the box, can we?
Well, hopefully some balls. Well, otherwise, this could be a very long afternoon.
Well, I hope we've not revealed too much, Mark. Is all I can say.
But actually, I wonder whether
Official Secrets Act,
whether Kent will mind this or not. Really, they're going to find a ball that's 38, looks 38 overs old. The game's ground to a halt now. Nothing ever really gets done in much of a rush these days, does it? So
well, actually, Ben Folkes is going through some ablutions there. So too, Dom Sibley being very frugal there. They're sharing a towel.
What, they're one step away from brushing their teeth at the moment. These two, aren't they?
Well, the fringe needs for Ben Folkes. He has a raffish haircut, doesn't he, with a floppy fringe. He's having to make sure that is tethered underneath the batting helmet. And
I must
had to have a new one yesterday, didn't he?
When he changed,
one was brought on when he was pinged yesterday by a.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, he had a new helmet brought to him. But when he changed bat manufacturer earlier on in the season, I was wondering whether there might be a fashion house that thought it's not a bad idea. Get folks you can make on bats for us. A few photos.
Very photogenic.
Well, as I say, he's the only person I've ever seen that scores a Test match 100 and whips off his helmet, and his hair just falls immaculately into place. And he doesn't look like he's been out there at all, really. 369 for 3. But yeah, now they've turned to Everson, so they've got, it's not a new ball, but they've got a different ball that's about 38 overs old, Kent. They'll be praying it does something.
Yeah, quite. Everson in discussion with Jack Leaning. Peter on Twitter, on @backandacross and @BBC Kent Sport, said, did Matt and Mark, all the Kent team, actually believe Kent would win today? ? Credit, of course, to Sibley and Folkes, but oddly, 501 has seen an almost generally expected victory all day, if not longer. Maybe it needs a hat-trick or something to change the mood music. Certainly, it's getting to that point, Peter, where if Kent are going to win this, they're going to need something extraordinary. A couple and over. 3 and 3 balls wouldn't be bad for them either. I think we've just both said from the outset, for this Surrey side, this was always doable on a pitch which looked very flat indeed. And Everson wants to change all that right now. Bowls to Folkes. Oh, goodness me. And that's a leading edge past Compton. Tawanda Yeye is so upset and shocked he ends up sitting on his backside.
Just stopped. Yeah. Stopped on Folkes a touch, that one. And as you say, I think it was outer edge. Flew past Compton in that short extra cover position. Ben Folkes is saying, with the big shout caught behind, I think they're talking about it now, Middlebrook and Folkes.
Everson bowls to Sibley now. Jabs down on that. It's gone past the man at point, Hamid Kadri. Now to the boundary fielder, Joe Denley. Throws it back in.
Probably James Weatherbush saying, what do you think? And folks is saying, as he played the shot, the bottom edge of his bat hit his trousers. That's what the noise was, because he was playing a little late cut, wasn't he? So that was the noise, perhaps. But that was a while ago now. And Surrey 130 runs away from victory.
Everson bowls to Folks. And defence is in the offside and there's no run. Sam on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport says the commentary is slightly ahead of the video on YouTube. Anything you can do to fix it? Sam, we're
slightly ahead of it, are we?
We would have to
ask them to slow down.
We could
speed up.
We could slow down,
or they could speed up.
Yes. We could not commentate on the ball as it's delivered, but wait until some time later. Is the only way we could do it. Everson bowls to Folks. I'm joking, of course. Not for us, but hopefully those in the Kent office might take notice of that as we're commentating here.
I think it's been the same for the whole game.
Has it? Okay.
Yes.
Sam, sorry, joking apart, we are not in the BBC in control of what happens to the pictures, so nothing we can do, I'm afraid. Obviously, the pictures are from Kent County Cricket Club. It's their service, and they take our commentary for it.
They do.
And we're very happy to do it. Here's Everson to Folks. There's a swing and a miss, and that is a rarity in this entire innings. Folks has got a little bit loose there. It just nicked back on him there. Through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Nicely taken from Cox, because again he's standing up to the stumps here to Everson. Just beat the edge of the Folks bat, that one from Everson.
So Everson now bowling to Folks. Just touches that into the offside. Kadri is herring in towards it, so it's a no from Folks. End of the over, 3-7-1 for 3. Update for BBC Radio Kent listeners coming very shortly. But yes, so Sam, yes, we are on the audio commentary. We are purely commentating on the game in front of us. We don't have a production suite or anything like that. With a TV producer, we are separate from that. Still no wickets for Kent, I'm afraid, and it looks inexorably Surrey are moving to this mammoth victory target of 501 to win. They need 130 more. 371 for 3. Put into context, Kent have not taken a wicket all day. They got the new ball with just 6 overs into the final morning here, and nothing really has happened to them. They've had a big LBW shout. They've had an appeal for caught behind turned down as well, but all ifs, buts and maybes for them so far, and no breakthroughs, with Dominic Sibley, who's on course to about, if not one of the slowest, maybe the slowest 100 in county championship history, certainly recent history. 96 from 348 balls. He's been out there more than 7 hours. Folks has 87 from a fairly brisk 176 balls. Both of them former England players, in no sign of being shifted here. Surrey are 3-7-1 for 3 on the final day. The county championship reigning champions, 130 to win here. Kent needs something pretty miraculous here and take very, very quick wickets to get themselves anywhere near back into this match. Otherwise, Surrey, as I said, are going to win this, what will be a memorable victory at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports.
Arshdeep Singh comes left arm round the wicket to Sibley on 96. He's playing this one back up the pitch.
Apologies for the slight radio silence. I did wonder if Pat Marsh was coming back to us.
Oh yes, I thought he might ask you a follow-up question.
He was merely extrapolating, saying, "Come on, there's still hope."
Yes, he was.
And there is hope, but it's getting slightly more extinguished now.
2 slips are in there, and then there's 2 extra covers catching for Dominic Sibley. 96 from 350 balls as Arshdeep Singh is round the wicket to him. Sibley's letting this one go on the angle, coming back into him from left arm round. Some oohs and ahs out there in the middle again. Sibley wanders off towards Square leg. Then will settle himself down over his bat once more. Again, shouts of encouragement for Arshdeep Singh. Some cries of "Come on, Kent" from the crowd as Arshdeep Singh is round the wicket to Sibley. Solidly forward he goes again, Dominic Sibley. It's turning into an epic, this, from Dominic Sibley, isn't it? 352nd delivery from Dominic Sibley. Great fitness as well from Sibley. It's something he's worked very, very hard on over the last few years, ever since he broke into the England team. It's hot out there. He's into his 4th session of batting here. Dominic Sibley. Arshdeep Singh, left arm round the wicket to him. That's very wide. Outside the off stump. Sibley again has nothing whatsoever to do with that. Just wanders off towards square leg once more. Focuses down there at the non-striker's end, having a little look at his bat. So he started this morning on 263 for 3. So they've added 108 today. Messrs Folkes and Sibley. Right-handed Sibley just looks up to see Arshdeep Singh switch to left arm over the wicket now. Arshdeep Singh is in. Sibley again just lets him go outside his off stump. And it's taken by Cox. It's a maiden over. I'd love to know how many deliveries in this innings so far Dom Sibley has let go. There's something rather lovely about a good leave. And there's been plenty of them here from Dominic Sibley. End of the over. And 371 for 3. A bit like my wardrobe. It's not fashionable, but it's effective. This from Dominic Sibley.
I'm liking the shirt today, I'm saying.
It's the emergency shirt.
Well, what's that? Break glass for emergency.
Indeed.
Yeah. It's Everson now bowling to Folkes, who's on 87. Deep in his crease, flicks that off his toes for no run to Daniel Drummond at mid-wicket, 371 for 3. Simon's been back on Twitter, at BBC Kent Sport, at Back and Across. Regarding the ball briefcase, he says, I'm assuming the umpires signed the Official Secrets Act. Notice the plural. Did they change the ball? Oh, yes, sorry, I missed the result in all the amusing banter.
Yes, they did, yes.
Yeah, Simon, I'm sorry we didn't make that clear, but they did change the ball, yes. Yeah, Everson to Folkes, defends it up to mid-off. You see, Simon's being very polite about that, but it as far as I'm aware, it really is our job to make those things clear. So
we did make
my
it
apologies
fairly
if we didn't. So you probably did, Mark, but I was probably whittering
well,
about.
The other thing there is we
about
can see
thumbprints and,
the previous ball down by the suitcase.
Yeah, they did change it. I think you were talking, weren't you, about what it might do for Kent. Could it change things for Joey Everson as he came on? So, but yes, Simon, they have changed the ball. It's not changed the fortunes of Kent. No, at this point.
It's a very
Single
fine
taken.
briefcase, though, isn't it?
It is a very fine
for
briefcase.
the balls. Now Sibley comes back onto strike again on 96. But I would be surprised if D. Sibley dances down the pitch and launches one into the pavilion for 6 from his 355th delivery. He waits again on 96 as
defends that back to Everson, and there's no run.
It would be a surprise, wouldn't it? It would be a surprise.
Pretty much at this point. Well, absolutely.
He's capable of it, of course, but just the way he's played here, as I say, it's an epic, this at the moment from Dominic Sibley. Sorry, need another 129 now. Arshdeep Singh's in there now, doing short extra cover duties.
I've got more Sibley stats for you in a minute. Here is Everson to Sibley, turns that off his hip. I should be giving you the honour here, but he's been going at such a slow rate, Dom Sibley, that I'm not expecting him to launch.
He might get there in singles.
He might do. One more. Philip, thank you very much. More Sibley, he says. You are very welcome to provide us with that, Philip. Thank you. Slowest 100 by minutes in all of first-class cricket in England is by
Dominic Sibley.
Dominic Sibley. England against West Indies at Old Trafford in 2020. 465 minutes. So assuming he gets there today, this will be the slowest.
Ooh,
there we go.
There you are. Very good. In terms of minutes.
Yeah.
Marvellous.
The ball's record only goes back, as he was saying, 25 years or so. If you look at, crikey, umbrella field in front of folks there. Sudden innovation by Jack Leaning, who's more or less the one player not involved in that. So we had a slip in Jack Leaning, and then 3 players on either side of the wicket in a sort of semicircle, all on the drive, mid-wicket and coverage.
I've seen that before, and I thought if you took a photo of that from above, it would look like an aeroplane. The wings on a plane, wouldn't it?
Like a fighter jet.
Like a fighter jet. As Arshdeep Singh is slowly making his way back down there to the top of his mark. And Ben Foakes is the man on strike. So what's the field this time? There is going to be a slip. First slip. Fourth slip. There's the cover. Short extra cover. Wideish mid off. Wideish mid on. Mid wicket. And then the long leg. Oh, and there's Mr. Quinn as well, sweeping. So they're going to have 3. They've changed it now. They're going to have 3 catching again. It's like 3 slips in front of Ben Stokes at cover. So it's like he's got 3 slips in front of him at cover. They're trying anything now. Arshdeep Singh, left arm over the wicket, and it's a short one. And he's swaying inside it is Ben Foakes. So as I say, it's like Ben Foakes has got 3 slips in front of him at cover. Baldrum, Mieye and Everson. Another 127 required by Surrey here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Kent.
The club are looking at the sync of the stream and the commentary. They may have done it already. So thank you for the reply from the office there.
Marvellous.
Yep.
As Arshdeep Singh is in, and this is tucked away off his hip by Ben Foakes, down towards long leg, and they will take a single. 1 more to the total. Foakes into the 90s, on to 90, and Sibley comes back onto strike on 97.
Emails coming in. Hello, you two, says Andy. Andrew from Scarborough here. Listening to a remarkable run chase while eating some famous fish and chips at the seaside. I know Mr. Church likes
Watch
his
the
chips
seagulls
at the seaside.
Ooh, I wonder if is that Andy?
Yeah.
Can he see that poster of the small child being carried off by a seagull as a warning? It's one of the most terrifying posters
Crikey.
I've ever seen. Yes.
Don't have nightmares.
No, exactly. That's what
I
it was
think I
like. It
will
was like
now.
one of those 1980s health and safety videos. The poster, as I said the other day, it's just the child being carried off by a massive seagull.
Some of those herring gulls do get quite large.
Yes. Now, what we've got is
Surrey 489, by the way, all out. It's my prediction. More drama to come, says Andy.
There's 5 catching on the leg side
goodness.
now for Dominic Sibley. As Arshdeep's into him, and he just tucks this one away in there to one of the 5, which is Jack Leaning. So this is an interesting move from Leaning. And as I say, they're just trying anything now, Kent, to try and make a breakthrough. Folks is having a long old chat with Mieye down there at the non-striker's end. Sibley waiting on 97. 357 deliveries. Arshdeep Singh is over the wicket too, Sibley, and it's just hit him on the hip. I'm going to play a shot at that because of those 4 men lurking in there on the leg side. And the conversation continues between Foakes and Mieye. So Foakes on 90, Sibley on 97. Big chance that Foakes possibly might get to his 100 before Sibley hit, which was the same with Jamie Smith yesterday. Sibley waits again. Arshdeep Singh, left arm over the wicket to him. Sibley gets in behind a short one, pops it down in front of him, rolls in there to Daniel Bell-Drummond. So we've got just under an hour until the tea break now. on this final day. Surrey are now 126 runs away from their victory target of 501. After this over, we've got a minimum of 47 left in the day, so that run rate has never been a problem for Surrey. Settles himself down once again. Acres of space through the offside. As there he goes, onto the back foot. Does Dom Sibley. He's just going to push this one out towards Quinn, the sole fielder out there on the cover boundary rope. And it means Sibley keeps the strike. He moves on to 98. It's the end of the over. 376 for 3. I think we're having a drinks break. So there's going to be a drinks break out there in the middle at the moment. So Sibley and folks just signalling away to the dressing room. All the drinks being brought out for the Kent fielders because it's a warm old day here in Canterbury. Well, it's a warm old day across the country at the moment, but a very, very warm day here in Canterbury. So out come the drinks for Messrs Folks and Sibley. Quick look at some other scores from around the country for you. Essex have beaten Somerset by 196 runs. Somerset all out for 269. Lancashire beating Hampshire by 6 wickets. Nottinghamshire hanging in there against Warwickshire. They're 367 for 6 in their second innings after Warwickshire declared their first innings at 571 for 9 declared. In Division 2, Yorkshire beat Derbyshire earlier on today by 3 wickets. Glamorgan 316 for 7 in their second innings, lead Durham by 76. Gloucestershire in their second innings 192 for 9, lead Leicestershire by 210, so that could still be an exciting finish there this afternoon or this evening. And Worcestershire 131 for 1, requiring another 255 to beat Sussex. So those are all the other scores from the games around the country. This is a drinks break for the players and for the umpires on this final day, so it enables Sibley to do a bit more washing of his face. Folks doing the same thing because it is a warm old day out there. Sibley on 98, Folks on 90, Surrey 376 for 3.
Simon on Twitter again has sent us a lovely picture. Is that you, Simon? Saying, I'm available, BBC Kent Sport. He's playing what looks like a very good forward defensive shot, but with a banjo. I'm not quite sure what to make of it.
Oh, jazz. We were talking jazz, weren't we? Talking jazz.
Yeah, there you go. See, Simon, Mark, you're on the same page there. And once again, I'm nowhere near it. But thank you, Simon. Thank you very much for that. So yeah, loads of emails coming in. I'll get to a few of them if I can. We're on Five Live Sports Extra, we're on BBC Radio Kent, we're on BBC Radio London, on the stream, Kent County Cricket Club as well. I've attempted to tweet a photo of the innovative field. You'll need to expand it a little bit because we're quite a long way away, and I've tried to hone in on the fields. But they're doing it again with Joey Everson, to be fair. So it's a slip. Most notably, though, there are 2 men on the drive on the offside. There are 2 on the leg side. Mid-on and mid-off are fairly close. As Everson bowls and it goes to Miyeye, which is more or less what's been happening in the last couple of overs for Joey Everson, isn't it? But none for 79 he has. Kent have no wickets so far. 376 for 3. They're just trying to innovate their way to a wicket here. Trying everything they can. Maybe would have tried Daniel Bell-Drummond. There may be a reason for that. I mean, he went off for some treatment yesterday, Bell-Drummond, didn't he? I wonder if that's any reason why he's not bowling today. They might have tried him by now. But 376 for 3. Jack Leading may well say, I've got 5 frontline bowlers. That's our best chance of getting Surrey out.
Yeah, absolutely. Sibley here, 98 not out from 362 deliveries, so he's 2 away from what would be an epic 100, really.
Absolutely right. Everson bowls to him now. He defends back at the bowler. And I will hand this over to you, Mark Church, now, as Dominic Sibley is... I'll take Folks for a bit, shall I? You take Sibley, as he's about to come to his century.
Well,
give you the honour.
Might be Folks gets there before Sibley. He's only 10 away. He's only 10 away.
Look, if it gets within a boundary or a 6 of it, then you can just do the commentary and I'll put my feet up. How about that?
Different folks, different strokes.
Oh.
Over the wicket comes Everson, and Sibley's driving straight in there towards short extra cover. And there is no run, but it's a monumental effort, this. He must be getting towards 8 hours now of batting. Dominic Sibley, I think.
Let me check his stats.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done anything for 8 hours. As turning once again is Everson. Comes in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley on drives straight up to Wes Agar. Set up there at mid-on, and there's no run.
To be fair, you've been watching and commentating.
Oh, that's true. Yes, I suppose I have in a
but
way.
Yeah, but I know what you mean.
But not like this.
Not that concentrated effort.
No, absolutely not.
Well, what's the minute count on Dominic Sibley? Can I get this before the next ball? He is 492 minutes. Yes, it's over 8 hours.
Over 8 hours of batting. Everson's in. He's forward again, and he's just pushing this one down to Joe Denley, who does the fielding, and it's a maiden over from Everson. 376 for 3. Folks on 90. Sibley on 98. 501 the target for Surrey.
Paul from Lancaster on the emails. Kent behaviour. He says, not pleasant at all to see the behaviour after the folks not out decision. The 2 umpires, experienced former county players, should be respected more. He says, I see more poor behaviour in league cricket up here than the county game, to be honest, but the Kent response doesn't help the recreational game at all. Enjoying the coverage from up in Lancaster, perhaps watching history in the making. Well, Dominic Sibley is 2 runs away from that. And well, he's faced enough balls now, I think, hasn't he?
Well, we think he may have done, yes.
It's a very long innings.
He's faced a lot of balls.
But yeah, Paul, absolutely. Thank you very much. I think we were condemnatory, certainly. Completely understand, and the way that behaviour by professionals does trickle down to the recreational game as well. We certainly don't want that happening in cricket. Now, what's happening here? So, packing the offside field now.
Yes, they're going to go.
Quinn's going to come round the wicket.
7-2. Oh, is it 7? No, it's 8-1.
Is it 8-1?
8-1 offside field. They've got to try something, so they're going to have an 8-1 offside field here for Ben Folkes.
Lucky old Daniel Bell-Drummond has the whole of the leg side to himself. Quinn's going to come round the wicket. He does a very peremptory warm-up there, sort of side bend, but yeah, looked like a slight lean, didn't it? All right, says Quinn. None for 47 from 23. Bowls now to Folkes. Chops that into the offside, and guess what? There's a fielder there.
Yes, it's crowded in there, isn't it? In that
cover
region.
I'm going to have to take a photo every other delivery at this point.
Very crowded in there.
You just have to listen to the commentary on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. We'll try and paint the pictures for you on 5 Live Sports Extra as well.
This is almost bowling now for a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the thing. You're just hoping that folks try something.
Yeah. First slip, 4 slip. Agar's in at point. Backward point. Point. Cover. Extra cover. Deep backward point. Wide mid off. And a mid wicket. Is Quinn bowling then to Folkes, who obligingly plays to the field, and Miao picks it up. There's applause from Wes Agar, but at this point, I'm not quite sure what they're applauding.
We could still have the draw if we have 46 consecutive maidens from here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's quite going to happen, but it's a tactic now to just try and frustrate someone out. But these two, well, Sibley in particular, I think patience isn't quite the right word now for Dominic Sibley.
Freddie asking the same question on email about Daniel Bell-Drummond. It's cut away by Folkes. One bounce to Hamid Kadri. Almost feels like fielding practice at this point in the offside. He's just knocking them stuff to field. Might Bell-Drummond be worth a bowl, he says. 24 first-class wickets at an average of 28. Partnership breaker. Much of the same thoughts as a few Kent fans, Freddie, that he would have been worth a go today. Nigel, donuts, that's his heading to his email. I don't get many of those emails.
Yes.
It's a good subject header, though.
Nigel saying, unfortunately, no Beckenham meant no donuts. Hopefully, no Beckenham meant no donuts. Oh, there we go. Yes, haven't been there yet this season. Outside the off stump is Quinn. Left this time by folks. Hopefully, I can get to Canterbury soon. Be great to see you, Nigel. Thank you for that. I just like a heading of donuts. Always good. Cricket comebacks, Alex, saying one of the greatest. Hampshire in 1922 at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 223. Hampshire 15, following on 521. Warwickshire were bowled out for 158. Hampshire won by 155 runs. Yeah, fair enough, Alex. That's quite something, isn't it? He's watching the pictures in Plymouth. When Middlesex got the 502 in 1925, they did it in 140 overs. So Surrey are likely to be slower. There we go. Here's Quinn to folks. He wants to put the line to that. He's pierced the infield, which is quite some going, and he's picked out Joey Everson along the ground, though, at backward point and gets himself a single.
I feel like he should get extra for that, for getting it through an 8-1 offside field there. A bit like at the fun fair in the old what was it called? The pinball.
Pinball.
Yeah, pinball,
right.
Isn't it? Yes.
He's hit the little pad, the little target right at the back.
Through yeah.
But currently only worth 377 for 3. 124 to go. For Surrey to win it. Quinn to Sibley. Guess what? He's left that. Through to the wicketkeeper, no run. Paul from Lancaster once again. As a Lancastrian, one of the great county matches comebacks for me was Lancashire conceding 5-2-3 for 4 against Warwickshire at Southport on the first day of a 3-day match in 1982 at Southport. Yet won the match by 10 wickets. How, I'm asking, and you may be asking at home as well. Graham Fowler got dual hundreds. Lancashire declared about 125 behind on first innings, then rolled Warwickshire over for 100, then knocked off 225.
It's an interesting
without
way to go
losing
about
a wicket. Amazing match.
Yes, that's an interesting way to go about it.
Well, you talk about Bazball being aggressive cricket. That's quite something, isn't it? What are the odds? Andy's back in touch on kencricket@gmail.com. What are the odds on Dominic Sibley ever winning the Walter Lawrence Trophy? I would say fairly low.
Look, he can, if needs be, get on with it. But this is absolutely perfect for Sibley. He loves doing this sort of thing. Here's Everson into Folkes, and Folkes is forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Mark Church's comment, liking the Vicar of Sibley's innings to his shirt. Not fashionable, but effective. This is from Gary. Surrey fan. May I proffer retro, he says, and not to a bygone era, perhaps. One of the youth of today would not fully appreciate.
You're talking about my shirt. As Everson is in over the wicket and driven by Folkes for 4.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Ben Folkes could get to his 100 here before Dominic Sibley. That's the 150-run partnership. Brilliant from these two. And very, very handsome shot from Ben Folkes. But it's not beyond the realms of possibility that he could get to his 100 ahead of Dominic Sibley, as did Jamie Smith yesterday, of course.
They're overtaking him. It's I was going to say it's the tortoise and the hare, but it's not really. It's not. It's cricket, isn't it? Not athletics. I'll shut up.
Everson coming in over the wicket to Folkes on 95. Oh, he's drifted onto his hip.
Oh.
There's every chance now, because that will take Folkes that boundary onto 99. So Ben Folkes moves on to 99. Dominic Sibley still on 98. And Surrey are 385 for 3. And Surrey needing another 116 to win. I think this sums up really what an innings this has been from Sibley, in the fact that Folkes is 1 run away from getting to his 100 before Sibley gets there himself. So Ben Folkes 99 not out. Everson is over the wicket to him, and Folkes is solidly in behind this, plays it back up the pitch. There's no run. This of course is his first red ball game since not getting picked for England. Ben Folkes. So pretty good response from him. 99 from 191 deliveries. Sorry, 385 for 3 as Everson in bright sunshine is into Ben Folkes, and Folkes is looking to
run that down to third man, but hits Denley at backward point, and there's no run.
It's like England have announced their test team.
Interesting.
In the past hour.
Have they? Be interested to see this. Can I ask one question straight away? Is Moeen Ali playing?
He is playing.
He is.
Yes.
Interesting. As turning is Everson. Down below us once more. Over the wicket he comes. So Folkes wants a single, won't get it here on 99. And that's the end of the over. So Sibley will be on strike on 98. Folkes on 99. It's an extraordinary looking scoreboard. And Surrey are 385 for 3. Needing another 116 to win.
Yeah, rumours in response to Mark Butcher that Moeen Ali would open the batting and the bowling are untrue, though it appears. So, Ben,
Great quote from Bob.
Well,
Did you
great
see
quote.
the quote?
I did.
Not Michael Jordan coming out
It
every
made me
time.
smile, but I didn't think too seriously about it either way. But yeah. So it'll be Duckett, Crawley, Pope, Root, Brooke, Stokes, Bairstow, Moeen, Broad, Robinson, and Anderson.
Yeah,
so no Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes. That was. I was just wondering whether they might play Wokes instead of Moeen Ali. So there we are, eh? Well,
he may get to prove whether or not he's Michael Jordan. Then that would be a metaphorically, would be very tricky. Would you like to carry on until the update? Because there's you may get 1 or 2 hundreds here.
You never know. Matt Quinn round the wicket to Sibley, who's tucking this through mid-wicket to bring up his 100. What an innings from Dominic Sibley. Absolute vigil this. 368 balls and 12 fours. 511 minutes it's saying on the board, and it's his first 100 back with Surrey. And just a roll of the wrists from Dominic Sibley. And he's through to the 100, but 368 deliveries from Dominic Sibley. And do you know what he's doing? And this is what we like about Dominic Sibley. He's retaking his guard. So he's just retaking his guard and start again. Surrey 389 for 3 as Quinn is into Sibley. And Sibley lets the next one go. Outside his off stump. Epic innings, really, from Dominic Sibley. 368 deliveries. Fantastic, isn't it? Just the powers of concentration, really, as much as anything. But he's first century back at Surrey since coming back from Warwickshire, of course. As round the wicket goes Quinn to him, and he's looking to cut this one. Doesn't really time it.
So yeah, slowest 100 by minutes, Philip Buddy saying in all first-class cricket was Sibley himself. England West Indies at Old Trafford in 2020 in 465 minutes. So he's beaten that by a street. But slowest 100 by balls. Approximate info available for tests, says Philip. Colin Cowdrey, 535 balls, England against West Indies at Edgbaston 1957. So it doesn't look like it is the slowest by balls, but by stay at the crease.
Well done to Dominic Sibley.
He's beaten his own record in this country.
Quinn's round the wicket again. Oh, and he's flashing at a short one here is Dominic Sibley. Calm down, Dominic. And that's a single out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. What I loved about it, went to the 100. And then immediately retook his guard and left the next ball alone outside the off stump. So normal service was resumed, but yeah, he is moving Surrey. He has been the absolute foundation of this for Surrey. This chase of 501. And they are now 111 runs away from victory. And it's Ben Folkes, the man on strike on 99, and there we are, a ring of fielders in the cover starting at slip. It's almost beautiful symmetry this from the Kent fielders. Lovely symmetry of that sort of cover ring. So Folkes on 99, Quinn's into him, and Folkes looks to cut a ball that was wide outside the off stump, hit the toe end of his bat. And round came Joe Denley to do the fielding. Yeah, 511 minutes. Good old effort, that, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Cole
So
will
it's
be
just,
doing
just over 8.5 hours.
over 8.5 hours of batting.
Is that right? 48. Yeah, it would be. 8 hours 31.
It's not bad. Not bad in this heat as well. Not a bad effort, is it? As Folks waits on 99, and he's forward, and there's no run.
End of the over. Mark will resume with Ben Folkes very shortly. I'm afraid records are already falling, but that's not good news for Kent, because Dominic Sibley, the Surrey opener, has just gone to his 100 in 368 balls. 8.5 hours at the crease, the longest stay at the crease for 100 by any batter in history in the first-class game in this country, beating his own record, incidentally, in Test cricket. So he's done this before. Unfortunately, he's doing it to Kent today. Kent hadn't taken a wicket all day. That was their task this morning. Surrey, again, looking at record-breaking. 501 is the target here, just a run short of the all-time record in county championship history for a run chase, which has stood since 1925, but it's all going Surrey's way. Kent have tried absolutely everything, innovative fields, some crazy field positions at times, tried a number of bowlers, but nothing has broken the grip of these two out there at the moment. Dom Sibley on 103, Folkes on 99. Surrey need 111 more to win, make that 110 more, a 390 for 3 now, and they're looking like they are going to chase down this mammoth total and beat Kent, and it'll be a very sorry Kent dressing room at the end of the day if that's the case. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app and regular radio reports.
Ben Folkes has come back onto strike on 99. As Kadri is over the wicket to him, and Folkes cuts this one down to backward point, and there's no run. I'm just thinking as well, with England announcing that squad, that team, and Moeen Ali being in it, that must mean Stokes is fit to bowl, doesn't it? Must mean that Stokes is fit to bowl.
You would hope so.
As over the wicket goes Kadri, and Ben Folkes turns this one into the leg side. Quinn gets round to his left to do the fielding, and there's no run.
There were pictures of him bowling yesterday.
Yeah, otherwise they would have had to have gone Wokes, I think, because they've got to get overs out of Stokes. As in round the wicket comes Kadri, and there is Folkes, and there is the 100 for Ben Folkes. He's used his feet, he's clipped it into the leg side. Wes Agar tumbles to his right to do the fielding. It enables Folkes to get back for 2. And Ben Folkes, fantastic innings this. 101 not out from 198 deliveries. And Ben Folkes and Dominic Sibley are moving Surrey to within 108 runs of extraordinary run chase, really. But a lovely innings from Ben Folkes. And he takes his helmet off, redoes his hair, and pops his helmet back on his head again. How does he do that when he gets to 100? Takes the helmet off and the hair just falls perfectly into place. A wonderful innings as Kadri's round the wicket to him here, and Folkes is forward and plays this one back up the pitch. And as I say, it's the first time he's had a chance to play a red ball game since not being picked for Ireland and the Ashes, of course, as this one's clipped leg side by Folkes. And what has he done? He's gone out and got 100 in a run chase with a target of 501. End of the over as Folkes clips that last ball to short mid-wicket, and Surrey are 393 for 3.
So was it exactly 200 balls for Folkes, or was that 199?
199, I think it was, yeah. 198, apologies, 198. I think he was for the 100. But yeah, very nice innings from Ben Folkes, but it's the circumstances as well, isn't it? And Sibley and Folkes haven't given Kent a sniff yet today. They really haven't. All right, there was the shout for the caught behind off Folkes that wasn't given, and Sibley edged one that didn't get anywhere near first slip. Other than that, they've been absolutely watertight so far. And Surrey started today on 263 for 3, so they've added 130 today. And what have we got till tea? We've got half an hour until the tea break now. They're 108 runs away from victory now, Surrey.
Yeah, going to take it into the final session, but getting very close now. As Quinn prepares to bowl to another innovative. Well, this is a 9-1 onside field. He's bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Sibley does like to play into the onside, though, to be fair.
He does, yes. Yes,
Sorry,
again, I think this is, again, to try and make Dom Sibley do something and make a mistake. Bowling for a mistake at the moment, which is understandable because nothing's happening. That's the problem for them.
Gary, in all the excitement, you're calling Mark's fashion retro rather than not fashionable.
Oh,
and he's from Stamford, Connecticut for work. Mercifully due to land back in Blighty on Friday morning in time for the Ashes. Further Canadian smoke clouds notwithstanding, he says. Goes for the hook there, does Sibley, and that'll go away for 4 despite the preponderance of leg side fielders. He has just helped it past the man at fine leg, and that will be 4 runs a short ball from Matt Quinn. I mean, is this some kind of leg theory here? I mean, it is a leg theory. It's not the leg theory, I would suggest. But yeah, he's trying everything here, Jack Leaney, but nothing is working, frankly.
Yeah, well, that one, even with that field, was so short that Sibley just had to get some bat on it, really. It's almost like I mean, that leg stip is like fine leg on the edge of the circle.
Yeah. This one is driven back at Quinn, who helpfully fields it because he becomes the second fielder on the offside. And I mean, if Sibley hits that into the offside, halfway to the boundary, he might be able to run 4. Or just a very gentle cut, do you think? Very gentle cut down to third.
Well, no, if that's what they're hoping for, though, that he drags one on or something. But actually, yes, you're right. Just even a push into the cover region.
He's going to get a few for that.
Yeah.
As Quinn then bowls to Sibley, but quite sensibly, Sibley on the back foot is not changing the way he's playing, just because there are an enormous amount of fielders where he likes to play the ball. He's just playing it on the back foot into the onside. So, as you say, Mark, they're trying to distract him, trying to make something happen. Like this from Mark on Twitter, at @VBSKPort, Mark Thomas. You wait 6 hours for a century, then 2 come along at once.
Very good.
Nice one indeed. As Quinn bowls, bouncer to Sibley, sways out of the way, no run. To win now, 104 needed, 397 for 3. Mark saying, symmetry indeed. What's the longest time at the crease for county cricket in total? Well, in minutes or in balls, I'm not sure. Alex Hode sent us something about Sam North East's 401, which came in around about 450 balls, I think. He was saying that it's a marked contrast. Yeah, 450 deliveries to make 410 across 10 hours and 3 minutes. So that's certainly longer. I'm not sure what the longest in total is. Ben Compton, to my recollection, last year against Lancashire, I think, spent a long time at the crease. That's cut away into the offside. Fortunately, there's the OD from our church. Fortunately, well, someone's got to go and get it, and it's the wicket keeper.
There is nobody on the offside, and it was short and wide outside the off stump, and Quinn just.
So actually, by virtue of being closest, Jordan Cox, the wicket keeper, does have to go and get it. That's not something you see every day.
I don't think I've ever seen that in Championship cricket, where there's nobody on the offside. And Jordan Cox has had to run all the way off to the covers to get the ball back. But it's just Ken trying anything here.
Yeah. I like to think that at leg slip there, that Ben Compton looked to Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox looked back and Ben Compton said, off you pop.
Yes, I've never seen that,
Yeah,
I don't
crikey.
think. But Surrey now within 100.
Yeah.
And within 100 of victory. 400 comes up with that boundary from Dominic Sibley. So Sibley's on 112. Folkes is on 101. Leaning's bringing himself into the attack now. So Jack Leaning's bringing himself into attack. It looked very strange, that clip on the live stream as well, won't it? Because Sibley will play the shot.
Yeah.
And then Jordan Cox will go running after the ball off Matt Quinn. 401 for 3, sorry. So Jack Leaning with his off breaks has brought himself into the attack. The captain round the wicket he comes to Folkes, and Folkes will get runs here. Just punches off the back foot, and they're now down to double figures. Sorry, in terms of runs required, is down to 99. So down to 99. Epic innings this from Sibley. 402 for 3. Sorry. As Leaning comes in over the wicket to him, and that would be turned by Sibley into the leg side. They'll stroll another single. That'll be one more to the total. One more to Dominic Sibley. He moves on to 113. Then Folkes comes back onto strike. He's on 102 as... Oh, that's short from Leaning. Ooh. That's pulled by Folkes violently over the top of mid-wicket for 6. It was very short from Jack Leaning, and that sort of has woken everybody up because it's been a lot of singles lately, but that was very short from Leaning, and it's put away beautifully by Folkes for 6. He moves on to 108, and Surrey move on to 409 for 3.
Yeah, that was a punisher, wasn't it?
In again goes Leaning, and Folkes will get more runs here. Just opens the face, guides Leaning off down towards the man. The chase is on from Denley, and they'll pick up a couple more. But Jack Leaning, he's got to try anything now, hasn't he? And Kent bowlers this morning gave it everything with the new ball. I think what they've been hit by are two terrific batters in Sibley and Folkes, and a pitch that really hasn't done anything. As round the wicket goes Leaning once again, and Folkes backs away and cuts. This will be 4 more. So there's a sudden hurry up on the runs here. Leaning's brought himself into the attack, and that whistles down to third man for 4. Folkes moves on to 114. And Surrey are down to 86 to win. And they've still got... Extraordinary thing with this is after this over, there's still a minimum of 40 left. To get to 501.
They're not going to need all of those, I don't think.
They'll get there with a bit of time to spare. As Leaning is in over the wicket. And another short one. Folkes has swung this one up and over mid-wicket for 6 more. So Jack Leaning sort of sums up his day really for the Kent skipper. He's tried himself, and it's an expensive over. And Folkes is on 120, and suddenly Surrey are down to just 80 required at 421 for 3.
Almost feels like perhaps both sides thoughts are turning now to Friday, back to T20. This game is up even with 80 runs still to go. Loads of emails coming in. I'll do my best to get through the most of them here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London and 5 Live Sports Extra. Steve from Santiago in Chile. Chile. Yes, enjoying listening to you and the great Mark Church on commentary. There we go, the great Mark Church. That's you, Mark. Amazing game, he says. I have to feel sorry for Kent, so on top of the first 2 games, but Surrey now on their way to doing something historic to win. Enjoy the sun, he says. There we go.
I didn't know my mum was out in Chile.
Paul... back in touch from Lancaster. Let's go to Wes Agar to bowl the next ball. Thanks to you, Paul, for your thanks, if you like that. Me and my 12-year-old grandson, Rory, says Paul, I've been watching, well, he sort of has, the coverage eagerly as we can find the house, as it's too hot to take the little chap outside, as Agar bowls to Sibley, runs it down through third, and that will be 4 more runs. And now the run's being eaten up. 76 to win now for Surrey, 425 for 3. It's got me thinking perhaps too much about how the county cricket scene and indeed the world will look when little Rory is my age, 60. That'll be 2083. Hopefully the little chap will share my lifetime love of the game and especially the county scene, but it's difficult to imagine what the cricket landscape will even look like in 2083, isn't it? Yes, Paul, that's fair to say. Will it be on hover bikes by then? I don't know. Elsewhere, here's Agar to Sibley, defends that, and there's no run. Nigel from Dayton, Ohio. It's usually quite warm in Dayton, isn't it? What am I thinking of Daytona? I probably...
That's got a racetrack.
It's got a racetrack, it's not Dayton, is it? I don't know. He says, if your listeners are bothered by your being ahead of the video, there's a workaround. Listen to you guys on the BBC Sports app when you're where you are several seconds late. There we go. Oh, crikey. Well, that's the story of my life, Nigel. More than several seconds. Syncing is accomplished by pausing the video stream. Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
just marry them up that way. Thank you. Actually, very sensible, Nigel. Yeah, that's Agar to Sibley has helped that down the leg side, or has it actually just... Oh, it's byes. I thought the umpire was going to signal leg byes there. It's byes, so no chance for Jordan Cox, and it flies away. So 4 off the bat, 4 byes off the over so far, and it's 72 now to win. Bob Dobson, regarding Mark Judge's comments with the identifying of umpires, my favourite memory was at Canterbury 30-odd years ago. At the start of the Surrey innings, the announcer said, Monty Lynch, 5'0" of Guyanese descent, he says, and David Smith, 6'4", walking out to the middle. For those who don't know, Monty Lynch is wearing a cap. Well, there we go. Yeah. I would say, actually, that Agar to...
more runs.
This is, it's Sibley cutting that away. It's a beautiful, gentle little shot, down for 4. Vacant area, Matt Quinton, a lot of running. 200 partnership, 203, of which Sibley's made 68, Folks 120. Landmarks crashing around our ears, all meaning that Surrey are on their way. And probably in not too long order to win this match. So there we go. I mean, I think this conversation started because the umpires in the middle, is that right? They are of a very similar build. The two, James Middlebrook and Russell Warren.
And they're wearing identical hats.
Yeah, and I did you a great favour, didn't I, by managing to misidentify them as they walked out on the third morning. Just to add to your point, grubbing along the ground, Jack Leaning is appealing for LBW from Gully. And whichever umpire is the far end, didn't even look at him.
Russell Warren it is down at that end, yes. Yes, you do. You see, my idea is not a bad one.
No, it's not a bad one at all. But yeah, very, very similar build, similar height. David Fincham on the greatest comeback. When I was at school, he says, a long time ago, we were playing our local rivals in an all-day timed game. They batted first, it scored 342. We then ended up 68 for 9 with 40 overs still to play. Oh, I don't know if can we guess what's going to happen here? Agar bowling to Sibley, shoulders, arms, and there's no run. Our number 11 came in. This was 40 overs to go, 68 for 9, chasing 343, I suppose. Played an innings that Dom Sibley himself would be proud of, scoring 2 of 128 balls to secure the draw. A game never to be forgotten, though I can't seem to find any wreck of it anyway. David, thank you very much for that. Well, it's been on the BBC now, so it's official. Is that right? Julian is chiming in on chalk and cheese, which has been a bit of a theme of the last couple of days. Well, the second innings turn by Surrey in comparison with their first innings defines your conversation on the first day of the game about chalk and cheese. Mike saying Walter Lawrence Trophy, most unlikely Sibley will win it since 2008 limited overs centuries are eligible as well, and listing the Centurions in 40 or 44 or fewer balls. Better news, Frank Woolley was the first winner. There we go. Thank you very much.
Joe Denley is into the attack now from the pavilion end, and Sibley's just kicking this one away. So, just to say that if Surrey get there, which looks inevitable now, really, it will be the 8th highest run chase in the final innings of a first-class game. I've written down the other 7 here.
Off the top of your head.
Yep. As this one's Ben Folks. I just knew them. Driving inside out, but it actually hits the tail end of the bat. So West Zone in 2010, 541 for 7 As this is punched by Folks out through extra cover. This will be 4. Just dropped in by Denley, so Folks moves on to 124. Central Province 513 for 9 in 2004.
Oh, that was against Southern Province, wasn't it? Yeah.
The local derby.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, Cambridge, this is one of my favourites. Cambridge, and I think this is the highest first class in this country, as this one's left alone by Folks. It wasn't too far away from the top of his off stump. So that was Cambridge against the MCC in 1896, 507 for 7. As Denley comes round the wicket. And forward goes Folks and plays this one back up the pitch. Then South Australia in 1992, 506 for 6. England A won't like hearing. I wonder if anybody who's coaching or whatever, probably now, as this is short. Oh, now Folks could go here. This could be the end of the innings. It is, because he's looked for another 6. It's hit the toe end of his bat. He can't quite believe he's just done that, Ben Folks, because it was a long hop. But Ben Folks' magnificent innings comes to an end. Caught by Quinn. He goes for 124. Kent have their breakthrough, but it has come far too late for them. And Ben Folks, I don't think he can quite believe he's just done that. And it went high in the air, and Quinn with the catch, but he's getting a standing ovation here. Even the Kent members, some of the Kent members there, that's lovely of them, all on their feet, clapping Ben Folks, who looks so disappointed. But what an innings, what a partnership with Dominic Sibley. 207 that partnership was worth. And Folks goes for 124, Surrey within 64 runs of victory. And they are 437 for 4.
Yeah, go on, as you say. Could easily have taken them home. Ben Folks, what he's done so far, but a very fine century indeed. And Dominic Sibley, of course, still stays there. Who's going to come out next? It's Will Jacks, who really likes to hit the ball hard, doesn't he? I think it's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got 15 minutes until tea. So Denley with the wicket, but what an innings that was from Ben Folks. What a fabulous partnership with Dominic Sibley. As I say, they put on 207, but it was really the way they batted this morning. Got through the new ball again. Sibley still there. Sibley on 121 now, off 385 deliveries. And just to say, so I got up to, so South Zone 503 for 4 against England A in 2004. Then the best in Championship cricket, that Middlesex against Nottinghamshire, 502 for 6 in 1925. And then in 1900, Players versus Gentlemen. Oh, how marvellous. 502 for 8, so it would be the 8th. Where's Agar? Is over the wicket, and forward goes Sibley and pushes this one out into the offside. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total. And that will bring Will Jacks onto strike.
A song called Gentlemen and Players on the estimable Duckworth Lewis album.
Absolutely.
By the man from the Divine Comedy.
My favourite of that is Me
and his mate.
Me and Me and Dad, isn't that? That's a lovely song, isn't it?
In a VW camper van. Anyway, you don't want to hear me sing, crikey. We're trying to gain listeners here, aren't we? You were asking, weren't you, about who was in that England A side?
Yes, have you got any
of that? Yeah, I've got some info here, he said. Scrolling.
Try desperately hard to find it.
That was a second ago.
Yes.
Boasting the likes of Kevin Peterson, Matt Pryor and Simon Jones. James Treble, though, took 4 for 41 in that first innings. Here's... oh, edges it no.
Ooh.
Crikey, lift from Where's Agar, who I have to say on his follow-through is looking fairly heavy-footed, and well he might. He's put every effort into this. Outside the off-stump, Jack's had a look at it, had a play at it. It's gone through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run.
Wow, Jack's didn't have a look. There's wide open spaces for him. But, yeah, 63 more required by Surrey. We are 10 minutes from tea as well.
If you're just rejoining us on Five Live Sports Extra, Ben Folkes has just gone for 124, a stand of 207 with Dom Sibley, who is 122 not out. Will Jacks has come to the crease, lifting towards the boundary, wasn't he? As you was saying, Mark Church, that looked frustrated, I think, Ben Folkes.
I don't think he could quite believe
no.
it. After all the work he's done, long hop, and he's just toe-ended it, high in the air, and Quinn took the catch. But a brilliant innings.
They batted
from
all
Ben
day,
Folkes.
these two, and 63 more needed to win to chase down 501. Mark's been detailing some of the big chases in cricket history. As dry to the offside, that's a crisp shot from Will Jacks. Exactly what you don't need if you're a bowler coming in your 30th over in the hot sun, Wes Agar, I'd imagine. What a shot.
You've hit the nail right on the head there, Matt Cole. And that is what Surrey's tactics have been. Will Jacks has walked out there with 63 required. That's why Sibley's innings is so good. And that partnership with Folkes is so good. And what Jamie Smith did yesterday is so good, because Kent are absolutely exhausted now. Pitch is doing nothing. Ball's in its 52nd over, and out comes Will Jacks.
So it's Agar once more, bouncer. Understandable reaction to that. Go on, Wezzo, say a couple of the Kent players. Feels like they might need to.
I've been asked to from David, if nobody minds.
Yeah.
If you
No,
don't
go ahead.
mind,
Go ahead.
just to give a shout out to
out.
Warwick, who has been at the game for the whole match but had to leave at lunch and is now listening. And David, Andrew, Stephen, John wished you were there or here, Warwick. So there you are. That would be a great travel show. Wish you were there, would it?
Wish you were there. Here's Agar to Jacks, another bouncer. He decks underneath that, and that is the end of the over. 4-4-2 for 4. So they have taken a wicket, Kent, but far too late, as Mark Church was saying, to make any difference to the result of this game. And thoughts will shortly turn, I'm sure, to for these two sides towards T20 on Friday. But this, a monumental win. And where were you saying this ranked in?
So it would be the 8th highest in a last innings to win a game. So in first class history, in first class, the best in this country, first class cricket, is Cambridge Uni against the MCC in 1896, 507 for 7. But in terms of championship cricket, the best, 502 for 6 for Middlesex against Notts in 1925. They did that off 124.2 overs. But this would be the second ever best in terms of championship cricket. Third best in terms of first class cricket in this country, and the 8th overall in all first class cricket. Here's Arshdeep Singh back into the attack, coming into Dominic Sibley from the pavilion end, and Sibley's tried to work that one into the leg side and got no bat on it. Hit his pad, rolled away down to slip, and there's no run.
Now James on Twitter, at BBC Kent Sport, at Back and Across, he's looking at the variables here. You said 501 target is 1 run short of the record run chase in the county championship, James. That's absolutely right. If Surrey get a boundary with the last ball and finish on 503, will that be the record fourth innings score?
I think it's the
target.
It's the 501. Yeah, it's the 501.
It's a lovely idea.
And it's a great idea.
Otherwise, get to 500 and hit a 6.
Yeah, well, very good. In comes Arshdeep Singh. I'm not sure that'll be part of the tactic from Surrey. As forward goes Sibley to a slower ball. Plays this one down towards
I can't unsee it.
backward point. They'll pick up a single. 443 for 4.
Wow. So history being made, certainly by Dom Sibley with that slowest ton in first class cricket. Certainly by time in this country. Updated BBC Radio Kent while the game lasts. And And the only good news we've had today has just happened is that Kent have finally taken a wicket, but Surrey are 443 for 4. Ben Foakes going, the England man, caught on the boundary by Matt Quinn off the bowling of Joe Denley, but for 124 and a 207-run partnership with Dom Sibley, who's hit the slowest 100 in first-class history in this country. But that hasn't really mattered at all. That was his job, was to occupy the crease for the best part of 2 days here and help Surrey to what is now inevitably going to be a victory. 501 they're chasing down, which is the second highest total in county championship history as a run chase, and ranks in the top 10 of all-time first-class run chases. Brilliant from Surrey. Kent have found very little to their liking in a very flat pitch here, and try as they might, have only managed the 1 wicket, and far too late, I'm afraid, to make any difference. 58 still to win for Surrey, but this game effectively over, I'm afraid, for Kent, unless an absolute miracle happens. And it's sport. It could. It's unlikely. 4-4-3 for 4. Commentary will continue while this game does via the BBC Sport website and app. So, a couple of dot balls of the bowling of Arshdeep Singh and a single from this over as well.
Yeah, just to say what we were talking about, Surrey could finish on 506 for whatever.
Yeah.
But the key thing is it's that 501. It will go in the book as 506, but it would be the 501. That's the key thing. As this one's punched off the back foot by the right-handed Will Jackson. He'll pick up a single, and Jacks moves on to 5. All the 4s. We had all the 3s earlier. Today we've now got all the 4s. 444 for 4, Surrey. So we're down to 57 more required. And Arshdeep Singh is doing his level best here to get something to happen. As waiting over his bat then is Sibley, and Sibley will just clip this one down towards fine leg. Incredible power of concentration really from Dominic Sibley, this. And shows how fit he is as well to keep going. 389 deliveries now for him.
Saying, that the length of time he spent at the crease, and obviously other people do jobs which are 8 hours long, etc., but I sometimes describe, this is a lovely job to do, but by and large, I mean, you should, listeners will be contradicting me very shortly, you have to concentrate on what's going out in the middle. So it's a bit, I'd say, the same fatigue maybe as driving, in that you have to watch. But what Dominic Sibley's done is like driving, but someone's throwing rocks at his windscreen.
And also in a convertible with the sun out.
Yeah, that's true. Left outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. 4-4-5 for 4. So it's like, it's like driving for 8 hours in a convertible. Someone's throwing, well, maybe not rocks at the windscreen, but tennis balls maybe. Or like being an opening batter and batting for 8 hours. That's the thing.
It's worth reminding everybody. He came in yesterday 10 minutes before lunch. Yesterday with Surrey needing 501 to win, and he's still there now on 124.
Agar bowls to Sibley. He's in no mood to get removed here. Just glances that down backward of square, and the score moves on to 446 for 4. Reece saying about the victory targets. Looked at this earlier. That Middlesex innings was a target of 502, but yes, it's possible for Surrey to get 506. Future statisticians may have fun with that, but yes, the records we were looking at,
what
the
the
victory
target
targets.
was. The victory target.
Yeah.
Surrey could finish on 506. Could finish on 505.
Hugh on Twitter saying, hello, been listening with interest to Surrey's seemingly inevitable progress towards victory. How's it they bowled out Kent in the 340s? Kent have been unable to make any impact on Surrey's victory charge. Here's Agar to Jats getting on the front foot, just pushing that into the offside, fielded by Mayeye.
Let's be honest.
It might almost be Beckenham and not Canterbury. I think he's talking about maybe the flatness of the pitch here. So.
Yeah, it's got flat. That's the thing. And Kent bowled brilliantly at Surrey in that first innings, but that was just after the thunderstorm. So there was a bit there, and I don't think Surrey would be very pleased with how they batted in that first innings. But it is flat, and Kent must have thought, well, the way they played, They got a lead of 500. They must have thought, fantastic.
Agar bowls to Jax. That one kept a little bit low, but Jax has seen it off. Out towards mid-on. Ball from Agar. Lovely one from Sean. Our good friend Sean the Brewer from up there in Crewe. He says, I love how the commentary, stream and the tech brings a family together. He says, my dad, sister and I are following the game even though we're in different parts of the country and commenting in our family WhatsApp group. Looking forward to seeing both next week. Well, that'll be a family reunited. Thank you for that, Sean. That's a lovely picture, mental picture.
It is.
Here's Agar then to bowl to Will Jacks, who's on 5 so far. Defensive shot forced into that by Agar. Well, Jacqueline, to be fair, has not given up on this, the Kent captain, nor of the Kent bowlers here. With Arshdeep and Agar, the two overseas, still bowling out here at Canterbury. Doing their best not to give up the fight, but 55 to come in the context that Surrey already have 446 for 4, and Ben Folkes and Dom Sibley have both completed tons today. Smith 114 yesterday, Tom Latham 58 as well. Here's Agar, hit on the up by Jacks, out to the point boundary, fielded by Matt Quinn, sidearms it in to wicketkeeper Jordan Cox. One more run to the total, 4-4-7 for 4, 54 to win.
I think this will be the last over before tea, won't it?
Indeed,
At
not close enough to extend.
Yeah. At 3:39. So 54 more required. Means that everyone can go in and have a cuppa. Means that Sibley can get in the shade for a bit. Probably have a sit down. He might not change his shirt. This one's gone all right for him. Just checking with Arshdeep Singh if he's coming over or around the wicket to Will Jacks. And Jacks takes his guard. It's going to be a fine leg, deep backward square, and then they actually got 3 men back on the hook here for Will Jacks. So 3 back on the hook for Jacks. 54 more needed by Surrey, and Arshdeep Singh is coming left arm over the wicket to Jacks. It's short, so Jacks jumps outside his leg stump and helps it over backward point for 4. Knew what was coming, Will Jackson was already on the move to that short ball and just helped it up and over backward point and away for 4 runs, and the 450 now up for Surrey. So it's 50 exactly required from here for Surrey. 451 for 4. Arshdeep sort of telegraph there to Jacks, but it still takes a bit of batting that to hop outside your leg stump and help it over backward points. And now then he's just stayed down there at a deepish backward point, and Arshdeep Singh's going to come round the wicket. There's the short one, and Jacks just ducks underneath this. Jacks has 10. Sibley's approaching 400 balls here. He's on 391 deliveries. He's in grave danger of pushing my Hashim Amla down to number 4, perhaps. Because I always talk about the Amla. What was it, 34 of 200 and whatevers to draw the game. He's on course here to win the game. That changes things, doesn't it? As Arshdeep Singh's round the wicket, and again he's gone short at Jacks, who's just helped this out into the offside. We'll take a single. Jacks moves on to 11, so down to 49 required by Surrey now. Tough on Kent, this, it really is.
Yeah, I think that the nature of it is going to make it very difficult, a very sombre dressing room. In some ways, I guess, just changing mindset going straight to T20. It doesn't feel ideal for any of the teams to be doing this, but that might be the best thing they can do at this point. Go to Lords on Friday, just forget all about this slightly different team. Everyone gets a rest. But yeah, this will be a very, very sad and sorry dressing room after this.
Arshdeep Singh's in, another short one. And into the gloves it goes of Jordan Cox, moving away to his right-hand side.
If we go back, I mean, it has been an extraordinary game. Kemble, what, 40-odd for...
41 for 5.
41 for 5 on the first morning.
Recovered to 303 thanks to Cox and Everson. Then knocked Surrey over. when the ball did nip around and they bowled beautifully. And then, as I say, 500 lead.
Mm.
The problem was, I think they got Surrey out too quickly in a way, because we all said it's 100 runs a session basically for Surrey, and the pitch has got flat. Forward goes Sibley, driving Arshdeep Singh out towards extra cover, but it still does some doing this.
Yeah, you talked about the. We talked about the bowling of batting of Jamie Smith yesterday, obviously the batting today as well, but the way that Surrey bowled, you were saying on the second evening that would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, when
made a big difference in
that
the match
second
as well.
innings.
Yeah,
they bent their backs, they went short.
because Mayeye and Beldrummond had threatened to get
were
away.
in control of the game,
Yeah.
and I think again that's something that you've seen in this game as. In round the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh, and that's a slow bouncer which simply sways inside. It bounces a couple of times before getting into the gloves of Jordan Cox, and that will be tea. And Surrey are 49 runs away from victory. They will go to tea at 452 for 4, and Dominic Sibley will go in 125 not out from 394 deliveries. So he's 6 balls away from 400. Here's Dominic Sibley. And Surrey need another 49 to win after tea.
We'll be back with you then in around about 20 minutes time. Thanks for listening so far. Final session to come. 49 to win Surrey. Welcome back to the final session, final day, final doings. We think very shortly for Surrey, who need 49 more to win this game against Kent, to have chased down 501 for victory here. Fielders going back out, a weary Kent unit, and Will Jacks very much relatively fresh, has his feet up for a best part of a couple of days. 11 from 15 balls. Dom Sibley, not so fresh, but still loving his cricket. 125 from 394 balls. 49 more to win. Radio update coming very shortly for us on BBC Radio Kent, just to inform them what's about to happen, which could be quite procedural, but Jack Leaning has shown he's prepared to innovate with fields. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Mark Church, and we'll bring Mark in just a second after that update for the radio listeners. Just one wicket to fall all day, that of Ben Folkes for 124. Damage done at that point at 4-3-7 for 4, I think it's fair to say. Feels more like the end is nigh, Pat, rather than it's getting close, I suppose. That Surrey are closing in now on victory against Kent, chasing a mammoth total, a near record total of 501 to win in this game. Kent have made, well, few if any inroads into their second innings. Surrey 452 for 4. Century yesterday for Jamie Smith, a blistering one in 77 balls. We've had the almost, I suppose, the exact opposite of that from Dominic Sibley, whose 100 came in 4.5 hours. Sorry, 8.5 hours, I should say. Crikey, double that. He's still out there on 125. Will Jacks has 11. Surrey now just need 49 more to win as they start the evening session here. Will Jacks trying to tee off a ball from Wes Agar. Kent have found themselves up against a very, very good Surrey side with a wicket that really isn't giving anything to the Kent bowlers, and Surrey are punishing them and look to win this. And it'll be dispiriting certainly for Kent if, almost inevitably, they do lose this game. But if they can take quick wickets, it's just possible there will be a frisson towards the end of this day, but Surrey assuredly should win this. 4-5-2 for 4. Commentary continuing while the game does via the BBC Sport website and app. Never say never, I suppose, but Wes Agar's bowling to Will Jacks, trying to work that past him. It's just more or less hit the shins of the big Australian as he comes through.
Lovely use of frisson.
Well,
From you there, Matt Cole.
Thank you very much.
Enjoyed that immensely. Oh dear, it was this time yesterday someone's car alarm went off.
Yeah.
Same again today. Maybe it's the same car.
I mean, if it's going to be really pedantic, it sounds like this one's got a deeper timbre to it, so it's a lower in the lower register.
You and your car alarms.
Frisson timbre. Get me. Here's Agar to Jacks, drives that attractively, but stopped by Hamid Kadri at mid-off. Welcome to listeners from 5 Live Sports Extra. It's been a long chase for Surrey. It started just before lunch, 2 overs before luncheon yesterday. 452 for 4, and I don't want to say we told you so, but we said it was eminently possible on the pitch like this that Surrey, with the batting strength they've got, could do this. And looks very much certain now that they will do. 49 left. Kent haven't given up the ghost though. Wes Agar still pounding in. That's a wide one from him though. Flayed away by Will Jacks forward of square. And Tuanda Mayeye will pick himself up, having probably barely seen that because it was moving so fast through the covers. 4 more runs. Jacks goes on to 15 from 20, out there enjoying himself.
The most remarkable thing about this is on the board there are still a minimum of 34 overs left today, so there is every chance that Surrey will do this with time to spare.
Yeah,
which is remarkable really, chasing 501, and they've just been excellent in the way they've gone about this tactically, and the execution of their tactics has been brilliant. It really has.
Agar to Jacks, wraps him on the pad. It's a rather half-hearted appeal by Wes Agar there, going down the leg side. And there is no run. 4-5-6 for 4.
Yeah, what we said yesterday was when Surrey basically had 5 sessions to get 500. We said 100 runs a session, which for this Surrey batting lineup is doable. Jamie Smith yesterday set this up because he took a huge amount out of that. So getting here this morning, Surrey needed a further 238 to win. Now, if Smith hadn't batted like that yesterday, that could have been up around 350, 360 perhaps. But they've just gone about this brilliantly. Arshdeep Singh from the pavilion end. Left arm round the wicket to Dominic Sibley. It's a slow bouncer which Sibley waits and waits and waits for, and then pulls out to Matt Quinn for a single. That is Sibley's 395th delivery. When he gets to 400, which hopefully he will, I'm hoping he gets a standing ovation for 400 deliveries.
Just to repeat, by time, this is the longest anyone spent.
Yeah, absolutely. We must be
scoring a
approaching.
century.
Is he approaching 9 hours now? I think that
Yes,
he's been
I
out
think
there
so,
for
yeah.
9 hours, and
I said 4 hours by mistake. I meant 400
Sibley 100
odd minutes, but yes.
remarkable, really. As in round the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh to Will Jacks, who's solidly forward and plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no running.
He's on 5:51.
Is that nearly 9 hours, is it? 6 is into 55,
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
Excellent. What is it?
9 sixes are 54.
Fine,
aren't
it's
they?
fine effort,
Yeah.
that, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
fine
What,
effort.
my
Are
mental
they?
arithmetic?
Yes. Well, both things are a heck of an effort. This from Sibley and you with your mental arithmetic.
I've got a headache now, if
Yes,
there's
I
any
bet you have.
consolation.
As Arshdeep Singh comes left arm round the wicket to Will Jacks, who drives on the up straight into extra cover. Everson does the fielding, and there is no run. And sort of looking at this game, you take it back to 41 for 5, Kent. Then they recover to 303. Then they knock Surrey over for 145. Key time for me, and I've said it, that second evening when Mayeye and Bell Drummond were in control, and they both went because Worrell Abbott, Clark, Atkinson bent their backs on a flat pitch.
And again, looking at what's
And
happened since,
it-
if those two could have stayed in
Oh,
if they and
could have
done
been at 700.
extraordinary damage. Yeah.
As in round the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and that's a long half volley that's put away by Will Jacks, and hammers it through extra cover for 4. And he's got Surrey down to within 40 of victory here. 461 for 4. Just a reminder, it'll be the 8th highest in a final innings to win a first-class game. 2nd highest in county championship cricket. Middlesex in 1925. That was 502 against Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, indeed so. So the next time they publish that top 10 list, this will be in it.
As in round the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh. Short, and this is pulled by Jacks, and he's going to get caught, is he? Yes, by Wes Agar, just inside the boundary rope. And Arshdeep Singh is absolutely delighted there. He gets a big hug. I tell you, Wes Agar did very, very well there to stay inside the boundary rope. But Jacks has gone for 19. And Surrey are 461 for 5. And Will Jacks gone for 19. Sibley, of course, still there. That was a good catch from Wes Agar,
really was,
because he was
yeah.
hugging that boundary rope and managed somehow to keep. He's a big man, but managed to show marvellous footwork and balance to stay inside the rope. So Jacks goes for 19. He walks back looking a bit disconsolate, and it'll be Jordan Clark or Sean Abbott to join Dominic Sibley. But Arshdeep Singh celebrated that like he'd just won the World Cup. But I think it's just relief as much as anything to get a wicket.
Well, this innings is in its 138th over. Arshdeep, who has spent most of his career bowling 10 overs an innings at most, one-day cricket, and obviously 4 in a T20 match. I'm not decrying that. He's an absolute demon, isn't he, at T20 cricket in the IPL for Punjab. But also, it's not only patronising saying this is a learning experience, but it's good for him to have these experiences of trying to work out exactly on a flat pitch how he's going to get batters out. I say it's good. I suppose England fans will be particularly pleased if he turns up in a test team and.
I'm not a big fan of those conversations, to be fair.
Well, I would say very parochially, because I love county championship cricket.
Great.
You can come to see to Canterbury and watch Archdeep Singh play cricket. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
No,
And
I agree
county
entirely
cricket
with you, yeah.
needs all the positives it can get at the moment, and having the likes of Archdeep Singh and Steve Smith.
I was going to say, you're not going to be drawn into Steve Smith and all. We've prepared him for the Ashes.
Well,
I'd rather he was here.
it's been pointed out before that he's already averaging over in this country in Ashes cricket around about 60, I think. I think he's worked out how to play over
You
here.
think?
I think he might well have done. So it's going to be Jordan Clark on strike. And Archdeep Singh is round the wicket to Clark. Oh, it's an outside edge which flies away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Just the 2 slips in there. I wondered actually whether Kent might just say, let's get 4 slips in there, short leg. Let's give this a go now. But as it is, just the 2 slips in there. And the wicket of Will Jacks, Surrey within 36 of that 501. Sibley has 126 and Jordan Clark's on 4.
Indeed so. I mean, it's been typical of this Surrey innings. They've just fluked their way to 465 for 5.
All off the outside edge.
But yeah, it's been the tail of it.
Yeah.
No, it's been quite superb. Just in case anyone doesn't realise I'm joking.
Typical Surrey.
But I think as I was saying before, Surrey have threatened over a number of seasons with the 11s they put on the pitch to do just this, and this Surrey team over the last couple of seasons is just in all forms looking imperious. Sibley tucks a run into the offside, fielded by Ben Compton, and another run to the total, 466 for 5. Sibley moves on to 127. He's 4 balls off his quadruple dentry. Remember that one? Joe Denley was facing 100 balls a test match. Maybe not.
I was saying this the other day, though. You look at this Surrey team in this one. Burns, Sibley, Smith, Jacks, Moriarty, Atkinson have all been through Surrey systems.
Yeah. Absolutely. Strength in depth there. As Agar bowls to Clark, just chops that near to his off stump and it goes into the offside. A dot ball as Mayeye fields.
Top of my head, folks, is in his 5th season with Surrey. About the same for Jordan Clark. And then you add in, obviously Latham's making his debut in this game, fair enough.
Yep.
And then Abbott in his, he had a game for Surrey about 2-3 years ago, but he's obviously in his 1st season, and Worrell in his 2nd season. There's a core of them playing an awful lot of their cricket together now.
Some very canny acquisitions there. We know that Agar bowls to Clark, cut away. That's a lovely shot. A lot of effort for nothing for the bowler, but that'll be 4 runs through the vacant 3rd area. 470 for 5.
I like Wes Agar as a cricketer. He's kept coming here, even in this situation. He's still piling in down the slope, Agar. He's into his 33rd over, and he's still piling in down the slope. But sorry, this is ridiculous. After this over, there are 31 left, and they're within 31 of victory. 501.
Yeah, they've made this look fairly straightforward. Ridiculously, 501 chasing it. Is Agar to Clark. Squeezes that one out on the offside. Defensive shot on the onside line. Defensive shot.
Strong man, Agar, and he's a fit man because that's still going down there at pace to Jordan Clark. As I say, he's in his 33rd over. And he's still piling in at this stage.
He's a very handy fielder, isn't he, as well?
Well, I think you're talking about good acquisitions. He looks about it for Kent. Agar.
He'll be with them until the end of July now.
But I'm thinking in the future as well.
Yeah.
His numbers are pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
He seems a good fella as well.
As Agar now pounding in towards Jordan Clark. Just a push and run, that one, and Jack Leaning hares after it, the Kent captain. Single taken. Then we off to 4-7-1 for 5. Clark, who took 5 wickets in the 2nd Kent innings, stuck to his task, didn't he? Took 4 on the 3rd morning. All seems a very long way. Time to go now.
Again, at that point, it was all, there's just playing some shots, but actually, you think back to that now. But for me, the key time in this game, and I'm sorry it's boring, I know, was that 2nd evening. Kent were in complete and utter control of the game, and they just gave Surrey a little bit of light.
Agar bowls to Sibley. Goes for a hook there. Chance for a top edge. Didn't happen. He didn't connect either. If he connected seriously, that would have flown over Arshdeep Singh's head at fine leg for 6, I'd imagine. 4-7-1 for 5. End of the over. Oh, jeopardy now as there are only 31 overs to go. And they need 30 to win. I think they'll do this, Surrey. But it has been a fantastic batting performance. But as you say, it's all those elements, isn't it? It's not just the fact that Dom Sibley has scored a long unbeaten century. It's not just that Jamie Smith has flayed the ball away, but as you say, the balance of the game.
And it's the way they've gone about getting 501.
Yeah.
Just the cricketing now. Exceptional, really. It's going to be Arshdeep Singh. It's going to be Jordan Clark on strike. 30 needed by Surrey as Arshdeep Singh is in. Short ball and Clark is putting this in front of square. Round goes Agar to do the fielding. And they'll get back for 2, so we're down to 28 required by Surrey. 473 for 5.
For Kent, this all hurt, as you were saying before, and in a season where they've not, well, I'm not necessarily been at their best, but they've been beaten a number of times in the T20, obviously. Just one win in the county championship, the bottom 2 of that as well. Their form is poor at the moment, and on top of it, we know it's Surrey. They'll know it's Surrey. Know how good this team is, but this big run chase will hurt them.
Arshdeep Singh's in again. This is a short ball, which is just helped by Jordan Clark down towards fine leg. They'll pick up a single.
They've got to find a way of coming back from it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mentally, it's not, you know, they are talented cricketers out there, but
Absolutely.
they've got to find a way of resetting their...
I think sort of 2 things here. I think they've come across a very, very good Surrey side. Now, I'm talking a very, very good Surrey side. In terms of 4-day cricket, this lot know how to win. Even when they're right in a corner. As I say, in the game that they beat Kent back in South London, you know, Surrey didn't go to their game plan at all in that game, but still managed to win that one quite comfortably. As Arshdeep Singh comes in, left arm over the wicket to Sibley, he punches off his hip for a single out there towards Mayeye, who's in there at a straightish mid-wicket. They'll pick up another single, but yeah, 501, it's going to hurt big time. But I just think as well that the pitch hasn't really done a huge amount now. It's got flat, and they've tried everything, Kent. They've not bowled badly. That's the thing, they've not bowled badly at all here. But they've just come up against a very good Surrey side. But you think of the innings of Cox and Everson. Looks a very, very good cricketer. He really does. Mayeye. I think Mayeye would have taken something out of this, just seeing the way Sibley's gone about this. And Smith. As this one's pulled away by Clark out towards deep backward square. He'll get a single. That'll be 1 more to the total. But I think you're just seeing here a very, very good Surrey team. And as I say, Kent gave them a chink of light on that second evening. And that has enabled Surrey to hang in the game. And then when they've got their chance, they've taken it with both hands. And it's taken a special run chase to do it. But it's just the way they've gone about it tactically as well. Sibley. He's on strike and he's punching beautifully off the back foot for 4. Gorgeous shot from Dom Sibley. He'll move on to 132 and Surrey are 21 runs away now from victory. And the next delivery is a monumental one. It will be Sibley's 400th ball in this innings. So 400th delivery for Dominic Sibley. And I'm gonna say something now. He's nudged Amla out my top 3. Never thought it would happen. As 400th ball for Dom Sibley is driven handsomely up towards mid-on, and he won't get a single, but there we are, 400 deliveries for Dominic Sibley, getting a round of applause from myself and Matt Cole. 400 balls. He's been out there for over 9 hours, and he's got Surrey within 21 runs of victory.
there are, it's fair to say, people in the wider world who will not understand the appeal of something like this. But in a world that's increasingly short of attention
Frantic.
span and frantic, absolutely right. There's something, I think, in my humble opinion, there's something beautiful
Absolutely.
about a man spending so long
And as I say,
at
that's
his
right.
craft.
Now, I never thought I would say this,
Mm.
but this is nudging past Ambler.
I mean, that was quite something. Hashim Amla, he made how many from how many
It
balls?
was 34 from about 280 deliveries. But
Yeah.
the other thing here is that, you know, this could be for the win as well.
Yes, that's
Simply,
true.
this could be for the win.
Well, in some way, Hashim Amla's is better because, you know, there's no glory attached. But it's going to be Joe Denley with his leg spin. It's sorry, not replacing Archie. Agar, of course, is coming down from the Nackington Road end. They'll take a quick single as it's pushed past him by Jordan Clark. Denley spinning the ball from one hand to the other. He's got taking his big white floppy hat off, bowling in his sunglasses. Over the wicket it comes now. Sibley turns it against the spin. He's not afraid to do that. He loves to play on the leg side. It's a dot ball as he reaches Joey Everson. Chatleaning is still in there as slip. As Denley bowls and gently into the offside, and there's no run. I wonder how much Jordan Clark will think, well, we could have a couple of hours off here if I get on with it quickly. Dominic Sibley tries to tee off on that one, and he's mishit it. But it's bounced up to mid-off, and that'll be a single.
Actually, if I was Clark, I'd go and have a word with Sibley, tell him to calm down.
He's in a bit of a hurry there, didn't he? Clipped off the pads to backward square, and that'll be a single as Clark adds to his score. 15 from 10 balls now.
It's just been... It's exactly what Surrey needed. He's been the rock through this, and then had everybody else to do what they do, Dom Sibley.
And Denley to Sibley. Again, just pushing that into the offside, and there's no run.
And what I like about this is, don't get me wrong, I love the way that England play their test cricket. It's great. But there's still a place for this. There is still a place for this type of innings in cricket. And as I say, I can't quite believe I'm announcing this or saying it. Announcing's a bit of a big word, but I think he's nudged Abner out of third spot. So it's now the birth of my daughter Isabel.
Yes.
Johnny Wilkinson's drop goal.
Well, this isn't 3-2-1, is it?
Oh yeah. And
It's not a backwards countdown, is it?
Now, no, he's at third. As this is whipped by Clark down the ground for a single. Third now will be whatever he finishes up on.
Right. Oh, right.
Off
Okay.
however many balls.
This is going 1-2-3, I'm
Yeah,
hoping.
So Isabel
Crikey.
1. Wilkinson 2. Sibley's nudged Abner out to 3. Oh dear. I hope Hashim doesn't hear that news. As Kadri is in. This is driven by Sibley back up the pitch, and well, Jordan Clark was setting off for a single there that was never there. We had to sort of scramble back. 17 needed by Surrey. And Sibley straight down the ground again. We'll pick up one more. Mieye comes round to do the fielding. So 16 required here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio, Kent BBC Radio, London. And that'll be another single because it's cut by Jordan Clark out to the sweeper on the cover rope. 15 needed.
Good to hear.
Sorry.
Good to hear Isabel is still number one. I'm sure she'll be very pleased about that. But Hashim Amla, I know he's achieved a lot in the game, but break that to him gently, I think, when the news comes out.
Won't do a press release. As Cantry's in, and Sibley's playing this one down the ground towards long on. Picks up another single. One more to the total. 487 for 5. It's back onto strike. Comes Jordan Clark. And Clark drives down the ground. And that will take Surrey with that single to within 13 of a remarkable win this will be for Surrey. Whichever way you put it and however well they batted, 501. And they're going to get there with time to spare on the last day. Extraordinary effort, it really is. And I think what it does show is what a good side they are in terms of the championship.
Yeah. Well, he certainly have put paid to Kent today. And throughout 13 to win. Shot a little bit from Denley, this next delivery to Clark. He had to hurry to play it into the onside. That's Everson Fields, and there's no run. Denley getting through his overs quickly. I'm wondering, Take a quick single. Miele thinks about a throw at the wicketkeeper's end and then decides not to. Is their over rate is just slightly under par here?
No.
Denley's body language there. Did you see that? Just as Sibley tries up to long off. Denley was about to bowl the next ball. Sibley, very carefully, as he will do, went back to remark his guard, and Denley, you just saw his shoulders drop, as if to say, come on, you're nearly there. It's only me bowling. Ball turned into the onside, but if you're methodical, you're methodical.
Well,
and I think that's
what we all love about Dom Sibley.
Exactly. I think we could say that for Dom Sibley. He's doing what he does. Could also see Denley's point. They want to get off the field at this point, and it won't be long. Single taken, just a glance down to backward square leg.
I loved it when Sibley got to that 100 and immediately retook his guard and then let the next one go outside the off stump.
No need to get too excited, Dom, just because he's got 3 figures. And settles on that one. A very good defensive shot to Joe Denley. I mean, perhaps Joe Denley ought to be pleased. He's showing a great deal of respect there on that final delivery, just in case it gripped and beat him outside the off stump. It didn't. Hamid Kadri, now Kent are running between overs here.
Yeah, this is the over rate.
Yeah,
They've
exactly.
spotted it now as well.
So Denley was trying to get through that over very fast as well. So
10 needed then, and Kadri is in. That's very short. That's clubbed by Jordan Clark straight into cover. Everson gets round to do the fielding.
Surrey could oblige here by just pushing the ball back at Kadri so he can get straight back onto it. But
Kadri's in again, tosses this one up. Forward goes Jordan Clark, nudges it into the leg side, leaning. Gets round to do the fielding. So Surrey here, 491 for 5. 10 away from remarkable run chase, really is. Up on his toes goes Jordan Clark to this one, punches down the ground towards long on. Mieye doing the fielding below us. So it's down to single figures now for Surrey. 9 more needed by Surrey. As that's tossed up by Kadri. Oh, a full shot from Dom Sibley. He's had a bit of a drive at that one. Went past his edge. Those have been few and far between in this innings. As Kadri's in again to him, and they've got another single, just pushes this one down towards long on. There'd be something quite appropriate with Sibley doing this in singles, wouldn't there? 8 more required. 493 for 5. As Jordan Clark drives out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Daniel Bell-Drummond doing the fielding out there. So it's just 7 more needed by Surrey. And just a reminder of what this means. It will be the second highest run chase in the final innings in Championship cricket. 1925 Middlesex versus Notts, 502 for 6. Third highest in this country in terms of first class cricket. Cambridge versus the MCC in 1896. And the 8th overall in first class cricket.
Denley to Clark, deceived him with that one. Just want to play it to the onside. It's skewed away to point. Fielded by Ben Compton. Given air by Denley. Thrashed into the onside by Clark. He's mishit that one as well, almost angrily. Mishits it to mid-wicket. Joey Everson fields and defends that one. Kent would like a couple more overs to go through here so they can really speed the whole thing up, but 494 for 5. Cut away. Will that be 4? No, it'll just be the single out to Matt Quinn on the offside boundary. Single taken. I'm eager for you to call the win here, Mark, but
Don't worry about that.
He's remarking his guard again, is Dom Sibley, for Joe Denley. Quicker delivery from Denley. Dot ball. I think we're going to be in between overs. I'm going to do the update, so we'll try and work it that way.
Oh, unless Sibley hits the 6 here.
Oh, of course. Well, oh yeah. It's Denley to Sibley. That doesn't happen, surprisingly. Nice one. Sorry. You snuck that past me. Single for Sibley. I mean, it would have been fun, but it's not going to happen. Not this time. He's taken the strike, though. He can still do it. 4, 9, 6, 4, 5 in between overs here. Sibley on 138. Clark has 23. Surrey are 5 away from completing this astonishing run chase. In the top 10 of all-time run chases in first-class cricket, Hamid Kadri bowls to Sibley, nudges it to the offside. They'll take a quick single. 497 for 5. And Surrey are 4 runs away now from a historic run chase here against Kent. They're 497 for 5. Kent have been batted out of this game. Sibley goes to attack that one, looking for that final 4. He's on 139. Clark has 23. Kent have taken just 4 wickets all day, and far too late to have any impression on this game. It's been an absolute parade in terms of batting. Firstly from Ben Foakes, 124. Sibley with that century, the longest in first class history in terms of the century, in terms of time at the crease. They're about to win. 498 for 5. Surrey, a very disappointed Kent dressing room this will be when the final runs are hit. That could be it. Sibley into the offside. A 499 for 5. No, 2 to win. Surrey, the county champions, are going to win this one, coming from way behind. Incredible comeback victory. Kent will lose it, I'm afraid, here at Canterbury in the next couple of minutes. As Sibley cuts that to points to Joe Denley. I'm not sure if that update made any sense. I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's actually happening.
Kadri's into Jordan Clark with 2 required, and it will be 1 required now because Jordan Clark has just pushed this down the ground for a single to bring up the Surrey 500. So the Surrey 500 comes up in the last innings. They need 1 to win. Remarkable, really. Remarkable.
I'll reframe that. 2 wickets today, isn't it?
2 wickets.
They've taken
today.
today.
2 wickets.
5 in total, though. Yeah.
So 500 for 5. Jordan Clark, the man on strike. It's going to be Joe Denley bowling to Clark, and Clark turns it into the leg side for the single. They've only gone and done it, and they've only gone and done it with 23.5 overs remaining, because Surrey reached their victory target of 501 with Dominic Sibley 140 not out of 415 deliveries, Jordan Clark 26 not out, and it means Surrey now have the second highest last innings run chase score in Championship cricket. The best was Middlesex against Nottinghamshire in 1925. It's the 3rd highest in terms of first class cricket in the last innings in this country. Cambridge against the MCC in 1896, Middlesex against Notts in 1925, and this from Surrey here at Canterbury, and it's the 8th highest ever in first class cricket. It's an extraordinary effort from Surrey, and to do it with 23.5 overs to spare is remarkable, really. And Dominic Sibley and Jordan Clark will make their way off down below. A Sibley 415 deliveries, 140 not out, and Jordan Clark and all the Kent players applauding Dominic Sibley. Monumental effort from him, and Ben Foakes, who made his 100, and Jamie Smith yesterday with his century. And Surrey have reached a victory target of 501, and they win by 5 wickets, and that has been quite remarkable.